Chapter 600 Preserving Strength. Chapter 600 Preserving Strength, a puny little sea transformation realm with strength daunting to such a degree. This was something that Deng Xing could not understand. In his view, a person like Shangguan Lingyun was already monstrous to the peak. An existence even more monstrous than him already Serpa said the boundaries of his understanding. The higher the realm, the greater the difficulty of crossing boundaries to battle. Reaching the Soul Sea realm, the difference between each minor boundary was huge. Shangguan Lingyun was only 7th level Soul Sea and already hailed as the #1 person beneath divine traversing. This was already very heaven-defying. A sea transformation realm brat was also so daunting. What kind of situation did this count as? Lord Shangguan, then what should we do now? Deng Xing could not refrain from asking. The endless world sent a boy with strength on par with Shangguan Lingyun. It was really quite troublesome. Shangguan Lingyun only said coolly, "Wait." Deng Xing was stunned as he said, "Wait." Shangguan Lingyun's gaze penetrated the Central Army's main tent and looked in the direction of Crimson Light City and said, "Looks like the war is going to escalate." "Mr. Yi, I wonder what means you have to preserve City Lord Manor." Su Hu asked. In City Lord Manor, right after taking their seats, Su Hu started inquiring. These few days, Su Hu had been like an ant on a hot pan all along. The suffering in his heart, probably only he himself could understand. He had always been extremely cautious, sitting on pins and needles antic. 1p, aiding that the Alliance could resolve Crimson Light City's crisis every day. But he never would have thought that the Alliance actually just sent 5 people over. Yi Yuan seemed to have guessed what Su Hu was thinking in his heart and said smilingly, "City Lord's capital sunk these days. This Yi feels indebted as if I received it in person. It's just that, even though this Crimson Light City is important, it's also a bottomless pit. The people inside the city are people. Aren't the people outside the city people too?" Su Hu was stunned and asked perplexedly, "What do Mr. Ye's words mean?" "The fierce Gale World's great army besieging Crimson Light City. Why do they surround and not attack all along?" "Of course it's because we have a Tier 5 Grand Array protecting," Su Hu said without thinking. He felt more and more that Yi Yuan was unreliable. Such an obvious thing, was there still a need to ask? But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Although a Tier 5 Grand Array is powerful, it isn't invincible. This Mystic Crystal Iron Chain Array is an array formation that prioritizes defense. Furthermore, you guys only have a Tier 4 Array Master presiding over the Grand Array. There is simply no way to unleash the power of this Grand Array. Even if divine traversing realm experts don't take part in the battle. With the numbers of this 5-way great army concentrating attacks on the Grand Array every day, how long can your essence crystals withstand for? No matter how powerful the Grand Array, it needed to expend essence energy too. Even though Crimson Light City was large, under the circuum stances without assistance, how many essence crystals could there be to expend? One had to know that to maintain a colossal array formation like this, especially under the circuum stances where there were powerful attacks outside, the essence crystals expended every day was a very terrifying sum. But why did the fierce Gale World Great Army not do this? Su Hu's heart thumped and had a feeling of falling into a pit. Although it's said that the strong reign supreme in the martial artist world, and that as long as one's strength is strong enough, they could disregard everything. In a war like this, everyone's strength hasn't pulled apart to such a ridiculous degree. Sometimes schemes are very effective. Using a fighting style of besieging a city to strike at their reinforcements at this time most likely proves effective every time. Yi Yuan's words crumbled Su Hu's mental line of defense bit by bit. Sects stood in great numbers in the endless world. This sort of large-scale martial artist war they had never experienced before. But the fierce Gale world was different. Their martial artists had absolute loyalty and were not much different from mortal world armies. Plus, the fierce-scale world martial artist strengths were a notch stronger to begin with. The endless world being utterly routed was also something within expectations. And Crimson Light City was merely just a small blade of GRAS along the advancement path of the fear-scale world. It was able to be uprooted at any time. What the fear-scale world great army wanted was even greater results of battle. Once the Alliance sent a big army over to support Crimson Light City, what awaited them would be a deadly blow. This was also one of the reasons why Yi Yuan did not bring people over. It was true that Crimson Light City was important, but if countless martial artists that came to aid died because of Crimson Light City, then the loss outweighed the gain. There's even a possibility that those cities' martial artists from before were deliberately released by the fear-scale world. The goal was in order to let them rush to Crimson Light City and form this present sort of stranded situation. Yi Yuan's gaze looked deeply towards the distance, seemingly wanting to see through just who was guiding this war. Su, who drew a cold breath, he discovered that his back was already drenched. If it was really as Yi Yuan said, then the entire endless world was being toyed with in the palm right now. This person behind was too terrifying. Furthermore, Su, who increasingly felt that Yi Yuan's theory was very likely. Except if it was him who was thinking, he could not figure it out no matter what. At this time, how could Su who still have any doubt towards Yi Yuan? He even had a feeling of admiration. This young man's strength was not only formidable, but the setup was also not an ordinary kind of big. Those old ancestors at the Alliance probably could not think of this level either, right? Using a very long time, Su Hu finally subsided the astonishment in his heart. His gaze, when looking at Yi Yuan again, became not quite the same. Then, what should we do now, Mr. Yi? Could it be to let the martial artists in the entire city all die here? Su Hu sought advice. Yi Yuan said smilingly, if the Alliance planned to give up on Crimson Light City, then I wouldn't have come. Since I came, I naturally have to bring you all out safely. Su, who was also a clever person. It was just that those two involved could not see clearly. Many things were unable to be seen clearly. Hearing Yi Yuan say, so at this time he immediately understood Yi Yuan's meaning and could not help saying in surprise, Mr. Ye's meaning is that we break out of the encirclement? No way, no way. You don't know how strong the fear-scale world martial artists are. We're simply not their match. Once we break out, even if we can escape, probably not many will survive as well. Her, you fool. Brother, Yi has been to the fear-scale world's central capital before. Do you think that he's familiar with fear-scale world martial artists or not? Qin Yan was enraged badly prior to this and could not find a place to vent all along. At this time, finally catching a topic, he retaliated without any hesitation. Even though the few of them were followers, the pride in their bones were still there. Them submitting to Yi Yuan did not represent that they were also willing to submit to a puny little Soul Sea Realm City Lord. Indeed, once Su, who heard that Yi Yuan had been to the fear-scale world's central capital before, the expression on his face immediately changed. And Mr. Yi has truly been to the central capital before. Su, who said in amazement, the war progressing until now, the endless world martial artists more or less also knew some things about the fear-scale world. And this central capital was precisely one of it, because it was too famous. At the thought that Yi Yuan could still return safely after going to the central capital, how could Su, who not be shocked? Yi Yuan smiled as he nodded and said, the fear-scale world martial artists are not insurmountable. When we came in, didn't we litter the ground with the bodies of their men and horses too? As long as our forces are strong enough, why should we fear them? Su, whose expression changed several times and finally heaved a long sigh and said, Mr. Yi, is there no other way? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, the fear-scale world's goal is in order to kill people. So our best response right now is to not let them kill. We will preserve our strength for now. There will come a day to counterattack. Chapter 601 Counter-controlling array formation. Chapter 601 Counter-controlling array formation. Then, when should we withdraw? Su-hu asked powerlessly. Him, as the city lord of a region, was naturally unwilling to leave his own territory. Actually, in the end, he was still harboring some mentality of a fluke, hoping to be able to preserve Crimson Light City. How could Yi Yuan not perceive his thoughts? He said, the sooner the better. However, we have to make some preparations. Otherwise, leaving the city will be equivalent to courting death. Su-hu became spirited when he heard that and asked, what kind of preparations does Mr. Yi need to do? City Lord, Your Excellency, arrange all the martial artists in the city sorted out according to their respective realms. 3 days later, gather all the martial artists above Crystal Formation realm together. Is there any difficulty? Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan originally thought that Su, who would reveal a difficult look, who knew that he answered without even thinking about it. Okay, no problem. 3 days later, practicing field north of the city, I'll gather everyone together. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Su-hu said rather proudly, when these martial artists entered the city, I already ordered people to register all the martial artists that swarmed into the city. What needs to be done now is merely sorting them out into categories. These few days, there were naturally also some people causing trouble in the city. They were all suppressed by me with strong means. Now they all know my prowess and body dares to cause trouble either. Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, Hoo-hoo, City Lord has such skill. Since that's the case, I'll start my close seclusion now. 3 days later, meet at the practicing field north of the city. Right at this time, a young man barged into City Lord Manor unceremoniously and yelled out at the top of his voice, City Lord, things are bad. The Grand Array has lost control. Su, whose complexion darkened, and he reproached the youth who rushed inside. What's the shouting and wrangling for? Didn't you see there are guests present? The Grand Array is fine. No need for you to worry. This young man was precisely the young array master, Shao Siki, who was managing the city, protecting Grand Array. Only upon hearing Su-hu say so, did he notice the existence of Yi Yuan, the few of them. But he still said in bafflement, City Lord, how do you know that the Grand Array is fine? You sent a message earlier to let me mobilize the Grand Array to kill the people who barged into the formation. But I discovered that I simply couldn't control the array formation anymore. Ah, these people can't be. Shao Siki suddenly understood something, his gaze looking at Yi Yuan oddly. Yi Yuan said, that's right. It's me. Shao Siki's eyes went wide, and he said in disbelief, You? How is that possible? You're only sea transformation realm. How can you possibly make me lose control of the array formation? Those 4 people behind you are more like it. Shao Siki, you shut your mouth for me. Do you know that? Su, who had a face full of awkwardness. This Shao Siki dragged his skeleton out of his closet, making him very embarrassed. Said, although Yi Yuan definitely knew long ago this order of his. Saying it out was not too nice. Now this Shao Siki was bling about too. Offending Yi Yuan, this little ancestor, was not something fun. He was just about to reprimand Shao Siki, but was stopped by Yi Yuan with a gesture. Yi Yuan said to Shao Siki, don't believe? We can give it a try. As long as your array formation can touch a corner of my sleeves. Count it as me boasting earlier. I'll apologize to you. How about it? Shao Siki also had the temperament of a young man. Moreover, he was a Tier 4 array master and a Soul Sea realm existence. How could he possibly be afraid of Yi Yuan, a sea transformation realm? Furthermore, Yi Yuan actually dared to look down on him like so. This made him even more displeased. Fine, try it out then. Am I scared of you? Shao Siki got cracking right away, directly taking out a black-colored flag and was going to set up an array. When Yi Yuan saw this black-colored flag, his expression could not help turning intent. This was actually a low-grade, profound artifact. A Tier 4 Array Master actually had a low-grade, profound artifact in his hands. This made Yi Yuan very surprised. Scarlet Fire Formation. Xiao Siki gave a light cry. A miniature array formation immediately condensed and formed. CLUS. Tears of fire instantly engulfed Yi Yuan. The might of a profound artifact. Instantly completing an array. Seeing the scene, everyone's faces changed, while Xiao Siki had a look of being pleased with himself. Xiao Siki was just angry and wanted to embarrass Yi Yuan. This fire naturally could not burn people to death. It was only to make Yi Yuan a little ragged. What are you smiling for? Yi Yuan's words made Xiao Siki jump in fright. Earlier, everyone's attention was focused on the center of that bundle of flames, but they did not know since when Yi Yuan already changed his position. Yi Yuan walked in front of the array formation and casually tapped a few times on the array formation. The scarlet fire formation directly dissipated into nothing. Xiao Siki's expression changed, and he deployed the black-colored flag once again, yelling out, "Dragon Trapping Formation! 7 Carnage Formation! Mystic Moon Formation!" Xiao Siki instant-casted over a dozen array formations in succession, each one more formidable than the other. But he simply could not touch Yi Yuan at all. One had to know that instantly casting array formations would be very sudden to martial artists, catching them off guard. It was simply impossible to guard against. Furthermore, Xiao Siki could also make out that actually Yi Yuan waited for his array formations to form each time, and then instantly cracking the formation and exiting, and not avoiding the array formations. Looking at it this way, Yi Yuan's formations' path attainments was very terrifying. He instant-casted array formations, while Yi Yuan instantly cracked the formations. Even Master, his elderly self, cannot do it with such ease either, right? Xiao Siki gritted his teeth and yelled out once more, "Roaming Dragon Golden Sword Formation!" It was still instantly forming the formation, but the power of the array formation this time was clearly much stronger compared to that Scarlet Fire formation from before. This was a quasi-Tier 4 array formation. A Tier 4 Array Master, instant casting a quasi-Tier 4 array formation, even if it was relying on the power of a profound artifact, was already very heaven-defying. Yi Yuan was only a C transformation realm martial artist. If following logical sense, this roaming dragon golden sword formation was sufficient to trap Yi Yuan in the formation and kill him. At least, it would also severely injure Yi Yuan. When the array formation formed, Xiao Siki's entire person was like drained, panting heavily in exhaustion. However, Xiao Siki's pupils suddenly constricted, as if he saw something beyond comprehension, only to see several streaks of golden light radiate out from inside the array formation, shooting toward Xiao Siki. Arg! Xiao Siki's rear end plopped onto the ground in fright, looking miserable. Focusing his eyes and looking at those several streaks of golden light already vanished in the air long ago. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of hurting him at all, but Xiao Siki still felt that it was beyond logic and above reason, because the array formation that he laid down was actually seized control of by Yi Yuan instantly and launched an attack towards him. Such means were truly inconceivable, even though Su, who had long known that Yi Yuan came by Pa-S, seeing through the array formation, witnessing him counter-control the array formations with his own eyes still blew his mind. Humph! Overestimating your own ability. Why haven't you left? Making a spectacle of yourself here? Su, who said to Xiao Siki fiercely, but gave him a look, indicating to him to quickly leave. Xiao Siki's final move clearly already crossed the boundaries of probing. Su, who was afraid that it angered Yi Yuan and made him quickly leave for the best. But Yi Yuan stopped it and said smilingly, "You're called Xiao Siki?" Xiao Siki was still in a mess right now. Hearing Yi Yuan question, He nodded his head subconsciously. Your formation's path level isn't bad. To actually be able to instantly cast a quasi-tier 4 array formation. I wonder if you have a master? Yi Yuan asked once more. Chapter 602. Plucking Heads. Chapter 602. Plucking Heads. My master is Yu Yichen, a tier 5 high-rank array master, Xiao Siki said stammeringly. By the side, Su, who seemed to have understood something, and hurriedly explained, Master Yichen has already set on 10 years ago. Siki, he cultivates alone now. Yi Yuan sized up Xiao Siki and said with a nod, Since that's the case, I'll impart you a set of array formation. If you can comprehend it fully within 10 days, I'll give you a good fortune. How about that? Xiao Siki was stunned. He still had not recovered to his senses yet now. A sea transformation realm martial artist said that he was going to give him good fortune. No matter how one listened, it sounded somewhat comical. Su, who saw that he was in a daze and hurriedly ran over to slap the back of his head and said, What are you still in a daze for? Quickly agree. Ah. Xiao Siki finally reacted and shook his head and said, No. Master's grace to me is as weighty as a mountain. I won't switch to other factions. Su, who was enraged when he heard that, he had a look of expecting better from someone as he said, You simpleton! Master Yichen, he has already set on. Now that there's a better opportunity, you actually don't know how to cherish it. Xiao Siki said stubbornly, Even though Master, his elderly self, is no longer around, I don't have plans to take on any more masters at all. Yi Yuan said, smilingly, No need you to go under my tutelage. I'm only doing this for the sake of completing other people's entrustment and giving you good fortune. As for how much you can comprehend, it'll be up to you. However, you only have 10 days' time. If you still haven't comprehended after 10 days, it shows that you don't have this qualification. City Lord, lend me your honorable manners training room for use. Xiao Siki was stupefied. He did not think that Yi Yuan would actually say such a thing. In the training room, when 18 sword puppets appeared in front of Xiao Siki, he had a feeling of being punked. Tier 3 array formation? You go and enter the formation and give it a try, but cracking the formation doesn't count. It must be fully comprehending the array formation, Yi Yuan said. Cracking the formation and comprehending the array formation were two completely different concepts. With Xiao Siki's soul sea realm strength, cracking the formation with force was also not an issue. But to want to comprehend the 9 revolutions interlocking formation, that was not so simple. TCH, a puny little tier 3 array formation. What's the big deal? Don't need 10 days. 3 days are sufficient. Xiao Siki said disdainfully. He could instantly cast quasi-tier 4 array formations. He touched his heart and examined himself that comprehending a set of tier 3 array formation was naturally nothing difficult, no matter how complicated this tier 3 array formation was. Yi Yuan laughed and said, I've already lowered the degree of difficulty of this array formation a lot, but for you to want to comprehend within 3 days, it's still impossible. With his tier 9 array master formation's path attainments back then, even he comprehended for quite a few hours. For a puny little tier 4 array master to want to comprehend the complete version 9 revolutions interlocking formation, it was virtually impossible. When Yi Yuan was in the city protecting Grand Array, he already felt that this array master was not ordinary. Hence, that was why he had the thought of feeling him out. Seeing that he could actually achieve instant casting quasi-tier 4 array formations, it made Yi Yuan's eyes lit up before deciding to fulfill Wei Zhao's entrustment and plan to pass Lu Linfeng's inheritance to Xiao Siki. Furthermore, looking at it at present, Xiao Siki's character was still pretty good. Xiao Siki had a face full of contempt and got up and landed in the array formation. But once he entered the array formation, Xiao Siki immediately felt different. The contempt on his face immediately faded. This Is this really a Tier 3 array formation? How can a Tier 3 array formation be so profound? Xiao Siki immersed in comprehending the array formation very quickly. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he said with a smile, "Let him suffer here then. We have to go do proper stuff too." Su, who forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and followed Yi Yuan out. Level-headed disposition, formidable strength, exceedingly high formations, path attainments. Just what kind of monster was a youth like this? Ow, ow. 3 days later, practicing field north of the city, tens of thousands of martial artists made a miraculous trip. The scene was spectacular. On the stage, Su, who looked down with an awe-inspiring appearance, he said in a clear voice, "I believe that everybody also knows that Crimson Light City is already a lone city. It simply can't be defended for more than a few days. The Alliance sent Mr. Yi forward to Crimson Light City to lead everyone to break out of the encirclement." With this introduction of Su, whose below immediately broke out into a noisy mess. What? Sent a sea transformation realm baby here to save us? Has the Alliance already abandoned us? A sea transformation realm brat can still lead us to break out of the encirclement? What a joke! A baby whose hair hasn't even finished growing yet. What can he do? City Lord will fight with you. Let this baby get lost. Hey, you all don't say that. Since the Alliance sent this boy over, this boy must have aspects Serpa. Sing others in. Boy, if you have the ability, go outside the city and pluck some heads over for us to see. You coming here to bring us to break out of the encirclement, you got to at least let us see your strength, right? When this person spoke, it immediately incurred loud laughter. Forget about sea transformation realm. Even a peak 9th level soul sea strength, like Su, who did not dare to go out of the city to pluck a few heads either. Yi Yuan beside Su, who seemed to have long expected this sort of situation. He looked at that martial artist and said with a faint smile, "If I go out and pluck a few heads back, will you guys listen to me or not?" "Oh, really going for it? Ha ha ha. Sure. As long as you can pluck a few heads back, we'll all listen to you. What say you guys?" That martial artist said with a big laugh, "Yes. Yes." The other martial artists obviously did not believe that a sea transformation realm brat dared to go out of the city to pluck a few heads back, and all hooted one by one. The vast majority among these martial artists were all itinerant cultivators. Each and every one of them was used to being undisciplined and carefree. To subdue them was really not something that easy. Even though Su, who this city lord, had done pretty well, he only used martial strength to suppress them and not really made them obedient. Yi Yuan looked at that martial artist and said with a smile, "What's your name?" "What? Remembering your father's name to find fault? Your father does not change his name whether I travel or stay at home. I'm Chu S, H, I plus," said that martial artist with his head held high. This Chu S, H, I plus S strength was decent. It had already reached the 5th level Soul Sea realm. Just a sea transformation realm brat, he naturally thought little of him. There were so many people here. Could Su, who really dared to kill people to their faces? If a riot really happened, Su, who would be unable to bear the consequences of failure as well. These itinerant cultivators were mostly stubborn and unruly people. Among them, greater attention was paid on the weak being prey and the strong feasting. Want to let them submit? You must take out true strength. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Chu S H I plus is it? I've memorized it." As he said, Yi Yuan's figure moved, Vanis, H I plussing before Chu S H I plus. Those martial artists below all exchanged glances. There was actually an body who saw clearly how Yi Yuan left. Seeing this scene, Chu S H I plus S expression darkened. He said to the martial artist beside him, "I say, do you guys think that this boy really went outside the city to pluck heads?" "Hoo-hoo, how is that possible?" This brat's movement technique is just a bit more powerful. Just that bit of strength of his. How is that possible? That martial artist replied. His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's figure already appeared on the stage once again. And in his hands he was currently grabbing a fierce-scale world martial artist. But when everyone looked over, their expressions changed. Chapter 603. Distributing Medicinal Pills. Chapter 603. Distributing Medicinal Pills at 5th level Soul C? My eyes aren't seeing things, right? Less than 100 breaths of time altogether, he actually went down to catch a 5th level Soul C fierce scale world martial artist. This isn't a prop prepared in advance, right? Is that person really a fierce scale world martial artist? At first glance, when those martial artists saw this scene, it was in disbelief. A C transformation realm, capturing a 5th level Soul C back in such a short time. This was simply a joke. But they abruptly came to realize the truth about one thing. The transmission arrays in the city were already totally destroyed. Outside had the fierce-scale world's great army surrounding. How did Yi Yuan come in? Inside the city was basically in the state of being sealed off. These martial artists simply did not know the commotion that happened outside the city a few days back. Only at this time did Su Hu voice out, "You all are probably still unaware. Several days ago, Mr. Yi killed in all the way from outside. You all know the fierce-scale World Great Army's main commander, right? Mr. Yi fought a great battle with him outside the city, ending in a draw. With this, below immediately burst into an uproar. Killing all the way in? How is that possible? Could it be that this youth brought a large army over? But where's the large army? I heard before that fierce-scale world main commander is hailed as invincible under divine traversing realm. This C transformation realm youth can actually fight to a draw with him? I still don't believe it. This is too fake. That fierce-scale world commander only had his essence energy, sealed currently, and was not dead. Yi Yuan's palm force lightly spat. He was killed immediately. Looks like everybody still has doubts about my strength. Chu S, H.I. plus, you get ready. I'm coming. Yi Yuan said coolly. In the crowd, when Chu S, H.I. plus heard these words, his entire body tensed up and his hair stood on its ends. Actually, he already believed 70% of it. It was just that he never thought that Yi Yuan would actually really make an example out of him. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu S, H.I. plus used his strongest attack. Yet, right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly vanished in front of him. You're already dead. Yi Yuan's voice sounded out behind Chu S, H.I. plus. Chu S, H.I. plus was taken aback with fright by Yi Yuan and turned backward, moving back several steps in a row. He saw that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a grin on his head and did not have the intention of making a move. The originally clamoring practice field quietened down at this time. The impact that Yi Yuan's strength brought to them was too strong. Chu S, H.I. plus. S forehead was matted in cold sweat. He finally could not endure Yi Yuan's powerful aura and gave a bow and said, Mr. Yi, please forgive Chu S, H.I. plus S offense earlier. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, no worries. I'm young. My cultivation realm is low. You guys looking down on me is normal too. But the reason why I captured this fierce-scale world martial artist, apart from proving to you all that I have this capability to bring you guys out, is to tell you that the fierce-scale world martial artists are not undefeatable. As he spoke, Yi Yuan leaped and went on the stage. Mr. Yi, your strength is formidable. You're naturally not afraid of the fierce-scale world martial artists. But we have all seen the fierce-scale world martial artists. They are simply utter lunatics. We're really not a match. Yeah, I've seen before from far away. The fierce-scale world martial artists killed anyone they saw. Simply a bunch of butchers. Their strength is really very strong. At the same realm, we're not their match at all. These people were all clearly frightened by the fierce Gale World martial artists. Going out like this, they did not need to fight at all and would directly crumble. So, you all hide in Crimson Light City, planning to be cowards for all your lives? Although you all are willing to be cowards, will the fierce Gale World let you be? You guys don't really think that the fierce Gale World won't send out divine traversing realm experts forever, right? You are waiting for the Alliance to send a large army to save you guys constantly. But do you all know that the Alliance is also in an absolutely inferior position right now? You guys are all martial artists. You should know the rule of the martial artist world. There is no savior in this world that can save you guys, only yourselves. Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Everybody kept quiet. Yi Yuan's words undoubtedly shattered their hopes completely. Yi Yuan's meaning was very clear. The Alliance was unable to even fend for itself right now. It was simply impossible to send a large army over to support. Want to survive, they could only go and fight themselves. However, the fierce Gale World martial artists were so powerful. Their numbers had an absolute advantage too. How could they possibly break out of the encirclement? At this time, Yi Yuan took out a storage ring and showed it in front of everyone. In this storage ring, there are tens of thousands of Tier 3 and Quasi-Tier 4 medicinal pills. Now, each one of you gets one medicinal pill. These medicinal pills will help you all increase your strength greatly within a short period of time. Qin Yan, distribute the medicinal pills. Yi Yuan threw the storage ring to Qin Yan. Qin Yan received the order and went. These medicinal pills were refined by Yi Yuan along the way. His current strength was already able to barely mobilize the square cauldron. Along the way, the vast majority of Yi Yuan's time was all on refining medicinal pills. Among these medicinal pills had sea-expanding pills, sea-gathering pills, so on and so forth. Yi Yuan already instructed Qin Yan to distribute the medicinal pills according to the martial artist's realm, letting them increase their cultivation realms to the greatest degree from there. Yi Yuan had done this thing when he was at the Tranquil Cloud sect, but his current strength was much more powerful compared to that time. 10 days' time refining tens of thousands of medicinal pills was nothing difficult. Of course, this was also borrowing the power of the profound artifact, Square Cauldron. Medicinal pill? This is the straw that Mr. Yi gave us to clutch at? What can one medicinal pill do? Yeah, a medicinal pill can at most increase a little bit of cultivation. It's simply no use to the matter. Normally, I'd definitely be overflowing with grat. 1, 2 towards Mr. Yi. But now, what freaking use does one medicinal pill have? Those martial artists were all clearly unaware of how formidable the sea-expanding pill and sea-gathering pill was. Regarding Yi Yuan's taken-for-granted action, they were very disapproving. Yi Yuan did not explain either. He quietly waited for Qin Yan to distribute the medicinal pills. According to Yi Yuan's instructions, the first to get the medicinal pills were those 9th-level crystal formation martial artists. After they got the medicinal pill, they directly swallowed it. Before long, a series of essence energy storms howled in the practicing field. Those initially disdainful martial artists were finally visibly moved. Ha ha ha. I've already been stuck at peak crystal formation realm for many years. To think that I actually have a day where I break through to the sea transformation realm. I'm going to break through too. This old man thought that it's hopeless for the rest of my life. Didn't expect that it can actually shatter the core and form the sea. This medicinal pills is too miraculous. Turns out that shattering the core and forming the sea is actually so easy. Those martial artists who obtained the sea-expanding pill were all excited beyond words, shouting crazily. Among these people, there were many martial artists who were stuck at peak crystal formation realm for many years. Their potential had already been exhausted, and there was simply no hopes of breaking through. But the medicinal pill that Yi Yuan refined could naturally transform something rotten into something magical. Helping them break through a puny little sea transformation realm was still not an issue. When those martial artists who had yet to get the medicinal pills saw the scene, they could not help exchanging glances. The expression on their faces changed from the initial disdain to looks of antic. 1. Piation. Chapter 604. Special Training. Chapter 604. Special Training. Lord Shangguan. What in the world happened over at Crimson Light City? The nearby essence energies are gathering over there unceasingly. Seems like there is somebody breaking through cultivation realm, but such a colossal essence energy undulation. It's probably impossible for a divine traversing realm powerhouse's breakthrough, right? The abnormal activity in the city alarmed the fierce Gale World Central Armies, main tent very quickly, and a subordinate just reported that Yi Yuan suddenly flew out of the city just now and directly captured a 5th level Soul Sea commander. This made Shangguan Lingyun's brows furrow even more. This sort of situation should be a lot of people breaking through at the same time, although I don't know why I think it shouldn't be unrelated to Yi Yuan. Shangguan Lingyun said with a grave look, "What? Such a civ commotion, there are probably hundreds or thousands of people breaking through. What capabilities does he have to actually let so many people broke through at the same time?" Deng Sheng exclaimed in shock. You are only aware of one aspect, but ignorant of others. Not only is Yi Yuan's martial path extremely strong, but his alchemy abilities are also unparalleled. He is Sovereign Star Abyss's accomplished disciple. Furthermore, looking from all kinds of signs, Yi Yuan's alchemy level is probably even above Sovereign Star Abyss's eldest disciple, SHI plus Howren. Shangguan Lingyun said, "How is that possible? SHI plus Howren is an alchemy king expert." Deng Sheng said in amazement, "Hoo-hoo, Yi Yuan is just sea transformation realm, and even you aren't his match. What's strange about him, Serpa? Sing alchemy kings in alchemy?" Shangguan Lingyun seemed to already be unfazed by the unusual regarding Yi Yuan's monstrousness. Deng Sheng was stunned and wanted to find some words to refute, but he could not find any reasonable tell after thinking for a long time too. Clearly, this sort of explanation did not make sense, but just why could he not find a reason to rebut? Shangguan Lingyun's aura suddenly became fierce and sharp as he said coldly, "Yi Yuan's growth is too quick. If this continues, he will surely be our fierce Gale world's mortal malady. Looks like the war has no choice but to escalate now. When will Lord Yunrong reach?" Deng Sheng's expression was slightly apprehensive, immediately understanding Shangguan Lingyun's meaning. Once divine, traversing realm powerhouses got involved, the war would be much more miserable. The preparation over there is already almost done. Lord Yunrong will reach the latest half a month later, Deng Sheng said, but Shangguan Lingyun frowned slightly and said, "You go and send a message to Lord Yunrong again. Make him be sure to reach within 10 days. Besieging Crimson Light City was originally a guaranteed success. The only variable now is Yi Yuan." Deng Sheng's expression changed, and he bowed and said, "I obey your command." There were people breaking through nonstop in the practicing field. Very soon, the place was overcrowded. Those who had yet to consume the medicinal pills could only withdraw to one side and quietly await the others to break through. Martial artists require a certain area when breaking through. Who knew what would happen if they broke through together? Very soon, a large batch of sea transformation realm experts was born from these martial artists. And those sea transformation realm martial artists also had a large batch that broke through their original levels. All in all, these martial artists' strength collectively went up a level. Chu SHI plus rubbed his hands and came before Yi Yuan, looking like a girl being bashful as he said that, "Mr. Yi, Although old Chu, I offend you earlier, I've also turned over a new leaf now. Can I? Looking at those sea transformation realm experts, crystal formation realm experts broke through one after another. Chu S. H. I. Plus was very envious. It was just that earlier, these Soul Sea realm martial artists shouted the most ferociously. Chu S. H. I. Plus thought that Yi Yuan was deliberately making things difficult for them, so he did not take out medicinal pills. Yi Yuan gave him a look and said smilingly, "Can't." Chu S.H. I. Plus S expression changed, and he was just about to speak, but heard Yi Yuan continue. "Because I'm unable to refine tier for medicinal pills right now. Sorry." Chu S.H. I. Plus could not help being stunned as he said, "You're saying that these medicinal pills were all refined by you alone? Otherwise, what do you think?" Yi Yuan replied with a question. Chu S.H. I. Plus S eyes became round BALLS. He looked at Yi Yuan as he said speechlessly, "There are tens of thousands of medicinal pills. Even for a powerful alchemist, to refine all of it would probably need around a year's time as well, right? Could it be that you already predicted today's situation 1 year ago?" Ordinary alchemists' exhaustion when refining pills were tremendous. To be able to refine dozens to 100 pills a day was already incredible. But Yi Yuan could refine medicinal pills in large quant. 1. Ties by borrowing the square cauldron. The efficiency was 10 times, even 100 times of ordinary alchemists. So the way Chu S.H. I. Plus saw this, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to refine so many medicinal pills within a few days. Furthermore, these medicinal pills were not average with one look. It needed even more time to polish. Then there was only one explanation. Yi Yuan was a prophet. That was why he started preparing these medicinal pills a year ago. Yi Yuan just smiled and could not be bothered to explain either. If he explained, they might not believe either. Except his disdain in Chu S.H. I. Plus S perspective became all the more unfathomable. The process of martial artists breaking through lasted for around an entire day's time. Virtually everybody all rose a level. The impact of this change on people's senses was immense. These 2 days, Su, who was completely astounded by this mystery, who popped out from who knows where, he finally knew why the Alliance sent such a youth over to A.S. Sist Crimson Light City. These medicinal pills that Yi Yuan brought over were virtually equivalent to bringing a powerful martial artist great army here. This sort of transformation was not just in terms of strength, but it was more on confidence. Originally, these martial artists' fear towards the fear-scale world was already deep to the marrow. But now, in pace with the breakthroughs in cultivation realms, their self-confidence picked up anew. Yi Yuan swept a glance over the martial artists on the practicing field and said coolly, "Now, do you all have confidence in having a battle with the fear-scale world great army outside?" "Yes. Of course we have. Screw them to death. Take revenge for those dead companions." When people's confidence swelled up sometimes, they would not know which direction it was, especially those martial artists who broke through to the sea transformation realm. They all felt that they were almost becoming an invincible state. Of course, if one person broke through, it was absolutely incapable of giving them such great confidence. But several tens of thousands of people breaking through at once would let this sort of confidence swell to a terrifying extent. Yi Yuan raised his hand to motion to everyone to be quiet. The people below instantly quietened down. Martial power deterrence, plus gifting medicinal pills. Yi Yuan had already become these people's spiritual leader unknowingly. Yi Yuan swept a glance over the audience below the stage and said in a cold voice, "With your current states, wanting to battle the great army outside is still a long way off. Therefore, in order to let your combat strength become even stronger, I've specially set up a grand array. Now, enjoy this grand array's special training to your heart's content." Yi Yuan suddenly brought out the profound water flag. A colossal light veil enveloped the entire practicing field. And what happened? Where are the others? Chu S. H.I. plus frowned and said, there were only 2 Soul C realm martial artists left by his side. The other people on the practicing field vanished instantly as if the 3 of them were isolated the others. Ouch! Who hit me? Chu S. H.I. plus was kicked brutally by somebody from behind. Chapter 605. Leave your back to us. Chapter 605. Leave your back to us very soon. Wails sounded out everywhere in the Grand Array. This was the Tier 4 Grand Array that Yi Yuan relied on the power of the profound water flag and spent 3 days' time to set up. The Azura Tripar information! Hearing wailing sounds coming out from the array formation every now and then. The flesh on Su, whose face convulsed. Mr. Yi, this. Something bad won't happen, right? Yi Yuan said with a smile. The biggest problem with our endless world's martial artists is that they are too undisciplined and carefree and are totally incapable of joining forces. The greatest use of this array formation is to train their teamwork ability, wanting to let them comprehend all sorts of grand arrays within a short time. That is impossible. Furthermore, with their temperament, it's also not possible to accomplish that. The function of this Azura Tripar formation is to let them form into a unit for every 3 people, forming exceptionally powerful combat strength within a small radius. As long as they can complete the training, their combat power will have a qualitative increase. Su, whose gaze could not help looking over towards the Grand Array, only to see those martial artists in a disorderly mess. Where was there any consciousness of teamwork? In the Grand Array, they were all fighting their own battles and were beaten by their opponents until they did not have the slightest bit of strength to retaliate. Seeing this sort of situation, Su, who could not help shaking his head. What Mr. Yi said is correct. The reason why the fierce-scale world martial artists are powerful is that they are of one heart and mind. While the martial artists on our side, each time they encounter a large-scale battle, they would basically throw away their helmets and armor instantly. It's just that I fear that time is too short. They simply can't complete this training. Suhu said, relax. Human potential is limitless. According to the intensity of the training I designed for them, these people will comprehend out some things eventually. But just as you said, our time isn't much. At most 10 days, we must break out of the encirclement. Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan also did not expect that the one leading the fierce-scale world great army this time was actually Shangguan Lingyun, this person. His contact with Shangguan Lingyun was not much, but he specially found Xiao Ruyan to understand this person before. Compared to Zhao Qinggan, this Shangguan Lingyun was more level-headed and intelligent, very hard to deal with. Furthermore, looking at the situation of both parties probing that day, this person's strength was likely not beneath his own. If really matched up, the outcome was really hard to say. All right, time is pressing. I have to make the best use of time to cultivate as well, to strive to break through to the 9th level C transformation within 10 days. Yi Yuan said. Su, who could not help choking up when he heard that. Breaking through to 9th level C transformation within 10 days. Such words. Only this one in front of him dared to say so, right? Thinking back, when he broke through from the 8th level C transformation to 9th level C transformation, he used a full 5 years. Ouch. Kicked my BU. TT again. F asterisk King H. ELL. Your father will fight it out with you. Old Zhu, don't be a hindrance. Scram to one side for me. If you continue to give trouble, I'll beat you together. Also you, old Qian, grow some eyes. That sword of yours earlier almost cut me. If there's a next time, you're dead for sure. In the Grand Array, Chu S. H. I. Plus was like a mad dog. Whoever he caught, he would have a go crazily. Trapped in the Grand Array together with him. One was called Zhu Changji, the other was called Qian Si. They happened to know each other beforehand. Actually, Zhu Changji and Qian Si's strength were evenly matched with Chu S. H. I+. He was also just getting an upper hand verbally. If they really had internal strife, the one getting beaten could only be him. Most importantly, those martial artists materialized by the Grand Array already kicked his T quite a few times. Each time, they kicked him until he face-planted, cutting a sorry figure. Chu S. H. I. plus S temper was not good to begin with. At this time, he was even more pent-up with anger. Old Chu, don't be foul-mouthed. Although these people are formed by the Grand Array, each of their strength is very formidable. We're simply not their match. If this continues, we'll be played to death. Zhu Changji said, Bah, just an array formation that Brat set up wants to play your father to death? Your father doesn't believe this S. H. I. plus T. Those few people are also roughly the same as our strength. It's just that their numbers are a little more than us. I don't believe that I can't bring them down. Chu S. H. I. plus refused to give in. Very clearly, he was very displeased with this Grand Array Yuan set up. Of course, what he was most displeased with was that these illusionary martial artists kept on chasing his TT, and kicking. Too humiliating. On the first day, Chu S. H. I. plus was the same as everyone trapped within the array formation, being kicked leg after leg by those illusionary martial artists. Life was very miserable. But this Grand Array could not keep operating all the way. Whenever their essence energy were roughly depleted, those martial artists would automatically disappear for some time. After waiting for their essence energy to recover to a certain extent, those martial artists would automatically appear again. The second day Pa S. said very quickly, the martial artists in the array formations were still exhausted from dealing with it and could not find a way to defeat those illusionary martial artists at all. But they discovered one thing. The attacks of those martial artists on the second day were much more ferocious compared to the first day. Many martial artists all suffered differing degrees of injuries. The third day, Lu Hong's voice suddenly transmitted into the Grand Array, saying, Brother Yi said that the power of the Grand Array will get stronger day by day. If you guys are still fighting by your own separate battles today, there will be deaths. Finished talking. The voice cut off abruptly. Everybody all shuddered. There will be deaths. These 4 words were like a heavy hammer SMAs. H. I. plussing onto their chest, making them feel out of breath. Chu S. H. I. plus S expression was very ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, I feel like that boy isn't scaring us. If we continue like this, there might really be people dying. Zhu Changji and Qian Si both felt that way strongly too, and nodded their heads. Old Zhu, old Qin. This person, hate to work together with others the most. But at this time it's not up to us either. Chu S. Hi plus said, you think that your father is willing to cooperate with trash like you? But for the sake of living, we might have to cooperate for once, Zhu Changji said. I have no objections. Qian Si's character was clearly very unsociable and was also unwilling to cooperate with others. Indeed, when the Grand Array activated, everyone's pressure increased suddenly. Those illusionary martial artists' offensive power suddenly rose a level. Even though there was Lu Hong's warning, to really want to achieve good teamwork, how could it be that easy? Old Zhu, careful behind. Old Qian, flank. F***CK. You guys revealed my back to the outside. Chu S. H. I. plus suddenly flew out with a miserable cry. Be careful. Qian Si flew with his sword, resolving that illusionary martial artist's lethal blow. Chu S. H. I. plus sweated profusely, struggling up with a grunt to continue fighting. Old Qian, I owe you a favor. Chu S. H. I. plus yelled, You die, we won't survive either. Qian Si was precise and to the point. These illusionary martial artists' cooperation is too exquisite. This is not the way to go on. Our teamwork must be stronger than theirs to be able to beat them. Chu S. H. I. plus said, Looks like you aren't too dumb. Finally made out some trick to it. Zhu Changji, don't believe that the three of us living people can't even compare to a couple of illusionary martial artists. Old Qian, starting from now, my back will be left to you guys. Zhu Changji said. Chapter 606, Chu S.H.I plus Trio. Chapter 606, Chu S.H.I plus Trio. Yi Yuan was not joking with them. On the third day, the casualties neared 3,000 people. This number was rather high. And this figure, Lu Hong did not hide it either, telling everybody through the Grand Array. The array formation already ceased operating at this time. Chu S.H.I plus 3 people's expressions were never before solemn. According to what that brat says, the difficulty of the 4th day will be greater than today. Barring no accidents, tomorrow's casualties will probably be even higher. Chu S.H.I plus said gravely. Zhu Changji said in agreement. That's inevitable. This boy is truly detestable. We haven't died at the hands of the fierce-scale world martial artists yet, but are actually going to die in his hands first. If I can go out of this Grand Array, I'll definitely put him on the spot. Chu S.H.I plus said with a cold smile, keep bragging, you. That boy can set up such a formidable Tier 4 Grand Array with C transformation realm cultivation. Can you be his match? Could it be that you forgot how that commander died? When Zhu Changji heard that, he could not help shuddering. Even if they did not borrow the power of the Grand Array, they could not possibly be Yi Yuan's match either. That fierce-scale world commander simply did not have leeway to resist at all in Yi Yuan's hands. Their strength was at best the same as that commander too. If they really fought, they were probably still not that commander's match. What the outcome of challenging Yi Yuan was, there was already no need to say. There are so many of us. I don't believe that he dares to kill off all of us. Zhu Changji said, threatening in manner, but inwardly shaky. Chu S.H.I plus rolled his eyes and was disinclined to bother with this fellow. And right then, the Qian Si, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly opened his mouth. Could it be that you guys didn't notice that our 3 people's combat power as a whole has been gradually increasing? Chu S.H.I plus and Zhu Changji exchanged a glance and could not help being startled inwardly. It really seemed to be like this. 2 days ago, they each fought their own battles separately and were basically all brutally wrecked by the illusionary martial artists. There was simply no leeway to retaliate. All the way until this morning, they would still be completely walloped. But later, after they put down their so-called dignity and joined hands to face the enemy, they seemed to have gradually adapted to battles like this. Even though they were still brutally pummeled constantly, when it reached night time, they had already gradually regained some of the declining trends. This undoubtedly indicated that Chu S.H.I plus the 3 of their combat power was gradually rising. This discovery gave the 3 of them a big surprise. Turns out that that boy set up this Grand Array for the sake of increasing our teamwork ability. Chu S.H.I plus was suddenly enlightened. Our strength did not increase much, but the 3 of us teaming up, the overall strength rose considerably. Zhu Changji said, continue tomorrow. Qian Si said it simply. Very soon, the 4th day's training had begun. The difficulty of the 4th day clearly had an increase compared to the first 3 days. However, Chu S.H.I plus Trio had already gradually touched upon some knack to it. Without any doubt, the adaptive ability of humans was very powerful. Those illusionary martial artists' teamwork was quite ingenious. Chu S.H.I plus, the 3 of them, learned many things from that teamwork in countless times of battle. Such high-intensity battles, they had already gradually turned these things they learned into their ability. Just as they said, once the 3 of them found the feeling of this sort of cooperation, their changes compared to those illusionary martial artists were much more. Reaching nightfall, These three people actually already gradually overpowered those illusionary martial artists. From day one until the opponents the three of them faced had always been five. From the brutal pummeling in the beginning until now, they had already gradually gained the upper hand. Old Chu! Old Qian! Zhu Changji roared loudly. Understood. Zhu Changji did not say what to do, but Chu S.H.I. plus understood the other party's intentions instantly. At this time, Zhu Changji tied down three illusionary martial artists alone and was already surrounded by perils. Chu S.H.I. plus and Qian Si seemed to know what the other party was thinking. Sweeping aside their opponents with a sword and directly headed for the center person Zhu Changji was battling. Right at this time, Zhu Changji's attack also followed after and arrived. Under the three people's pincer attack, that illusionary martial artist was instantly penetrated through. Right then, those two illusionary martial artists that were pushed aside previously rushed here anew. Chu S.H.I. plus and Qian Si exchanged positions bizarrely, but left the empty S.P.A.C. for Zhu Changji. One of the illusionary martial artists was pierced through by Zhu Changji again. Just like this, the three of their cooperation became increasingly proficient and finished off all of the illusionary martial artists very quickly. The three people threw their swords aside and sat on the ground exhaustedly, really freaking tired. We killed all five illusionary martial artists. Can't go out yet? Chu S.H.I. plus said unhappily. Haha, really exciting. I truly didn't expect that turns out the three of us cooperating together will actually have such strength. Zhu Changji said rather excitedly. Chu S.H.I. plus rolled his eyes and could not help uttering his innermost feelings. Old Zhu, don't be mistaken. In this grand array, your father is only cooperating with you for the sake of living. After we leave, you take the open road, and I'll walk my single log bridge. TCH, who wants to work together with you? Zhu Changji said unhappily. If you guys want to die, you can tell him that after going out, Qian Si interjected untimely. When these words came out, Chu S.H.I. plus and Zhu Changji immediately became mute. Yi Yuan setting up this array formation was in order to train their teamwork ability. If they did not follow Yi Yuan's intentions after leaving, the outcome could be imagined. The fourth day's casualties were even higher than the third day's. It reached a horrifying 5,000 people, and Chu S.H.I. plus their team was the first group to finish killing the illusionary martial artists. Starting from the fifth day, Chu S.H.I. plus they all had an impulse to curse and swear. Because this training did not end at all, but added another two illusionary martial artists again. This way, the illusionary martial artists' count became 7 people. What the H-E-L-L? Is this boy messing with us? Dealing with 5 is already awful. How can 7 possibly be killed? Chu S.H.I. plus grumbled. Don't talk rubbish. He's playing with you. What can you do? Zhu Changji said, I'm unhappy in my heart and venting a little. Can't I? Be careful. The increase in illusionary martial artists' count brought Chu S.H.I. plus trio considerable trouble. But right now, Chu S.H.I. plus trio's strength was already no longer what it was before. Although they were straining, the 3 people made it through the 5th day by relying on incomparably ingenious cooperation. When it reached the 6th day's noon, Chu S.H.I. plus trio finally killed the 7 illusionary martial artists and succeeded in clearing the round once more. But it still did not end. After resting for several hours, 9 illusionary martial artists appeared, except that this time Chu S.H.I. plus trio finished off these 9 illusionary martial artists that very day. When it reached the 7th day, Yi Yuan finally exited seclusion. When he appeared in everyone's sights once more, he was already peak 9th level C transformation. When he saw the Chu S.H.I. plus trio in the array formation, he could not help being surprised. These 3 people could actually deal with 11 illusionary martial artists already. Chapter 607, All the Way North. Chapter 607. All the way north, starting from the 5th day, a substantial decline in casualty rate suddenly appeared in the Grand Array. When it reached the 10th day, the martial artists' casualty count was merely just several hundred people, which was also to say that the vast majority of the people already adapted to this sort of battles. But to most people, they could only clear the earlier hurdles. 3 people facing 5 should not be too much of a problem. For a small number of elites like Chu S, H, I, plus trio, their improvement was very evident. When it reached the 10th day, Chu S, H, I, plus trio could already deal with 19 illusionary martial artists and not be defeated. This sort of improvement speed made Yi Yuan quite surprised too. On the 10th day, Yi Yuan finally removed the Grand Array. Each and every one of those martial artists felt like being relieved of a heavy burden, all having a feeling of seeing the light of day once more. This 10 days' time was simply even more arduous than 10 years. The majority of them were all itinerant cultivators. When had they experienced such perverse training before? 10 days' time, the martial artists lost near 10,000 people. But coming out of the Azura, Tripiar, Ing formation, these martial artists' aura underwent an earth-shaking change. Yi Yuan's gaze looked at everyone glitteringly and said coldly, I know that many among you people all feel that I'm very cruel, but when we break out of the encirclement, you'll know how merciful I am. I don't wish to say superfluous words. The breakout operation officially begins today at 11 a.m. At that time, you'll feel just how worthwhile this training was. Now, you all have a rest on the spot and recover essence energy. Kill. Earth-shaking war. Cries suddenly sounded. Tens of thousands of martial artists poured out from Crimson Light City's northern gate. However, the fierce Gale World Great Army was not as disorderly as imagined. They actually carried out defense in an orderly manner. Not good. We've fallen into the fierce Gale World Great Army's encirclement. They've long been prepared. We're screwed now. CK Isn't this delivering the sheep to the tiger's maws? We were all tricked by that brat. Under Yi Yuan's order, the martial artists in Crimson Light City all thought that they could catch the fierce Gale World Great Army unprepared. Who could have thought that the fierce Gale World Great Army seemed to have been long prepared and surrounded these tens of thousands of people very quickly? This sort of situation exceeded these martial artists' expectations too much. They all felt that they were duped by Yi Yuan this brat and started cursing one by one. Very soon, both sides' great army fought in close quarters. The fierce Gale World martial artists took the initiative very quickly. Their combat strength was very strong. Adding in the advantage in numbers, it made the Endless World martial artists feel despair very quickly. In the Central Army's main tent, Deng Sheng said with a loud laugh, Lord Shangguan is brilliant and knew that they will surely break out of the encirclement these 2 days. With this, Crimson Light Cities, these cowards finally can't avoid our blades. Shangguan Lingyun said smilingly, with Yi Yuan's intelligence, he absolutely would not resign himself to death in the city. Lord Yunrong will reach here, latest by these 2 days. If they didn't break out, they wouldn't have the chance anymore. With our strength, as long as these people exit the city, it will be equivalent to being fish on the chopping board. All free for us to slice up. Yi Yuan, the brat, thinks himself to be smart. In the end, isn't he still Lord Shangguan's vanquished opponent? Deng Sheng said with a wave of delight. Hoo, don't be happy so early. Yi Yuan's strength is very formidable. In our great army, probably only I can deal with him. The other martial artists will be left to you. Once Yi Yuan takes action, I'll intercept him. As long as Lord Yunrong arrives, he's dead for sure. Shangguan Lingyun said. Shangguan Lingyun did not have plans to clash head-on with Yi Yuan. What he wanted to do was to delay the time and wait for Shangguan Yunrong to reach. Although inside the array formation, these endless world martial artists had already gone through high-intensity training, when truly facing the fierce-scale world martial artists, each of their hearts still pounded. After all, people were different from illusionary martial artists. Humans had their own thoughts and feelings and were totally different from training. Very soon, the fierce-scale world great army occupied the absolute initiative, cutting up the endless world martial artists into a disorderly mess. Haha, you fools! You actually walked into a trap. Just your bit of strength is only fit to be cowards. Go and die with your minds at ease. Wanna blame? Then blame that brat called Yi Yuan. It was him who pushed you guys into the fire pit. The fierce-scale world martial artists occupied the absolute initiative. Their strength was very formidable. Under the confusion, the endless world martial artists were in complete disarray very soon. However, the Grand Array's training still had some effect after all. Through 10 days of high-intensity training, these people already produced a feeling called fetters towards each other. No matter how ferocious the fierce-scale world martial artist attacks were, 3 people's small groups still maintained from start to end. Even elites like the Chu S, H, I plus trio were also helter-skelter in the beginning. But after experiencing the initial most flurry, Chu S, H, I plus finally recovered to his senses. Old Ju, old Qian, are you all dreaming? Did you guys forget how we trained in the Grand Array? Chu S, H, I plus roared. Old Chu, you shut your mouth for your father. What your father does, do I still need you to teach? Zhu Changji said, so much C-R-A-P. Kill. Qian C was concise and to the point. Chu S, H, I plus, the 3 of them, their performances in the Grand Array training were the most outstanding. This trio strength was actually very terrifying already. When the 3 of them became serious, they discovered very quickly that the surrounding fierce-scale world martial artists became unable to withstand a single hit. Through 10 days of training, the 3 of them already did not need words to communicate at all. Even in the night, they could also feel their partners intent through each other's aura. Kill. Chu S, H, I plus gave a roar and directly cleaved the 2 middle-stage Soul C experts by his side. All of a sudden, Chu S, H, I plus trio discovered that those originally incomparably powerful fierce-scale world martial artists became unbelievably fragile at this time. Chu S, H, I plus trio took the lead, charging over like cutting melons and cabbages along the way. And their actions also let the other teams produce a resonance. Just like this, Chu S, H, I plus trio was like sparks of fire, instantly lighting up the entire battlefield. Endless World sighed. Every 3 people formed a small team. Their combat strength suddenly skyrocketed. Ha ha ha. Your father still thought how powerful you trash were. Turns out that you collapse at the first blow, like so. Chu S, H, I plus laughed wildly. Zhu Changji chopped a Soul C realm expert and said liberatingly, F asterisk King H, L, your father has been oppressed for so long and can finally kill to my heart's content. U-B, A, S, T, A, R, DS killed how many of our companions? Today, I'm going to take revenge for them. Qian Si was silent without words, but his hands were not slow in the slightest, directly cleaving 2 Soul C realm martial artists. Brothers, kill. Mr. Yi said, all the way north. Don't turn back. We'll kill all the way over. Chu S, H, I plus mustered up essence energy, his voice resounding throughout the entire battlefield. The originally densely packed encirclement forcefully had a maw. S of opening hewed out. Chapter 608. Floating Light Blood Shadow Array. Chapter 608. floating light blood shadow array at this time. The inside of the fierce Gale World Central Army's main tent was shrouded by a ball of blood-red light. Shangguan Lingyun looked at the small flask suspending quietly. A hint of a strange smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Kill then, kill. The more freely you all kill, the faster my cultivation improves. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Lingyun's face had a crazed look. How was there any hint of the calm bearing previously? In the Central Army's main tent, array formations revolved around. Sieve amounts of sanguine aura were sucked over frenziedly by the Grand Array and poured into the small flask. In the Grand Array, Shangguan Lingyun greedily absorbed the sanguine qi spilling outside. His cultivation was increasing with speed visible to the naked eye. Ha ha ha. This blood carnage demonic art is indeed formidable. Continue cultivating at this speed at most 2 months, and I will be able to break through to the divine traversing realm. With this blood carnage demonic art, even ascending to the divine realm is close at hand. Shangguan Lingyun said with a wild laugh. Rumble. Shangguan Lingyun's aura skyrocketed abruptly and actually broke through the 8th level soul sea threshold directly under the colossal sanguine qi. Congratulations to Lord Shangguan for breaking through to the 8th level soul sea. At a corner of the main tent, Deng Xing said with an envious look. Shangguan Lingyun opened both eyes and recovered to that sort of calm look before. It was just that a hint of blood-red color was at the recesses of his eyes, but it made him appear somewhat surly. How's the battle situation outside? Shangguan Lingyun inquired. But Deng Sheng said with an embarrass. Said, look, not very good. What's wrong? Shangguan Lingyun said rather unhappily. The fierce Gale World Great Army's numbers were 10 times the number of martial artists in Crimson Light City. Logically speaking, the fighting should have already pretty much ended. But Deng Xing told him that it was not very good. This naturally made Deng Xing very displeased. Deng Sheng hurriedly said when he saw the situation, Lord Shangguan, please calm your anger. These Crimson Light City martial artists, I don't know why, but their combat strength suddenly soared greatly. Our great army simply can't gain any bit of advantage within a small radius, if not for our numbers being Civ, they would probably already have successfully broken out of the encirclement at this time. Shangguan Lingyun's brows furrowed slightly. He pondered for a while and said, seems like this is related to Yi Yuan. This fellow is really troublesome. This time we must finish him off, or else there will be no end of trouble for the future. When will Lord Yunrong reach? Looking at the news given from there, Lord Yunrong can make it latest by today. Deng Xing said. Shangguan Lingyun nodded and said, I'll go and tie down Yi Yuan. As long as Lord Yunrong arrives, there will naturally be him to take care of Yi Yuan. Deng Sheng said in surprise, Lord Shangguan already broke through to 8th level Soul Sea. Could it be that you still can't deal with that brat? Shangguan Lingyun shook his head and said, I cannot be certain. Yi Yuan's might virtually disregards the disparity of levels. I only broke through one minor boundary. To him, it's practically dispensable. Unless I can break through to the divine traversing realm, only then will there be sufficient assurance to kill him. Deng Sheng was taken aback with shock. A minor realm in the Soul Sea realm, but the disparity was still huge. The difficulty of leaping realms to battle was very great. Shangguan Lingyun broke through to the 8th level Soul Sea, and actually even said that he did not have certainty in being able to deal with Yi Yuan. Rumble. The two people were just speaking when a powerful attack arrived with a howl. Shangguan Lingyun's expression changed. Waving his hand, a blow struck back too. 2 powerful attacks collided, instantly shredding the Central Army's main tent into ribbons. The sanguine light in the big tent could no longer be hidden and was exposed. But Shangguan Lingyun had long vacated all the nearby personnel. The fierce Gale World Great Army was currently obstructing and intercepting the Crimson Light city martial artists right now. There would not be anybody paying attention to here either. A figure stood in the air. Who could it be but Yi Yuan? Seeing that blood-colored grand array, Yi Yuan's brows involuntarily knitted together. You all launched this war and would massacre all the residents of the city every time you reached a city. Turns out that it's actually for the sake of this floating light blood shadow array. Yi Yuan's words exuded thick, killing intent in them. This floating light blood shadow array was a very wicked grand array. It was an array formation specially for the sake of collecting and refining sanguine qi. And to absorb sanguine qi, it must be accompanied by S Saker. Yi Yuan did not expect that the fierce Gale world launching the war was actually for the sake of collecting sanguine qi. What on earth were they trying to do? Being unmasked by Yi Yuan, Shangguan Lingyun did not have the slightest hint of panic and said with a smile, "Never thought that you actually even know about floating light blood shadow array. You truly surprised me." Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Looks like you were making use of these sanguine qi to cultivate earlier. I was still thinking about how can you possibly break through a major boundary within a year. So it's this reason. Really didn't expect that a genius like you will also actually abandon yourself to vice." Shangguan Lingyun had just broken through not long ago. The sanguine qi on his body had yet to dissipate completely. Yi Yuan saw through that he was utilizing the sanguine qi to cultivate with one glance. Shangguan Lingyun suddenly gave a self-mocking laugh and said, "Genius? You using this term to evaluate others. Why does it sound very sarcastic, even when listening to it? In front of you, who dares to claim to be a genius? Ever since you wasted Zhao Qinggan, I knew that you were a great mountain that I have no way of sing in this life." Yi Yuan said with a cold sneer, "So you wallowed in degeneration and cultivated this sort of demonic path cultivation method? Do you know that even though demonic path cultivation methods advance quickly, likewise, the hidden dangers are also very great? So what? As long as I can defeat you and Zhao Qinggan, however much I have to pay, I'm willing to do so." Shangguan Lingyun said coldly. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said helplessly, "Looks like you're already hopeless. You guys actually did not scruple in launching a realm war in order to collect the sanguine qi and let your own people come to the endless world to send themselves to death. Just what is it for?" Shangguan Lingyun suddenly said with an evil smile, "If you want to know, you can go and ask the Wind Emperor, His Majesty, personally." Yi Yuan stared at Shangguan Lingyun for a long time before saying, "Looks like you're just a dog under Zhao Tianyin too. You don't know anything at all. Rest sure, I'll go and ask him personally." Shangguan Lingyun's air became cold as he said in a deep voice, "You're courting death." As he spoke, Shangguan Lingyun hurled a punch towards Yi Yuan. This punch carried extremely intense sanguine qi. Forget about ordinary martial artists receiving this punch. Just this sanguine qi was also plenty more than they could bear. But Yi Yuan refined the blood of a true dragon in the vast heaven peg. Oda, that was an extreme young and indomitable tyrannical bloodline under the sky. It restrained this sanguine qi the most. Although this attack was powerful, it did not pose much of a threat to Yi Yuan. A flame movement carnage rushed over, directly dissipating this fist intent. Flame movement true dragon carnage. Yi Yuan did not hesitate, directly returning a punch. Except that this punch was not targeting Shangguan Lingyun. It targeted that floating light blood shadow array. What surprised Yi Yuan was that Shangguan Lingyun did not have the intention of saving the array formation. He let Yi Yuan's flame movement true dragon carnage rumble over at his discretion. Yet at this time that gray-black small flash suddenly surged with a blood-colored glow. a blood dragon flew out of the small flask's opening and directly devoured Yi Yuan's flame movement true dragon carnage. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's expression darkened. Chapter 609, Dawn. Chapter 609, Dawn. It's useless. Once the floating light blood shadow array activates, it's impossible to stop without absorbing enough sanguine qi. With your strength, you simply can't crack this array formation, Shangguan Lingyun said. Looks like this floating light blood shadow array wasn't set up by you, but it is an array formation built into this small flask, Yuan suddenly said. You're too clever. Clever people tend to not live for long. It was the same as Shangguan Lingyun tacitly acknowledging Yi Yuan's statement. My fate is up to me, not up to heaven. It naturally is even less up to you, Yi Yuan said coolly. Arrogant. Heavenly Tao is the greatest. Even if you can reach deity realm, you're also unable to Serpa. The constraints of Heavenly Tao. Martial artists held Heavenly Tao in the greatest reverence. In front of Heavenly Tao, no matter how formidable the martial artists, they were also just ants. Even if Shangguan Lingyun were any more arrogant, he would not dare to comment recklessly about Heavenly Tao either. But Yi Yuan was someone who had already died once. He felt that this Heavenly Tao was unjust. If there were a chance in this lifetime, he would definitely Serpa. The constraints of Heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan was not angry. He said with a smile, What does a swallow know of the aims of a swan? Shangguan Lingyun's face darkened. Yi Yuan's words struck his sore spot. Even though he kept repeatedly saying that he was inferior to Yi Yuan, it did not mean that he really resigned himself to fate. Otherwise, he would not have cultivated this blood carnage demonic art either. Yi Yuan's appearance brought a tremendous impact on his life. All along, Shangguan Lingyun felt that he was the most talented. Even with Zhao Qinggan, Shangguan Lingyun could gain a slight edge over him too. But Yi Yuan's appearance thoroughly shattered his understanding. Back then, Yi Yuan beat Zhao Qinggan to such an extent with just a crystal formation realm cultivation. The impact that it brought to Shangguan Lingyun was seriously too intense. For a very long time after, Shangguan Lingyun lived in Yi Yuan's shadow, unable to extricate himself, all the way until Zhao Tianyin appeared in front of him. Hence, there was this scene today. In front of Yi Yuan, he was indeed only just an insignificant swallow, ignoring Yi Yuan's previous life's ident. 1. Yi Yuan's talent in this life had absolutely reached the divine realm's pinnacle standards, while Shangguan Lingyun was merely just a lower realm's top genius. That was all. Even if he was stronger, he was still just a tiny little swallow in front of Yi Yuan. Then I'll take a look and see if you, this swan, are really that powerful. Shangguan Lingyun gritted his teeth and said, Shaoyang, demonic palm. Shangguan Lingyun cried out. A large blood-red handprint smacked over towards Yi Yuan. Even though Yi Yuan's dragon blood had restraining effects towards this sort of demonic art, Shangguan Lingyun was a major boundary higher than him after all. For Yi Yuan to want to win with ease, it was naturally something impossible. The power of this large handprint was incredible, and it carried thick sanguine qi. It was very ferocious. Yi Yuan's expression fell slightly. Flame movement carnage instantly came out, directly dissipating that large handprint. Go to H-E-L-L. Shangguan Lingyun threw palm after palm, class. H-I, plussing 100 moves with Yi Yuan instantly. Both parties actually came out evenly. By the side, Deng Xing was dazed watching it. Only now did he know just how powerful Yi Yuan was. Battling Shangguan Lingyun with strength a major boundary lower, and not be at a disadvantageous position in the slightest. Such combat strength was too outrageous. Looking from both parties' battle, Yi Yuan did not seem like a sea transformation realm martial artist at all. He actually resembled a soul sea realm expert instead. Yi Yuan's moves were so daunting, but a situation where his essence energy dried up actually did not arise at all for him. This was simply something beyond comprehension. How could a sea transformation realm expert's essence, energy, possibly support such powerful martial techniques? Flame, movement, true dragon carnage. With a drawn-out fight, Yi Yuan planned on taking the initiative to gain the upper hand and was the first to use a certain kill technique. Different from the probing the last time, this time, Yi Yuan brought out true capabilities. He upgraded the dragon wave's amplitude to peak Earth rank level. This was already the limit that Yi Yuan could accomplish with this flame, movement, true dragon carnage technique. This move merged together with the scorching true intent and the power of Dragon Wave. Its might was even stronger than the myriad rain sword blades. Blood Moon Wheel. Shangguan Lingyun was not careless at all either, returning Yi Yuan's attack with his move. This move was identical on the surface as the previous time when both parties were feeling out. What was different was just that the pure white full moon became blood red in color. But this was clearly just the difference on the surface. The power of Blood Moon Wheel was much more powerful compared to Full Moon Slash. Shangguan Lingyun was worthy of being a genius martial artist. He integrated the sanguine power into his own martial technique, causing his own martial technique to become even more powerful. Rumble. The fire dragon and blood moon collided together intensely, causing an immense quake. Poo work. These two people attacked too suddenly. By the side, Deng Sheng was directly shocked, flying out by the attacks, this time completely unprepared. He directly spewed out a mouthful of blood in the air. The two people's battle was daunting to the max. Deng Sheng was a 9th level Soul Sea expert. In Cultivation Realm, he was even higher than Shangguan Lingyun. He actually could not even withstand the aftershocks of their battle. If this were a frontal battle, he would have already died until not even dregs were left long ago. After one attack, Yi Yuan and Shangguan Lingyun were each blasted flying out. This attack was actually neck and neck. Shangguan Lingyun put his palm behind him, his expression livid as he looked at Yi Yuan. The clash this time looked to be evenly matched, but actually he still lost by half a move. This palm of Yi Yuan's was very bizarre. It actually carried extremely intense vibration, shocking until his palm tingled. Shangguan Lingyun had intense unwillingness in his heart. He had already gotten such great improvement, and he was actually still not Yi Yuan's match. Could it be that there was no way of Serpa sing this fellow? Yi Yuan looked at Shangguan Lingyun and said coolly, "You're indeed very strong. You're even that tinge stronger than Zhao Qinggan. If you didn't walk an evil path, you would have a high chance of ascending to the divine realm. Repent, and salvation is at hand. You can still make it if you stop now. It's too late. Furthermore, I don't feel that there's anything wrong with me doing this. I don't need to you preach." Shangguan Lingyun said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Then there's no choice. Depraved heretics. Anybody has the right to punish them." As he said, Yi Yuan condensed essence energy and prepared to execute flame movement true dragon carnage once again. Chu S.H.I. plus trio was at the forefront, akin to a sharp blade thrust into the fierce Gale world's great army, sweeping away all resistance along the way. Although the surrounding fierce Gale world martial artists were a lot, none could last one exchange at the hands of the three of them, even though the others were not as strong as Chu S.H.I. plus trio through the Azura Tripe are. In formations training, their combat strength had a tremendous increase too. Unless they be you, imped into martial artists whose cultivation realms were much higher than theirs. Otherwise, they likewise smashed all resistance and advanced victoriously. Day was about to break. Over the course of hours of killing, Chu S.H.I. plus trio suddenly discovered that they could break out of the encirclement not far away ahead. This discovery made them unbelievably excited. They never would have thought that after that brat's training, their strength would actually be formidable to such an extent. Earlier, a 7th level Soul Sea martial artist was fighting with them. One careless move, and he was actually cleaved apart. This was what he dare not think at all in the past. Brothers, follow me and charge forward. We're about to succeed in breaking out right away. Chu S.H.I. Plus shouted at the top of his voice. Chapter 610. One man guarding the Pa S.S. Chapter 610. One man guarding the Pa S.S. Pierce, after Chu S.H.I. Plus stabbed a fierce-scale world martial artist in front of him, there was suddenly a stretch of brightness before his eyes. Chu S.H.I. Plus knew that he finally charged out of the encirclement. At this instant his heart was filled with a vicissitude of emotion. That instant when he was trapped in Crimson Light City, he thought about the Alliance sending a great army over to rescue, and also thought of being slaughtered by the fierce Gale World. But he did not even dare to think that he could rely on his own strength to carve out ABL. Oh, do I path? But now he really did it. Recalling that brat who was cussed countless times by him in the open and in secret, thick grat. 1. Tude was reverberating in his heart at this time. But this was not over yet. He did not have that much time to go and be overwhelmed by emotions. That was the privilege of a victor. And now, they were still very far away from victory. He had the strength to kill outside, but it did not mean that the others had the strength to slaughter out too. The fighting along the way, it was still unknown how many companions died. If according to Chu S.H.I. Plus S personality in the past, he would definitely run away without even turning his head back according to what Yi Yuan said. All the way north and absolutely do not turn back. But at this time, Chu S.H.I. Plus turned his head back at the behest of supernatural powers and asked Zhu Changji and Qian Si, "Brothers, still got strength?" From entering the Azura Tri-PR, in formation until now, it was but a short 10 days. Yet, this 10 days' time changed far too much. Although Chu S.H.I. Plus, Zhu Changji and Qian Si, the three people still bickered, their tacit understanding between each other did not even need eyes to communicate. Ha, elder brother, I haven't killed to my heart's fill yet. Zhu Changji snickered. Charge back. Qian Si said. Chu S.H.I. Plus chortled with laughter and yelled out, "Brothers who charged out, let's kill back in. Brothers who are still alive, we must bring them out without missing one. Yes. Let's kill back in." Indistinctly, Chu S.H.I. Plus trio had already become these martial artists' leaders. To be able to come out from the Azura Tri-PR, information, these remaining groups were all not weak. And Chu S.H.I. Plus trio was even the outstanding ones among these. Towards their three-people group, the others felt a greater sense of ident. 1. Tie and belongingness. Su, who was currently facing off against a 9th-level Soul Sea Commander. Seeing this scene, he could not help being surprised inwardly. In his impression, these itinerant cultivators were all self-centered, stubborn, and unruly people. Today, they actually did something like that. It seriously made people surprised. Su, whose notion was not that much. One able to escape was one. Chu S.H.I. Plus trio had clearly already charged out and actually still thought about returning to save the others. Such behavior was too incomprehensible. But no matter what, Chu S.H.I. Plus S actions still lessened the pressure on his shoulders considerably. Rumble. A flame movement true dragon carnage of Yi Yuan's rumbled over. But Shangguan Lingyun did not receive the move at all. The materialized colossal red dragon chased after Shangguan Lingyun and finally exhausted its essence energy, Vanis. H.I. Plussing into nothingness. Under the situation where both party strength were around the same, it was actually very hard to kill the other party. How could Yi Yuan not tell yet that Shangguan Lingyun was simply buying time? Why was he dragging the time? Yi Yuan did not need to guess at all. A divine traversing realm powerhouse was about to reach soon. Figuring out this link, Yi Yuan immediately ceased attacking and looked at Shangguan Lingyun with narrowed eyes. Why did you stop? This move of yours is very bizarre. It actually carries a violent vibration. With my current strength, I actually can't quite withstand it. Shangguan Lingyun said, Stop acting. Want to buy time, is it? Do you think that I'll give you the chance? Yi Yuan said coolly, So what if yes? Not giving me the chance? I admit that I'm not your match, but for you to want to kill me, it probably isn't something that easy as well, right? Yi Yuan did not speak. He fell silent. Shangguan Lingyun knew that Yi Yuan was pondering countermeasures. He folded his arms and looked at Yi Yuan quietly and was not in a rush either. Any scheme was too weak to stand in front of absolute strength. As long as he could drag until Shangguan Yunrong arrived. Yi Yuan was dead for sure. If the others ran, then they ran. They had no influence on the overall situation at all. But this time Yi Yuan must die. This was Shangguan Lingyun's opinion. Yi Yuan's potential was too terrifying. No need to wait until the future. He already became a terrifying opponent for the fierce-scale world now. Originally, the endless world martial artists trapped in the city were already bound for death. Who knew that Yi Yuan only came for 10 days and made these people's strength rise to a terrifying degree, forcefully carving out ABL, all ODY road. Yi Yuan's own might was already sufficiently terrifying. What was even scarier was that he could make all the endless world martial artists become powerful. Like this, the fierce-scale world's advantage would become non-existent. Such an opponent, they had to eradicate him at all costs. Suddenly, Yi Yuan raised his head slightly, his eyes emitting rays of brilliance. Shangguan Lingyun knew that Yi Yuan definitely had a plan already. Thought of a countermeasure? It's useless. I just have to cope with S.H.I. plus ding events by sticking to a fundamental policy. You can't run. Shangguan Lingyun said BRIMMING with confidence. Yi Yuan suddenly grinned and said, Is that so? I'll come and take care of you again later. As he said, Yi Yuan suddenly turned back and turned into a stream of light, charging into the battlefield. Myriad rain, sword blades. In the battlefield with thousands of soldiers and horses, this attack struck too unexpectedly. Those fierce-scale world martial artists were caught off guard and immediately sustained heavy casualties. In a blink of an eye, corpses filled the land. Yi Yuan was not a bloodthirsty person, but at this stage, he could only stop the killing with killing. Shangguan Lingyun followed, closely behind. But seeing this scene, his expression did not even change. This is the countermeasure that you came up with? Want to use this move to force me to give in, huh? You're overthinking it. What the floating light blood shadow array absorbs isn't just your endless world martial artist sanguine chi. It likewise absorbs our floating light blood shadow array martial artist sanguine chi too. The more you kill, the merrier the blood refining flask absorbs. Shangguan Lingyun said cold-bloodedly. Towards Shangguan Lingyun's words, it was as if Yi Yuan did not hear them. 1,000 flowing petals surged instantly and started to suffuse in the battlefield. The areas Yi Yuan Pa's said by those fierce-scale world martial artists all collapsed weakly one by one. When Shangguan Lingyun saw this scene, he was still unmoved. He just kept following not far away from Yi Yuan. Every place Yi Yuan went to, the Crimson Light City martial artists over there instantly obtained relief. This action of his was actually in order to let the other Crimson Light City martial artists break out of the encirclement as soon as possible. Before long, Yi Yuan actually imped into the Chu S.H.I. plus trio who killed their way back. When Chu S.H.I. plus saw Yi Yuan, he could not help being elated. Mr. Yi, you finally took action. Fortunately, old Chu, I didn't fail you and already slaughtered a path out. At this time, I'm back to deal a back thrust. TCH, making it seem like you did it alone. Zhu Changji said disdainfully. When Yi Yuan heard Chu S, H, I plus S words, he could not help being surprised too. His thinking was the same as Su Hu. He also thought that these people would flee for their lives selfishly. Who knew that such a big change actually happened to Chu S, H, I plus trio, dealing an unexpected blow? Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, "Almost there. You bring the others and leave. I'll cover your retreat." Chu S, H, I plus was long aware of Yi Yuan's strength, so he did not worry at all. He nodded his head and very quickly brought the others to break away from the encirclement and depart for the north. Those fierce-scale world martial artists were still going to chase, but Yi Yuan descended from the sky and blocked in front of them. "Those who cross this line shall be killed without mercy." Yi Yuan seethed with killing intent. Chapter 611. Divine Traversing Realm Appears. Chapter 611. Divine Traversing Realm Appears. Those martial artists were already crazed with killing. How could they care about Yi Yuan's warning? Flame movement, true dragon carnage. Yi Yuan punched out without hesitation, directly decimating a large throng. With this, those martial artists finally knew his power. They came to a standstill one by one, looking at Yi Yuan fearfully. Do you think that by using this sort of method, you can let them escape alive? I'll hold him down. You all carry on chasing them. Kill off all of them for me. Leave no one. Shangguan Lingyun issued the order. When those fierce-scale world martial artists heard Shangguan Lingyun's words, they were all stirring to take action. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Those who aren't afraid to die, feel free to chase." His voice was not loud, but it transmitted into everyone's ears clearly. Everyone unwittingly shuddered, and they involuntarily stopped their footsteps. Shangguan Lingyun's expression darkened. He directly grabbed a martial artist and pinched him to death and said in a solemn voice, "All didn't hear me? Chase after them for me. Could it be that you guys forgot the Wind Emperor, His Majesty's teachings?" Upon mentioning the Wind Emperor, those martial artists were like injected with stimulants one after another and became abnormally excited. They actually forgot fear and really charged over. Rumble. Yi Yuan punched again, decimating a large swarm once more. Yet this time his deterrence actually did not have any effect. Those martial artists still chased after crazily. But when those martial artists are chasing, they intentionally circled around Yi Yuan, as if he, this person, did not exist. Shangguan Lingyun looked at Yi Yuan in delight and said, "Saw that? This is the fierce-scale world martial artist's might. Even if I let you kill, how many can you kill?" Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed. Killing intent was revealed towards Shangguan Lingyun. Shangguan Lingyun naturally perceived Yi Yuan's killing intent, but he was not bothered. Although he examined himself and felt that he was not Yi Yuan's match, for Yi Yuan to want to kill him, it was not something that easy. "Hoo-hoo, want to kill me? Bring it on." Seeing Yi Yuan in an awkward position, Shangguan Lingyun was very satisfied in his heart too. Yi Yuan looked at Shangguan Lingyun and said coldly, "Do you really think that I can't kill you?" "Yi Yuan, I know that you're very formidable, but as long as I don't clash head-on with you, what basis do you have to kill me?" "Is that so? Then watch closely." Yi Yuan's starting stance was still the flame movement true dragon carnage. Shangguan Lingyun was already very familiar with this move. The flame movement true dragon carnage was indeed unbelievably powerful. But Shangguan Lingyun naturally would not be foolish enough to clash with Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan made his move, Shangguan Lingyun's movement technique was already swiftly displayed. All of a sudden, Shangguan Lingyun's expression changed drastically because his movement technique had just activated and that colossal red dragon was already right before his eyes. Shangguan Lingyun did not even see clearly how in the world Yi Yuan made his move. Instant cast martial technique. This thought just flashed past Shangguan Lingyun's mind, but he only had time to muster up all the essence energy in the body to guard his heart channels. Rumble. The Civ Red Dragon collided viciously onto Shangguan Lingyun's body. He took a flame movement true dragon carnage from Yi Yuan in all its glory. The power of the flame movement true dragon carnage did not need to be said. Even with Shangguan Lingyun's 8th level soul, protective essence energy, it totally could not guard against this move as well. PHHSSD. Fresh blood sprayed wildly from Shangguan Lingyun's mouth. His entire person was T flying out high up in the air. After those fierce Gale world martial artists who were currently chasing saw this scene, they all involuntarily came to a halt and was at a loss on what to do for a time. Their main commander was actually beaten to this state by Yi Yuan in one exchange. Lord Shangguan. At this time, Deng Sheng was the very first to react, directly flying up to catch Shangguan Lingyun. Lord Shangguan, are you all right? Deng Sheng hurriedly stuffed a medicinal pill into Shangguan Lingyun's mouth and revolved essence energy to help him refine the medicinal strength. Yi Yuan caught up at this time as well and did not prevent the scene with Deng Sheng. With the fierce Gale world's alchemy standards, how good a medicinal pill could be brought out. Yi Yuan slowly walked in front of Shangguan Lingyun. Everybody all held their breaths. Deng Sheng hurriedly stood in front of Yi Yuan, blocking his path, and said in a grave voice, "If you dare to kill Lord Shangguan, I'll fight it out with you." Fighting it out with me? You don't have this qualification. Yi Yuan continued walking forward as he spoke. Deng Sheng was taken in by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum and fell back repeatedly. Even Shangguan Lingyun was not Yi Yuan's match. How could he possibly be Yi Yuan's match? He did not see clearly how Yi Yuan made his move earlier at all. He only saw a red light flash, and Shangguan Lingyun was already struck by Yi Yuan. Instant cast martial technique. It was definitely an instant cast martial technique. This youth could actually get hold of an instant cast martial technique. It was simply impossible to guard against. Except Deng Sheng could not figure out, even if he scratched his scalp raw, how could such a powerful martial technique possibly achieve instant cast? The incomparably powerful Shangguan Lingyun in his eyes was actually finished off by Yi Yuan instantly. This move earlier, Yi Yuan finally employed the nameless essence energy in his body. Forget about Shangguan Lingyun not being prepared. Even if he had made ample preparations, it was also not possible to be Yi Yuan's match. After experiencing the addition of nameless essence energy, the power of the flame movement true dragon carnage was even greater. Adding an instant cast martial technique, Shangguan Lingyun's defeat was already an inevitable situation. Deng Sheng suddenly paused and halted his footsteps. Behind him was Shangguan Lingyun already. He could not retreat any more already. "Why, Yi Yuan, you kill me then? I beg you, let Lord Shangguan off." Deng Sheng suddenly begged. Yi Yuan did not speak. His essence energy was already in the midst of being mustered frenziedly. Shangguan Lingyun had to die. He was this great army's spirit. As long as he died, this great army was nothing to be feared. Only this way could give those Crimson Light City martial artists sufficient time to escape. Hence, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to let Shangguan Lingyun off. "Don't beg him. If you have the capabilities, to then kill me. Puwork." As Shangguan Lingyun spoke, another mouthful of blood spewed out again. Even though that blow earlier did not claim his life, his wounds were extremely heavily currently, and he was already not far from death as well. If not for Deng Sheng feeding him a medicinal pill earlier, he would not even be able to speak right now. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of stalling for time. He knew that, at present, time was pressing and already could not allow him to be indecisive. Looking at Shangguan Lingyun's actions, a divine traversing realm expert was definitely on the way already. There was simply no time for him to delay. And towards a person like Shangguan Lingyun, he would not be soft-hearted as well. Very soon, Yi Yuan's aura rose to the peak once more. Ama. S. Civ Red Dragon rumbled over towards Dang Sheng once more, baring its fangs and brandis. Plussing its claws. Dang Sheng clenched his jaws tightly and already planned on giving a last-ditch struggle. But right at this time, a horrifying pressure descended from the sky. Sensing this pressure, Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically, and his figure moved back explosively. A light halo appeared. Yi Yuan's red colossal dragon was directly eradicated. Two figures appeared at Shangguan Lingyun's sides. One of them was dignified and elegant, of an blee birth at one glance. But the other was rather boorish, quite like the Lan family clan style. These two people were shockingly both divine, traversing realm experts. When Deng Sheng saw the arrivals, his face revealed wild elation. Lord Yunrong, Lord Lan Shan, you finally came. Chapter 612. Keep cool and work things out. Chapter 612. Keep cool and work things out. You bring Lingyun to treat his injuries. Leave this place to me, Shangguan Yunrong said coolly. Dang Xing already held the determination of dying for sure earlier. Who knew that there would be a turnabout? Shangguan Yunrong actually made it at the last moment, saving his life. He looked at Yi Yuan with complicated eyes, uncertain if he should be happy or mournful too. Happy was that Lord Yunrong made it, and Yi Yuan was certain to die. Mournful was that such a staggering genius martial artist was actually going to perish here. Such a pity. You're Yi Yuan. Shangguan Yunrong sized him up for a bit and asked, Aren't you talking rubbish here? Yi Yuan replied. Shangguan Yunrong did not mind and said smilingly, I'm called Shangguan Yunrong, Lingyun's clan uncle. The last time, I brushed past you at the Tranquil Cloud sect. This time I finally met you. You're indeed the same as the story goes. You're definitely a peerless genius hard to come by in 10,000 years. Just peak C transformation realm, and you actually have the strength to kill Lingyun. Truly remarkable. Divine traversing realm experts might be paramount existences to other people. But in Yi Yuan's eyes, it was also just like that. Of course, Yi Yuan's current strength was clearly still a long way off from dealing with divine, traversing realm experts. But mentally, he did not have any reverence. Hearing Shangguan Yunrong said so, Yi Yuan said coolly, what the L does Shangguan Lingyun count as? Killing him. What's there worthy of being proud of? What a rampant boy. I heard that a few juniors from our Lan family all died at your hands? Lan Shan suddenly said coldly. Yi Yuan's eyebrows went up when he heard that. No wonder this person was so like those Lan family tribe people style. Turns out that it was the Lan family tribe's old ancestor. So what if yes? Yi Yuan admitted it very scoundrelly. Today's matter was clearly unable to be resolved. Yi Yuan could only go through with it now too. Yi Yuan could not retreat right now. The Crimson Light City martial artists had not gone far yet. If he fled by himself, those people would surely die without a burial ground. So he had to delay the time now to strive for sufficient time for those people to flee. Lan Shan had always been a lofty and exalted divine traversing realm expert. Anyone was reverent and respectful towards him, but this brat in front of him actually did not think much of him at all. This made him greatly enraged. Even though the Lan family tribe guarding the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array was just a branch of their Lan clan, they were a member of his Lan clan no matter what. This boy killed his juniors and was even so arrogant in front of him. How could he endure it? Good. Since you admitted it, then let's settle this score properly today. This old man will strip down your bones one by one later and sacrifice them to those juniors of mine. Lan Shan said. Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look, There are plenty of people who want to strip down my bones. But body has yet to succeed. With just the likes of you, you want to strip down my bones too? Shangguan Yunrong's brows furrowed slightly. He had a foreboding premonition in his heart. Yi Yuan was too composed, as if he did not place him and Lan Shan in his sights at all. Did he really have some reliance, or was he putting on an empty fort strategy to scare him? What a fine lad who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I hope that you can still smile in a while. Yunrong, leave this brat to me. I'll leave him unable to beg to live, nor pray to die. Lan Shan said. Although this Lan Shan and Shangguan Yunrong were both divine traversing realm experts, between the two people it was clear that Shangguan Yunrong was the leader. He wanted to touch Yunrong, but he needed to seek for Shangguan Yunrong's opinion. Shangguan Yunrong nodded slightly and said, Fine. I kept hearing that Yi Yuan is peerlessly talented, but I have never seen with my own eyes before. Lan Shan, assess him and see just how formidable his strength is. Getting an affirmative reply, Lan Shan's face revealed a malicious smile, pressing on towards Yi Yuan step by step. The pressure belonging to a divine, traversing realm was released without holding anything back. Cruce. Plussing the others until everyone could not catch their breath. Divine, traversing realm was a pinnacle existence in the lower realm's martial artists. Every divine, traversing realm expert was incomparably exalted. In the eyes of divine, traversing realm experts, martial artists beneath the divine, traversing realm were existences like ants. Lan Shan knew that Yi Yuan was very strong, but no matter how strong, he was merely just a slightly larger ant as well. Boy, you'll pay the price for your arrogance. Facing Lan Shan's domineering pressure, Yi Yuan appeared very indifferent. He suddenly took out a purple-colored talisman and said coolly, Whether I have to pay the price or not, I don't know. But if you take another step forward, the price paid will be turning into ashes. The instant Yunrong took out the purple talisman, Shangguan Yunrong's expression instantly changed drastically. His gaze was glued to the talisman in Yunrong's hands. A cold drought surged unceasingly, but Lan Shan was totally unaware and said with a cold smile, I was wondering where your confidence came from to be KY with me. So it's this lousy thing. You don't think that a lousy talisman is able to scare me, right? Lan Shan, stop. Don't move forward anymore. Shangguan Yunrong said solemnly. Yi Yuan sneered when he saw the situation and said, Turns out that there is still somebody who recognizes the goods. Looks like don't need me to waste my saliva. Lan Shan's figure involuntarily froze, and he said in puzzlement, Yunrong, just a lousy talisman. What's the fuss about? Cold sweat already broke out on Shangguan Yunrong's forehead as he said somberly, You shut your mouth for me. The purple talisman in his hand is called Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman. Once it's unleashed, it's equivalent to a peak divine traversing realm expert's all-out attack. Do you feel that you can survive under such an attack? This purple talisman in Yi Yuan's hand was precisely the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman from the vast heaven peg. Oda, even though using it to kill a first-level divine traversing was somewhat a waste of G. Oh, D's good gift, at this time right now. Yi Yuan could not be bothered too much. Peak divine traversing realms, all-out attack. With this, Lan Shan was dumbfounded too. That imposing momentum that disdained all under the heavens originally vanished without a trace. Large beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. How was that thing in Yi Yuan's hand just some talismans? It was simply a time bomb. If by any chance he rushed over impulsively earlier, he would probably really have turned into ashes already at this moment. Looking at Lan Shan's expression, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, Weren't you very KY just now? Aren't you going to strip down all of my bones? Come on, I'm standing right now. Come and strip them. Lan Shan could not resist swallowing his saliva and was actually tongue-tied for a moment. He thought nothing of Yi Yuan at all earlier. But who knew that he actually had such a major killing tool in his hands? Peak Divine Traversing Realm and First Level Divine Traversing Realm were two entirely different concepts. The disparity between the two could not be measured with distance. No matter how powerful he, Lan Shan, was he could not possibly withstand the full power attack of a peak divine traversing realm experts too. No wonder this boy was so arrogant. Turns out that this was waiting here. Lan Shan could not refrain from taking a step back, but Yuan noticed it and said with a cold smile, "Try taking another step back." Lan Shan choked up again, not knowing what should he do. His distance away from Yi Yuan right now was extremely awkward. It was right within Yi Yuan's attack range. He wished to back away, but how could Yi Yuan possibly give him this chance? "Be brat, you don't be impulsive. Keep cool and work things out," Lan Shan said dryly. Chapter 613, Detonate. Chapter 613, Detonate. Yi Yuan was tickled when he heard that and said smilingly, "Keep cool and work things out? Your tone when speaking to me earlier wasn't like this." Lan Shan had an awkward look as he said, "Aye." "That was me having eyes but not recognizing Mount Tai. Brat, I know, little brother Yi I apologize." His back was already drenched in sweat, standing there and not daring to even move. Throughout his life until now, this was his first time feeling that he was so close to death. "Hoo-hoo, apologize? Do you feel that I'll accept your apology?" Yi Yuan smiled as he responded with a question. Then what do you want?" "What do I want? How you guys came, scram back for me. Otherwise, you all have to die today," Yi Yuan said coolly. As he said, Yi Yuan raised the talisman in his hand up. Lan Shan's heart lifted along as well, and almost leaped out. At this instant his scalp nearly exploded. However, Yi Yuan spun around lightly. The Void Escape Thunderous Explosion talisman returned to its original place again. Drip! Lan Shan heaved a sigh in relief. Sweat ran down his cheeks and dripped down. By the side, Shangguan Yunrong did not speak all along. At this time he suddenly voiced out, "Yi Yuan, you don't need to pretend to be relaxed. Your Void Escape Thunderous Explosion talisman can only be used once, right?" Yi Yuan was secretly startled, but his face was composed as he said, "Hoo-hoo, you can come and give it a try. Void Escape Thunderous Explosion talisman. I have a total of 3. Plenty to kill the 2 of you." But Shangguan Yunrong shook his head and said, "The used once that I said wasn't this meaning. Unleash H.I. plus-ing the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion talisman with your current strength. You'll most likely be sapped completely of essence energy instantaneously. So you won't have the opportunity to unleash a second one at all. Even though it's my first time meeting you, I still more or less know a little about your way of handling things. With your character, if you can unleash the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion talisman many times, you would probably already have killed off Lan Shan without the slightest hesitation earlier. Tell me, is what I said right or wrong?" The more Shangguan Yunrong spoke, the more collected he became. He had clearly walked out of that panic-stricken emotion earlier already. Furthermore, one could discern from his tone that he was rather confident in his analysis. Yi Yuan did not think that this Shangguan Yunrong was actually so troublesome. He saw through that he was just making an empty show of strength so quickly. What Shangguan Yunrong said was totally right. When Long Tongue handed these Void Escape Thunderous Explosion talismans to him, he also told Yi Yuan the method of application. Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was still somewhat lacking right now. He was simply unable to unleash the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion talisman many times, which was also to say that the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion talisman in his hands could only kill Lan Shan alone. And once he unleashed the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion talisman, he only had waiting helplessly for the end, this one path to walk. Yi Yuan was originally thinking of using the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion talisman to threaten the other party, then retreat leisurely. He did not expect that this Shangguan Yunrong was someone with a sharp mind. Wanting to smoke this through was not that easy. "Hoo, is that so? Since you say so, then I'll come and give it a try." Yi Yuan turned towards Lan Shan and said, "Hey, that Lan Shan, or whatever, sorry about it. In order to verify whether his words are correct or not, I'll use you as an experiment first." As he said, Yi Yuan's body radiated with a brilliant splendor and was about to pour essence energy into the void escape thunderous explosion talisman. Lan Shan had a myriad of profanities galloping across his mind right now, but he hastily yelled out, Don't! Little brother, you don't be rash. Plus, I believe you. Everyone says that the older the person, the more cowardly they get. This was not false at all. For Lan Shan to be able to have today's accomplishments, he could be said to have gone through countless violent storms and waves. So he valued life the most as well. But how could he expect that he would fall at the hands of a junior today? The most hateful thing was that Shangguan Yunrong's words, openly and implied meaning, were baiting Yi Yuan to finish him off. This fellow simply had malicious intents. Even if what Shangguan Yunrong said was true, what right did he have to make him be the scapegoat? Shangguan Yunrong, what the meaning of this? Lan Shan simmered with anger. Shangguan Yunrong said coolly, His Majesty had warned us about this Yi Yuan. As long as we come across him, we are to capture and execute him right away. You saw it too, how great Yi Yuan's potential is. Wait until he advances to the Soul Sea realm. Even you and I might not be his match too. For the sake of His Majesty's grand plan, you sacrifice a bit. Pooh, talk is cheap. Why aren't you the one sacrificing? If you have the capabilities, we swap positions. You go and sacrifice. I'll complete His Majesty's grand plan. Lan Shan snarled. Shangguan Yunrong did not bother with Lan Shan. He said to Yi Yuan, You don't need to sow discord here. Today, I won't let you leave no matter what. Your growth is too rapid. It's already threatening His Majesty's plan. Hence, you must die today. Yi Yuan did not think that Shangguan Yunrong was so resolute, wanting to kill him by not stinting to sacrifice Lan Shan as well. Like this, the matter was somewhat troublesome. Even though he was very fretful in his heart, Yi Yuan's face was still showing a smile, as if he thought nothing of it in the slightest. He smiled and said to Lan Shan, Hoo, looks like your companion doesn't care about life or death at all. All right then, since that's the case, then I'll send you to the Western Paradise. But when you're dead, don't blame me. Want to blame your companion for being heartless and cold-blooded. The talisman in Yi Yuan's hand radiated even more brilliantly. Lan Shan was sweating profusely as he cursed. Shangguan Yunrong, IF*CK, your grandma. You'll die a horrible death. May you be the last in your family line. Little brother Yi, you mustn't be rash. Plus, toward Lan Shan's cursing, Shangguan Yunrong was unmoved. With a whiz, Shangguan Yunrong gathered Tanaquant. 1. Tie of Heaven and Earth Essence Energy. He was actually going to unleash an attack against Yi Yuan to force Yi Yuan to submit. Divine Traversing Realm experts' control over Heaven and Earth Essence Energy already reached a very exaggerated level. Shangguan Yunrong deliberately pulled apart the distance from Yi Yuan. At this distance, although Yi Yuan's void escape thunderous explosion talisman could hit him, it definitely would not be fatal. Conversely, it was likewise the same. But the attack of a divine traversing realm expert, how could Yi Yuan dare to really withstand head-on? Therefore, Yi Yuan's only option was to use the void escape thunderous explosion talisman to kill Lan Shan. This Shangguan Yunrong, what ruthless means. In order to kill him, he did not scruple to use the life of another divine traversing realm expert as the price. Proud snow silver frost finger. Shangguan Yunrong gave a light cry. An extremely tyrannical finger light tore through the air and arrived. Shangguan Yunrong, IF*CK, your 18 generations of ancestors. Arg, your father will risk it. Dark wind, divine palm. This Lan Shan was also someone decisive in killing, and knew that at this time it was no longer up to him. Even though he cursed Shangguan Yunrong verbally, This palm was not targeted at him, but was unleashed towards Yi Yuan. At this time, he could only bet that the void escape, thunderous explosion in Yi Yuan's hand was a gray market product and was totally useless. Two mighty divine, traversing realm experts unleashed moves at Yi Yuan at the same time. The commotion caused was truly earth-shaking. A colossal pressure engulfed the entire battlefield cruise. Plussing the other martial artists until they could not breathe. At this sort of stage, Yi Yuan no longer had any hopes of leaving things to chance. He poured all the essence energy in his body into the void escape thunderous explosion talisman. The purple talisman instantly bloomed with a dazzling light. Several streaks of purple thunderbolts appeared from the void, wantonly bombarding at Lan Shan. Chapter 614, Cat and Mouse? Chapter 614, Cat and Mouse? Purple electric snakes danced wildly in the air. A colossal energy pressure crushed everyone until they could not breathe, including Yi Yuan himself. The power of this void escape thunderous explosion talisman seriously somewhat exceeded his expectations. Lan Shan only struggled for a bit slightly and was engulfed by the frenzied electric snakes. The attacks of the two divine, traversing realm experts were annihilated like this by the electric snakes. It did not even stir up a wave. The corners of Shangguan Yunrong's mouth involuntarily twitched a little. Clearly, he was intimidated by the scene before his eyes too. If he had swapped places with Lan Shan earlier, then the one being electrocuted to charcoal right now would be him. Void escape, thunderous explosion talisman was indeed well deserving of its reputation. Right at this time, the Crimson Light great army that already escaped very far away was startled right now as well. And what's going on? What a powerful undulation. Chu S, H-I plus S expression changed as he said, Chu S, H-I plus, and the others exchanged glances and guessed the answer very quickly. Such a powerful undulation. It definitely was not done by a Soul Sea realm experts. Then it could only be Divine Traversing Realm. Divine Traversing Realm Powerhouse. A Divine Traversing Realm Powerhouse definitely arrived. And Mr. Yi He. Zhu Changji somewhat choked up even when speaking. Lu Hong. The four people similarly exchanged glances. They all saw thick worry from the other party's eyes. City Lord Su, you bring the others away. The four of us will go back and have a look at the situation. Qin Yan said solemnly, No way. Want to go back, it should be me too. The strength of the few of you is still weak. Facing divine, traversing realm experts, you simply don't have the power to resist. I'm at any rate a peak 9th level Soul Sea. I more or less still have some chance to escape alive. I'll return. Su, who directly refused. We don't care about other people. The three of us must go back. Mr. Ye's grace towards us is tantamount to giving us a new lease on life. Even if we die, we have to return too. Zhu Changji said resolutely, I'm going back too. I'm returning as well. For a time, the Crimson Light great army's upper echelons were locked in a fierce dispute, all fighting to go back. All right, stop arguing. Ding Qi, you bring the others and continue heading north towards Fair Sun City to deliver the news. Tell them that the fierce Gale World's divine, traversing realm experts have already joined the war. Let the Alliance make preparations early. City Lord for Sirs, since everybody is concerned with Mr. Ye's safety. Then how about we go back together? At this time, Chu S, H.I. Plus was steady and composed, and he actually had a demeanor of a commander-in-chief, simply like two different persons from that sort of ruffian manner previously. Even though Su Hu's strength was the greatest among these people, but faintly, Chu S, H.I. Plus actually became the person whose words had the heaviest weight. Fine. Since that's the case, then let's go back together. Su Hu nodded and said. Qin Yan nodded his head too, expressing agreement. This void escape thunderous explosion talisman I've only heard of its name as well. I didn't expect that its power is actually so terrifying. Truly didn't think that you actually still had such a major killing tool. It's also fortunate that 2 people came together this time. Otherwise, we'd really be powerless against you. Shangguan Yinran looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly. Indeed, as he expected, Yi Yuan was sapped dry of essence energy by the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman. At this time, he became incomparably weak. In Shangguan Yinrong's eyes, Yi Yuan was already a lamb awaiting slaughter. A martial artist without essence energy, what actions could he still take? He could tell that Yi Yuan was recovering essence energy on the sly. Furthermore, the speed was very swift, but he was not in a hurry at all. Even if Yi Yuan's recovering speed was any faster, it was also not possible to recover to his peak state within a short time. During this process, he had plenty of time to kill Yi Yuan. As long as Yi Yuan was unable to unleash the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman again. So what if he let him fully recover essence energy? Shangguan Yinrong was a 3rd-level divine, traversing realm super expert. Even if Yi Yuan recovered essence energy, how could he possibly be his match? Ha! Do you think that you can do anything to me now? Yi Yuan panted and said. It was just that these words in Shangguan Yinrong's view were entirely a dead duck having a stubborn mouth. Martial artists in battle, the greatest taboo was fully expending all of their essence energy. That way, he would not have any capital to protect himself anymore. Without the support of essence energy, no matter how powerful the martial technique, it was no use too. Hoo-hoo, stop doing futile things. Do you think that I'll give you the chance to recover essence energy? Shangguan Yinrong suddenly unleashed a palm as he was speaking. This palm was very casual, but it did not have the intention of putting Yi Yuan to death. Bang! Yi Yuan was struck flying out, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood. The essence energy that he had just said was directly dissipated by this palm. Shangguan Yinrong came in front of Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, Do you know how cats catching mice are done? After they catch the mouse, they will set the mouse free, then catch again and release again, repeating like this over and over again, all the way until the mouse is completely drained of energy. I know that you're unresigned, but right now, you're just a mouse that's being toyed with by me. As he said, Shangguan Yinrong unleashed another palm, sending Yi Yuan flying out. Yi Yuan stood up, wiped away the fresh blood at the corners of his mouth, and looked at Shangguan Yinrong as he said with a miserable smile, Looks like your Shangguan family are all a bunch of psychos. Do you feel that you, a dignified divine traversing realm expert, having your life threatened by me, a Sea Transformation Realm Junior, is very humiliating? So you want to find a mental equilibrium like this right now? Shangguan Yinrong's expression froze. Flinging his hand, it was another palm strike. He had his thoughts laid bare by Yi Yuan and could not help becoming enraged from embarrassment. Meant, just as Yi Yuan predicted. He was indeed very furious earlier. That feeling of his life being held in the hands of others made him very displeased. Even though he maintained quite a distance away from Yi Yuan just now, if Yi Yuan really threw the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman at him, he did not dare say that he could withdraw unscathed either. The power of the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman was too strong. Lan Shan did not even leave behind bone ashes under the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman. If not for Yi Yuan doing it for the sake of ensuring that he could kill a divine traversing realm expert, Shangguan Yinrong's most optimistic state right now would also be the outcome of severe injuries. Hence, when Yi Yuan exhausted his essence energy, he was not in a hurry to kill Yi Yuan, but wanted to give vent to the resentment in his heart for a bit. So what if yes? You already can't use the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman now. I just want to mess with you to death. What can you do to me? Shangguan Yinrong suddenly became savage. As Shangguan Yinrong was talking, his palm struck again. He did not mind going through the trouble to play this game. Bang! Yi Yuan was sent flying once more, his entire body covered in blood, looking very miserable. Seeing Yi Yuan like this, Shangguan Yunrong was very delighted in his heart. Do you feel that you're a genius? You feel that body in this world is your match. Don't you know that killing a genius is something with a great sense of accomplishment? Ha ha ha. Beg me to let you off. Maybe I'm in a good mood and will really spare you from death. Shangguan Yunrong said in a crazed state. As he said, Shangguan Yunrong lifted his hand, and it was another palm strike. Yet, right at this time, he suddenly saw Yi Yuan smiling at him. That smile seemed to be mocking his ignorance and woe. Shangguan Yunrong's expression changed, and all the hairs on his body stood on its ends. A feeling of immense danger came with a surge. Chapter 615. Take it easy, it's just starting. Chapter 615. Take it easy, it's just starting. Coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm. Yi Yuan gave a fierce cry, sweeping over toward Shangguan Yunrong with a colossal azure dragon. The huge dragon's roar reverberated throughout the skies and collided onto Shangguan Yunrong with a loud crash. This change was too sudden. Shangguan Yunrong was caught off guard and took a solid hit. Everyone shockingly discovered that the azure dragon actually broke apart the protective essence energy on Shangguan Yunrong and attacked his main body. Poor work. Shangguan Yunrong was actually beaten until he vomited blood by this blow of Yi Yuan's. Talking about it was slow, but all of this actually just happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Even Shangguan Yunrong did not react to it. Yi Yuan appeared to be weak all along for the sake of this attack. Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm was Yi Yuan's current true killing move. Under normal circumstances, Yi Yuan simply had no chance to use this move. Even if he used it, it was also not possible to cause the slightest bit of harm to Shangguan Yunrong. But it did not mean that this move could not harm divine traversing realm experts. Yi Yuan's talent with the cultivation of Dragon Wave, likewise, had reached a very monstrous degree. Not long ago, he already broke through Earth rank and advanced into Heaven rank boundary. Executing Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm with Heaven rank boundary. This blow of Yi Yuan's was already not much weaker compared to that final palm of Long Teng's back then. This degree of attack, even if it could not kill a divine traversing realm expert, making them sustain injuries, was still achievable. Just when everyone all thought that Yi Yuan did not have the possibility of counterattacking at all, it was the moment for Yi Yuan's all-out blow. Hence, Yi Yuan succeeded. However, this was not over. Just as everyone was staring wide-eyed and their mouths agape, Yi Yuan erupted abruptly, speeding towards the Shangguan Yunrong, who was still in the air. Yi Yuan sprinted all the way crazily, but his aura was in the midst of rising frenziedly. The Shangguan Yunrong, who lost balance in the air, had yet to understand what was happening when a sense of immense danger attacked, once again. The sense of danger this time was even much stronger compared to the last time. Rumble. Just as Yi Yuan's aura was soaring madly, the clouds and winds in the sky suddenly changed. The originally clear blue skies for thousands of miles up to the ninth heaven actually became covered with dense, dark clouds. The sky instantly dimmed. This series of changes were too quick and also too sudden. Everybody failed to react to it, including Shangguan Yunrong. By the time they all reacted to it, a series of rolling thunder already resounded in the skies. Lightning flashed faintly in the clouds. That apocalyptic-like pressure made everyone unable to breathe. This scene made all the people startled inwardly. Yi Yuan was going to transcend the tribulation. Divine soul entering the sea was an action which defied the heavens. One would be subjected to the punishment of heavenly tribulation. Cross it, and endless blue skies where birds could fly freely. Fail to cross, and one would perish. Their Tao would vanish without anybody caring. A.S. Salting Soul Sea needed to expend 10 years, even decades of time to prepare for other people. However, Yi Yuan did not need to. Yi Yuan's divine soul was incomparably powerful. It had long already reached the boundary of quasi-alchemy, king perfection. Communicating with the essence energy C with his current divine soul boundary was just something that flowed naturally when a channel was formed. Moreover, Yi Yuan experienced breaking through to soul C in his previous life and was way too familiar with this process. Divine soul entering the C. This process needed a very long period of adaptation to others. During the process of breaking through, one would even need to undergo failure many times. But this process, Yi Yuan already completed it during the process of sprinting earlier. Hence, that was why the heavenly tribulation arrived so quickly, catching everyone unprepared. And what Yi Yuan needed was precisely everybody to be caught by surprise. Just now, when Yi Yuan was erupting, he already stuffed a large amount of essence energy recovery medicinal pills into his mouth. At present, his essence energy was also in the midst of rapid recovery. After refining the dragon blood, Yi Yuan's physique was already extremely daunting. Even though he did not have the support of essence energy, his explosive power was still extremely powerful. Just a matter of a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan already approached Shangguan Yunrong. Das, H.I. Plussing behind him with a large stride, Yi Yuan reverse-latched onto him tightly. Shangguan Yunrong was frightened immensely by this and struggled desperately. Are you crazy? What are you trying to do? Quickly, let me go. Even though Shangguan Yunrong was a divine, traversing realm expert in terms of fleshy body strength, he was way inferior to Yi Yuan. In his panic, Shangguan Yunrong desperately wanted to use essence energy to shake Yi Yuan away. But Yi Yuan's two arms buckled him down like iron hoops. Even if he was shocked until his entire body was covered in wounds, Yi Yuan did not plan on easing up a little either. As repayment for your game of cat and mouse earlier, cross this heavenly tribulation together with me. Yi Yuan clenched his teeth and said, Arg, let me go. I'll kill you. Shangguan Yunrong roared. At this time, Shangguan Yunrong finally came to his senses. Civ essence energy gathered onto his palm very quickly, and he was going to press on Yi Yuan's body with a backhand. However, right then, a huge lightning bolt fell straight to the mortal world from above the heavens, slamming heavily onto the two persons' bodies. Rumble. The essence energy, which Shangguan Yunrong had just coalesced, was directly dissipated by this lightning, only to see him with disheveled hair. How was there still any hint of the demeanor of an expert? Sustaining this blow, the aura on Shangguan Yunrong's entire person waned considerably. The power of heavenly tribulation. Even if he was a divine, traversing realm expert, it was not that nice to endure either. In contrast, when this bolt of lightning smote onto Yi Yuan's body, he was perfectly fine. It looked like his aura even strengthened a little. However, Yi Yuan's two arms still latched onto Shangguan Yunrong tightly, not giving him any opportunity to escape. Following the first bolt of lightning falling, the bolts of lightning in the air were like falling rain craws. H.I. Plussing down onto the place where Yi Yuan and Shangguan Yunrong were at. For a time, rock fragments scattered all around. One could not see the two people's figures in the outside world at all. Arg, Yi Yuan, you'll die a horrible death. Let go. Quickly, let me go. Shangguan Yunrong roared with all his might. However, Yi Yuan ignored him completely. He just hugged Shangguan Yunrong tightly, letting the heavenly tribulation slam onto the two of their bodies. This degree of heavenly tribulation did not matter to Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan refined the blood of a true dragon, and the strength of his fleshy body was very fearsome. Not only did this degree of heavenly tribulation not have the slightest effect on him, it even let his fleshy body obtain tempering, becoming even stronger. Furthermore, under the catalyzation caused by the heavenly tribulation, the large pile of medicinal pills that he consumed previously were currently being refined slowly. His aura recovered to the peak state very quickly. On the other hand, Shangguan Yunrong, he did not have Yi Yuan's freakish fleshy body. Furthermore, he did not have sufficient preparations to deal with heavenly tribulation at all in the first place in his panic. Under a bout of wanton bombarding, the aura on his body became increasingly withered. Before long, there was finally no more lightning falling in the sky. The others could finally see clearly the situation of the two people inside. Even though Yi Yuan's body looked very tragic, his aura had actually already recovered to the peak state, while the high and mighty Shangguan Yunrong had a head of disheveled hair at this time, looking very savage. Most importantly, he was actually forcefully cut down a minor boundary by the heavenly tribulation. Take it easy, it's just starting. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when the clouds in the sky seemed to have become a little thicker again. It seemed to be preparing an even stronger heavenly tribulation. Chapter 616. Forcefully Withstanding Heavenly Tribulation. Chapter 616. Forcefully Withstanding Heavenly Tribulation. Rumble. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when a lightning bolt, even thicker than before, struck the bodies of the two. Arg! Shangguan Yunrong cried out miserably. Heavenly tribulation was the thing martial artists feared the most. After entering the Soul Sea realm, they had the possibility of Paris, plussing under heavenly tribulation at any one breakthrough. Yi Yuan, you madman! You're only just breaking through to the Soul Sea realm. Why is the power of the heavenly tribulation so strong? Shangguan Yunrong howled. It was also that divine traversing realm experts were too powerful. Swapping any other Soul Sea realm martial artist to cross the heavenly tribulation together with Yi Yuan, they would probably have long been smitten to ashes at this time already. Changing another point of view to look at it, if not for the power of Yi Yuan's heavenly tribulation being too strong, Shangguan Yunrong would also have killed Yi Yuan long ago. How could he give him the chance to transcend the tribulation? The power of heavenly tribulation was normally set according to the martial artist's strength. Before this, Yi Yuan had virtually already reached the limits that Sea Transformation Realm could attain. The power of his heavenly tribulation right now was already powerful to a degree where even Shangguan Yunrong, this divine traversing realm expert, was fearful of. It was just that no matter how he struggled, Yi Yuan just hugged him and did not loosen up. Shangguan Yunrong suffered the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation endlessly and did not have the time to deal with Yi Yuan. Bang! 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 Dense lightning tribulation rumbled down unceasingly, blasting fragments of rock flying all around. The second wave of heavenly tribulation came down. Yi Yuan still withstood it with great ease, same as before, while Shangguan Yunrong was blasted a minor boundary down once more. Bang! Yi Yuan suddenly let go of Shangguan Yunrong and kicked him out abruptly. This kick, Shangguan Yunrong was likewise caught by surprise and directly face-planted from Yi Yuan's kick. But with this, it also kicked Shangguan Yunrong out of the range of the heavenly tribulation. Following that, Yi Yuan sat with his legs crossed, the expression on his face becoming solemn. The power of this heavenly tribulation seriously exceeded his imagination somewhat. Although for the first two waves he cleared it with ease, the power was way stronger compared to when he crossed the heavenly tribulation in his previous life. Yi Yuan was originally thinking of taking advantage of the heavenly tribulation to exhaust Shangguan Yunrong to death. Who knew that the power of this heavenly tribulation was actually so formidable? Rumble. The clouds in the sky became thick once more. Without any doubt, the next wave of heavenly tribulation would be even fiercer. Everyone stared at Yi Yuan in the center of the storm. They were all hoping for Yi Yuan to fail to transcend the tribulation and be struck to death by the lightning tribulation. But their eyes revealed thick alarm and terror because they had never seen such a berserk, heavenly tribulation before. Ha ha ha! Indeed, well deserving of being an unequaled genius. Even your method of transcending the tribulation is different from others. Looking at this sort of situation, you'll have to cross at least 4 of the 9 heavenly tribulations, right? Even if you can endure past 3 heavenly tribulations, I want to see just how you transcend for heavenly tribulations. Shangguan Yunrong bore out of the mud with a filthy face, but at this time he could not be bothered with his face anymore. He was laughing at Yi Yuan as he gloated over his misfortune. This fellow simply deserved death. To actually use him to block the heavenly tribulation and actually let the heavenly tribulation forcefully smite him down 2 minor cultivation realms. This was simply a sort of disgrace to Shangguan Yunrong. Hence, he hoped for Yi Yuan to be struck to death by the lightning tribulation right now more than anybody. Of course, these words still carried thick jealousy. Heavenly tribulation was divided into a total of 9 levels. Every time they crossed a level of heavenly tribulation, the martial artist's strength would strengthen a portion. Although tremendous risks existed with transcending tribulations, it also contained huge lucky chances. Heavenly tribulations were products of heavenly Tao. It by itself carried many heavenly Tao fragments. Even though most of these heavenly Tao fragments would dissipate, there would still be a considerable portion remaining in the martial artist's body. And these heavenly Tao fragments could aid martial artists to comprehend concepts even faster. The more levels of heavenly tribulations crossed, the more heavenly Tao fragments obtained. The benefits obtained by the martial artist was naturally greater too. For ordinary martial artists transcending tribulations, at most, it was crossing 2 of the 9 heavenly tribulations. When Shangguan Yunrong crossed the heavenly tribulation back then, he only crossed 3 heavenly tribulations and already obtained immense benefits. But looking at Yi Yuan's current momentum, he had to cross 4 heavenly tribulations at the very least. It might even be 5 heavenly tribulations. Then, once Yi Yuan successfully transcended the tribulation, his strength would surely have a huge advancement. This was not a situation that Shangguan Yunrong wished to see. In his view, it was best for Yi Yuan to be smitten to death by the lightning tribulation. According to the magnitude of this heavenly tribulation right now, it was also not without the possibility. Every round of heavenly tribulation had a total of 9 by 9, 81 lightning tribulations in each heavenly tribulation. There would not be intervals between this. The martial artist must endure through all of it before they could enter the next round. And how many rounds of heavenly tribulation every martial artist had, only the heaven itself knew this. Of course, the vast majority of the people were all below 3 levels of heavenly tribulations. Swizz, H, plus bang. Finally, the 3rd heavenly tribulation was starting. Yi Yuan still sat with his legs crossed, as if he did not have the intention of resisting the heavenly tribulation. The violent lightning directly blasted onto his body, but Yi Yuan was unscathed, and on his body there was actually still traces of current revolving around. Seeing this scene, Shangguan Yunrong's expression changed greatly. You, this fellow, are actually using heavenly tribulation to temper your fleshy body. You're simply a madman. Shangguan Yunrong finally witnessed what was called freakish today. When he was reverse latched down by Yi Yuan, he did not notice what Yi Yuan was doing at all. Only when looking at Yi Yuan transcending the tribulations from outside the heavenly tribulation did he know what Yi Yuan was doing. Other people transcending tribulations, which one of them was not trembling with fear as if treading on thin ice. Yi Yuan had the nerve to actually make use of the heavenly tribulation to temper his fleshy body instead. A martial artist's fleshy body was the weakest link. Generally, all could not keep up with their cultivation realms. Although under the catalyzing of essence energy, martial artists' fleshy bodies were much stronger compared to ordinary people. It would generally be 1 to 2 major cultivation realms lower than themselves. Hence, when most people were transcending tribulations, they would strive with all their might to use protective essence energy to resist the heavenly tribulation. It was simply impossible to be like Yi Yuan to use the fleshy body to forcefully withstand the heavenly tribulations. This was simply no different from courting death. Bolts of heavenly tribulations fell down. Yi Yuan's body radiated with a red glow. His aura was gradually becoming stronger. The reason why he dared to forcefully withstand the heavenly tribulation was actually that the dragon blood in his body was not fully absorbed. Utilizing the heavenly tribulation to temper the fleshy body could stimulate his body's potential, refining the dragon blood that had not been refined once more. The power of Yi Yuan's vitality was increasingly stronger. By the time the final streak of heavenly tribulation fell, Yi Yuan finally broke through the bottleneck with one stroke. At this moment, Yi Yuan felt unbelievably great. He already reached Soul Sea Realm just by relying on the strength of his physical body now. Coupled with the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, he could virtually sweep away Soul Sea Realms. Uncle Rome, what happened? Why is Yi Yuan transcending the tribulation? Furthermore, the power of this heavenly tribulation seems to be a little too strong as well, right? And, Uncle Rome, your cultivation realm. Shangguan Lingyun regulated his breathing for a while, and his injuries were finally brought under control a little. He sensed that the commotion over here was huge, and it seemed like the situation was not too optimistic. So he rushed over to take a look. Shocked, he saw Yi Yuan currently transcending the tribulation. Shangguan Yinrong's face was completely black as he gritted his teeth and said, "It's all Yi Yuan, that brat's tricks. Lingyun, I feel that it's not going too well right now. We'd better ask for help from Family Head." Chapter 617. Dispersing Tribulation Clouds. Chapter 617. Dispersing Tribulation Clouds. Shangguan Lingyun's heart pounded. He initially thought that by calling Shangguan Yinrong a third-level divine traversing expert over, Yi Yuan would die for sure. Who knew that in just this short while, the two mighty divine traversing realm experts, one died and one was injured, while Yi Yuan was transcending the tribulation over there perfectly fine. Once he succeeds in transcending the tribulation, Yi Yuan's strength would advance another step further. There was really an body who could control him here anymore. Shangguan Lingyun and Shangguan Yinrong both felt that Yi Yuan's threat was too great. They had to thoroughly kill him this time. Otherwise, there would be no end of trouble for the future. Deng Sheng immediately sent news to Family Head and let them send experts over right away. Shangguan Lingyun instructed, "Yes, this subordinate will go right away." Deng Sheng immediately received the order and left. Shangguan Yinrong and Shangguan Lingyun watched Yi Yuan in the heavenly tribulation. Their faces had indescribable solemnness. Before long, the fourth of the 9 heavenly tribulation came as promised. And at this time, Yi Yuan's fleshy body already broke through its fetters and entered a brand new boundary. In the sky, the tribulation clouds were increasingly thicker. The area was also getting bigger and bigger. A pressure exuded from within the clouds, plussing everyone until they could hardly breathe. Everyone realized one point. The power of this fourth heavenly tribulation would probably be even more terrifying. The power of this fourth heavenly tribulation, with my current strength, I most likely can't make it through at all. This Yi Yuan is truly too scary. He can actually summon such a horrifying fourth heavenly tribulation. Shangguan Yinrong said somberly, "This fourth heavenly tribulations seems to be more than twice stronger than the third heavenly tribulation. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan is, he won't dare to forcefully withstand it either, right? Hopefully, he gets struck to death by this fourth heavenly tribulation." Shangguan Lingyun said hatefully, but Shangguan Yinrong shook his head and said, "Although this fourth heavenly tribulation is strong, to want to kill him, it probably still can accomplish that. If he can draw a fifth heavenly tribulation, then there might be some hope. And what's he trying to do?" Shangguan Yinrong, uncle and nephew, were currently talking when Yi Yuan suddenly stood up. It was only to see him tilting his head. He looked up at the rolling thunder in the sky. He was actually BRIMMING with fighting intent. He can't be. Shangguan Yunrong faintly had some conjectures in his heart, but he felt that this was simply nonsense. Yet, Yi Yuan's action the next instant gave him a resounding slap. Qi, the first bolt of the fourth heavenly tribulation, descended from the sky. At the same time, Yi Yuan's body gave off an extremely powerful aura. Coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm. In the sky, an electric snake descended very rapidly. On the ground, an azure dragon rose high into the air. This scene shocked everyone until they could not speak. Since time immemorial, there had yet to be anyone so wildly arrogant when transcending tribulations, to actually attempt to scatter the heavenly tribulation in vain. In the eyes of Shangguan Yunrong and his nephew, Yi Yuan was an out-and-out madman. In this world, there did not seem to be things that he did not dare to do. Rumble. Experiencing 3 rounds of heavenly tribulations tempering, Yi Yuan's current state had already reached the peak. Plus, going a step further and refining the dragon's blood, the true dragon strength in his body became even more boundless. The power of this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm move was much, much stronger compared to that palm previously. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the azure dragon directly dispersed that bolt of lightning tribulation. However, this was not over yet. The coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm's remaining momentum had yet to be exhausted. It actually went directly for the firmament. And no way, right? There were already no words that could express Shangguan Yunrong's emotions at this instant. Heavenly tribulation could actually be transcended like this? Rumble. In the wake of a great dragon roar, the coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm, directly blasted toward the tribulation clouds. The tribulation's clouds that were currently brewing the fourth heavenly tribulation was actually forcefully scattered away. The fourth heavenly tribulation actually didn't descend? I didn't see wrongly, right? Shangguan Yunrong said blankly. Just what kind of monster were we fighting with? He actually dispersed the heavenly tribulation. Is this what humans can accomplish? Shangguan Lingyun was already unable to describe his emotions at this moment. At this instant, everyone seemed to have all forgotten that this place was a battlefield. A place where hundreds of thousands of people gathered was actually deathly silent. Yi Yuan dispersing the heavenly tribulation with one palm. The visual impact that this brought to them was seriously too intense. Shangguan Yunrong had stayed in the heavenly tribulation before previously. He knew how powerful Yi Yuan's heavenly tribulation was. This fourth heavenly tribulation absolutely had the power to exterminate a first-level divine traversing expert. But such a horrifying heavenly tribulation was actually directly dispersed by Yi Yuan. At present, in a hidden place outside the battlefield, Chu S, H, I, Plus, and the others were currently secretly spectating everything in the battlefield. The fighting had already stopped. Hundreds of thousands of people were all watching Yi Yuan breaking through to the Soul Sea realm by himself. Such a large battlefield actually became Yi Yuan's individual performance stage. This made the few people who came back to rescue all feel somewhat taking a superfluous action. That divine traversing realm expert was actually dragged into the heavenly tribulation by Mr. Yi, injuring the former and causing his strength to be blasted down to the first-level divine traversing realm from the third level. Such a horrifying fourth heavenly tribulation was actually scattered in one palm by Mr. Yi. What did they come back for? Perhaps it was in order to witness a miracle. Yeah, they probably would not see such a magnificent feat ever again in this lifetime. Ha ha ha. I already said that Mr. Yi would definitely be fine. Chu S, H, I. Plus suppressed his voice and said with a big laugh, You didn't say before. Qian, C exposed it without any hesitation. Yeah, If I have to say, these people, are like men filled with apprehension that the sky would fall. Mr. Yi, he is so strong. How can something possibly happen? Forget about divine traversing realm. Even if it's a boundless realm, he'd surely be fine too. Zhu Changji said, witnessing the scene of Yi Yuan dissipating the tribulation clouds. Everyone's idolization of Yi Yuan now already reached a blind degree. This could not be blamed on them either. It was truly that Yi Yuan's actions made people feel that it was too fantastical. This was simply not what an ordinary person could do. Before you came, you were even sniveling, Qian Si interjected again emotionlessly. One should not look at Qian Si as just a person who did not talk much. This sharp tongue skill was not an ordinary kind of strong. Furthermore, it was short and concise, making you unable to refute at all. But Zhu Changji was indifferent as he said, "Ha ha! As long as Mr. Yi is fine, even if I go blind from crying, it's okay." Now that he dispersed the tribulation clouds, he should be able to break through to the soul sea realm, right? No, wait. You guys look. The dispersed tribulation clouds seem to have condensed together again. Furthermore, this time, it seems to be terrifyingly powerful. Guo suddenly said. Everyone was alarmed inwardly and hurriedly looked over in Yi Yuan's direction. Indeed, they discovered that those tribulations clouds that were scattered away actually condensed together again anew. Furthermore, this time they actually all felt rattled, separated by an entire battlefield. It could be seen that the lightning tribulation this time was probably unusual compared to those previously. When Shangguan Yunrong saw the scene, he could not help bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha! Yi Yuan, you wouldn't die if you weren't taking the road to ruin. Who asked you to be rampant? To be arrogant? Aren't you very capable? Didn't you disperse the tribulation clouds? Now, you're going to suffer the retribution of heavenly Tao, right? Ha ha ha! This is lightning tribulation plus soul tribulation. Both tribulations arriving together. I'll see how you resist it. Chapter 6:18 Dual-Colored Heavenly Tribulation. Chapter 6:18 Dual-Colored Heavenly Tribulation. Puff, puff, puff. A large group of fierce-scale world martial artists with slightly weaker strength, because they could not withstand the pressure of these dual tribulations arriving together. Their bodies exploded directly, turning into a maw. S of blood mist. Even some of the sea transformation realm martial artists also suffered varying degrees of injuries. The pressure of these dual tribulations arriving together was seriously too horrifying. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his expression became solemn too. Both tribulations arriving together. This had indeed exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations a little too much. Just earlier, after dispersing the tribulation's clouds with one palm, Yi Yuan suddenly felt that his divine soul could no longer be suppressed. It was actually going to break through to the alchemy king realm. Crack, crack, crack. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was like drawing the bow, but not discharging the arrow. It was precisely such a situation that made people feel even more stifled. Yi Yuan, I admit that you're a genius. But your genius has already aroused the heavens' jealousy. Lightning and soul dual tribulation. I'll see how you transcend them. Shangguan Yunrong was very excited by the side. Such a horrifying, heavenly tribulation. Even for him, this divine traversing realm expert, being inside would only lead to the outcome of disintegrating into ashes. Even if Yi Yuan was any more monstrous, it was not possible to transcend it either. Yi Yuan in the heavenly tribulation shot Shangguan Yunrong a cold glance and said disdainfully, "A fool like you will never know what's called a genius. True geniuses have to go against the heaven. I'll let you see what's called a true genius today." Right then, the heavenly tribulation in the tribulation's clouds, which had been brewing for a long time, finally fell abruptly. Ka! You guys look. It's actually a dual-colored heavenly tribulation. My God! Is this really a heavenly tribulation that humans have to cross? Chu S. H.I. Plus said, Mr. Ye's talent truly makes even the heaven jealous. White heavenly tribulation should be the heavenly tribulation of martial artists. Purple heavenly tribulation should be the divine soul's heavenly tribulation. I even feel my heart palpitate over here. Mr. Yi can definitely transcend the tribulations successfully. Zhu Changji said, how can he possibly fail? Qian Si said, right at that instant, the dual-colored heavenly tribulation fell. Yi Yuan suddenly swung his fist. A fire dragon surged out. Flame movement, true dragon carnage. At the same time, Yi Yuan's divine soul turned into a sharp sword and rushed out from the essence energy sea. Soul driving flying sword. One martial technique, one divine soul mystic art. Two attacks welcomed the dual-colored lightning tribulation at the same time. Rumble. A huge brilliance radiated. Yi Yuan's attack and the dual-colored heavenly tribulation collided together violently. Sieve air billow crept out, sweeping the fierce gale world martial artists that had already retreated very far away flying. Yi Yuan stood at the center of this storm without budging an inch, akin to an ever-victorious divinity. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest hesitation as he swallowed a pile of medicinal pills again. The power of this heavenly tribulation was too strong. He had to strive with all his might and did not dare to hold back in the slightest at all. This degree of attacks he did not know how long he could sustain either. But Yi Yuan knew that enduring the dual tribulation Sively, regardless whether it was at the body or divine soul, he would surely have to suffer injuries to a very large extent. Like that, even if he transcended both tribulations, he probably would not have the ability to deal with the Shangguan Yunrong, who was glaring like a ravening tiger either. Crack! Crack! Another 2 bolts of dual-colored lightning tribulation rumbled down. Yi Yuan swung his fists once more. 2 flame, movement, true dragon carnages, and soul, driving flying, swords were unleashed at the same time, offsetting the 2 bolts of lightning tribulation once again. The tribulation cloud's pressure in the sky was getting increasingly greater. It seemed to be enraged and seemed to be mocking Yi Yuan's overestimation of his own ability. This time, 5 bolts of dual-colored heavenly tribulation landed at the same time. Even the Shangguan Yunrong outside of the heavenly tribulation felt somewhat unable to withstand this pressure and retreated very far out together with Shangguan Lingyun. Hiss! Uncle Rong, do you think Yi Yuan he? Shangguan Lingyun was shocked by Yi Yuan's fierceness. Initially, he thought that Yi Yuan absolutely could not possibly transcend this sort of dual-colored lightning tribulation, because that simply exceeded the boundaries of human strength, the power of a 5th heavenly tribulation. Logically speaking, it was simply impossible for Soul Sea realm martial artists to make it through, let alone adding in a soul tribulation that was even harder to deal with. Actually, soul tribulations were even harder to transcend than lightning tribulations. Furthermore, this soul tribulation of Yi Yuan's was even more extraordinary. Soul tribulations acted on the divine soul directly. Martial artists' weakest area was the divine soul. To the vast majority of alchemists, apart from forcefully resisting the soul tribulation, they had no other way. Who could have thought that Yi Yuan actually still had such a formidable divine soul mystic art that could actually deal with soul tribulations? This Yi Yuan virtually did not have any bit of dead angle from head to toe. He was simply powerful until it made people despair. Living in the same era with a genius like this seemed to be destined to be a tragedy. At this moment, Shangguan Lingyun finally understood that regardless of what kind of path he took, he would forever not be Yi Yuan's match. Except it was unknown whether or not that Zhao Qinggan, who was nurtured and protected by Zhao Tianyin, could obstruct Yi Yuan's path of growing up. Impossible. You look at those tribulation clouds in the sky. Yi Yuan's arrogance has already thoroughly infuriated the heavenly Tao. Don't look at him being very arrogant right now. The further back this heavenly tribulation goes, the greater the power and greater the density. He can't possibly make it through. Shangguan Yunrong said. Indeed, just as Shangguan Yunrong predicted, the heavenly tribulations descending from inside the tribulation, clouds became increasingly denser, practically not giving Yi Yuan the slightest opportunity to catch his breath. Yi Yuan's martial technique was released like raindrops, colliding together with those dense heavenly tribulations. Even if Shangguan Yunrong did not believe that Yi Yuan could transcend these dual-colored lightning tribulations, he was still astounded by this scene before his eyes. Was the magnitude of this sort of attacks truly unleashed by a sea transformation realm martial artist who was currently transcending tribulation? In a twinkle, over half of the 9x9, 81 lightning tribulations, had already said. Yi Yuan's essence energy and soul force were being depleted rapidly. Such consumption speed was too rapid, even if Yi Yuan swallowed a large quant. One tie of medicinal pills he felt very taxing too. Even more noble was that the expenditure of soul force was greater than the expenditure of essence energy. If this continued, once the divine soul received damage, it would be a very troublesome matter. Yi Yuan also never expected that the soul tribulation would actually become the greatest bottleneck restricting him from transcending the tribulation right now. Ha ha ha. What did I say? You see, his way of transcending the tribulation is no different from courting death. Look, his soul force is going to be depleted very soon. When his divine soul directly suffers the bombardment of the purple lightning, that will be the instant of him Paris. I plus Ing and his Dalvanis. I plus Ing. Shangguan Yunrong said with a hideous grin. Ha ha, it's still Uncle Rong who is impressive. Yi Yuan's soul force has already reached rock bottom, but at the back there are still over a dozen bolts of purple soul tribulations. These final dozen over purple soul tribulations are even stronger. He can only withstand 7 to 8 bolts at most. Those few bolts of soul tribulations at the back, he can't push through no matter what. Shangguan Lingyun also had a look of thrill. At this time, the excitement on Chu S H I plus S and the others' faces were long already replaced by solemnness. Although they were separated very far away, they could also feel that Yi Yuan was not quite right. Such high-intensity execution of martial techniques. Even if Yi Yuan's essence energy was a bottomless pit, it should also be seeing the bottom at this time. Under the heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan's aura was being diminished unceasingly. Very clearly, transcending the tribulation had already reached the critical juncture. And Mr. Yi He. Zhu Changji said worriedly, "Shut your stinky mouth up. Mr. Ye's fortunes run deep. How can he possibly not even transcend past the heavenly tribulation of Soul Sea Realm?" Chu S H I plus reproached. Chapter 619, A Blow in Anger. Chapter 619, A Blow in Anger. Pooh work. Finally, a bolt of dual-colored heavenly tribulation landed heavily on Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. Even if his fleshy body was very powerful right now, facing such a heavenly tribulation, his body suffered damage instantly too. His essence energy was already depleted, and his soul force had also been exhausted. This HIT made his aura nosedive to the limit. This was the 78th dual-colored heavenly tribulation. There were just 3 bolts remaining at the back. But these 3 bolts of heavenly tribulations were the most deadly 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation. The nameless essence energy within Yi Yuan's body had yet to be employed. He could expend this essence energy to resist the lightning tribulation, but his soul force was already dried up. There was simply no way to endure the damage of the purple lightning soul tribulation anymore. Seeing Yi Yuan spitting out blood from severe injuries, Shangguan Yinrong and his nephew were both abnormally excited. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, didn't you say earlier to let us take a look at what's called a true genius? If you have the capabilities, transcend this lightning tribulation for us to see. Your essence energy and soul force are both consumed entirely already. Even though there are only 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation left, these 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation are the heavenly tribulation that will claim your life. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Yinrong was exhilarated. Just prior to this, he did not know where Yi Yuan's limits lay either. He clearly saw that Yi Yuan's essence energy was already depleted, but Yi Yuan still persevered for a very long time. This made him very baffled, all the way until Yi Yuan spat blood from heavy injuries. He finally confirmed that Yi Yuan already could not make it. Shangguan Yinrong believed that Yi Yuan's spirit and physical strength at this time had already reached the limit. If he broke down Yi Yuan's confidence with words, Yi Yuan would be even less likely to transcend this dual-colored heavenly tribulation. Yeah, if you want to prove that you're a genius, transcend past these final 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation. I really want to see the birth of an unrivaled genius. Sigh, an unrivaled genius who came to an untimely end. Such a pity. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Lingyun got the hint and also voiced out. Except Yi Yuan's attainments in heart realm towered over them by Ji. Oh, D knows how much. How could their verbal attacks possibly shake Yi Yuan's confidence? Yi Yuan was burning with anxiety right now as well. He was desperately using his divine soul to communicate with those golden words and the black bead, but they did not have any reaction at all. Cat! The 79th bolt of heavenly tribulation carried an exceedingly horrifying pressure and fell down. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and mustered up the nameless essence energy. A flame movement true dragon carnage punch was unleashed once more. The white lightning tribulation was successfully neutralized by Yi Yuan's attack, but the purple lightning tribulation disregarded his attack and bombarded onto his divine soul directly. Pooh work! Yi Yuan's divine soul was incomparably powerful, but being struck directly by this bolt of purple lightning tribulation, he suffered severe injuries this time as well, spitting out a mouthful of blood again. But the black bead and golden characters in his sea of consciousness did not have any reaction at all. When Yi Yuan unleashed an attack once more, Shangguan Yinrong, taken aback with fright. Yi Yuan's essence energy was clearly exhausted already. Where did he have the essence energy to execute martial techniques? Instant cast martial technique. Just now, that was an instant cast martial technique. Uncle Rome, I was defeated by his instant cast martial technique earlier. This Yi Yuan definitely still has other trump cards that can achieve instant cast martial technique. Shangguan Lingyun suddenly cried out. Shangguan Yinrong's face fell slightly. Yi Yuan's instant cast martial technique earlier. How could he not perceive it? He never would not have thought that at this time. Yi Yuan still had cards up his sleeves. Relax. He's definitely at his wits' end already with divine soul defense. Looking at the current situation, he absolutely can't make it through the final 2 bolts of purple lightning. Even if he really made it through, he will be heavily injured as well. At that time, it will be his time of death. Shangguan Yinrong said. Right at this time, the 80th bolt of heavenly tribulation finally fell. Yi Yuan struggled to crawl up. Looking up at the sky and giving a long howl, a punch rumbled over once more. Rumble. The purple lightning tribulation blasted onto his divine soul without any suspense, piling on injuries on top of his injuries. Yi Yuan's divine soul had utterly wilted at this time. It already suffered extremely severe injuries. In light of his injuries right now, it was absolutely impossible for him to transcend the final bolt of dual-colored heavenly tribulation. After the 80th bolt of heavenly tribulation, the final bolt, dual-colored heavenly tribulation, did not fall right away. The tribulation, clouds up in the sky, seemed to have become a little thicker again. It was brewing an even more powerful heavenly tribulation. Swizz. H. Plus, Zhu Changji was going to charge towards Yi Yuan with a lunge, but was held back by Chu S. H. I plus. What are you doing? Chu S. H. I plus said angrily. Going to save Mr. Yi. This life of mine was given by Mr. Yi. Even if I die, I have to save him too. Zhu Changji said almost in tears. Snap. Chu S. H. I plus directly gave him a slap and said furiously, You fool! If you go, not only will you not be able to help Mr. Yi, you'll bring him even greater trouble instead. It doesn't matter if you die. What if you didn't die? There's a divine traversing realm expert over there. If you go over there, fumble, and get caught, wouldn't you become Mr. Ye's burden? Zhu Changji's expression froze, and he wailed, Then what to do? We can't just watch Mr. Yi be killed by them, right? Wait a while more. I know Brother Ye's disposition. He won't admit defeat so easily. Perhaps there is still a turnaround. About heavenly tribulation. He can only rely on himself. It's futile even if we go over. Wait until Brother Yi transcends the heavenly tribulation. We'll charge over together. At this time, the Yi-Nian-Hua, who did not speak the entire time, opened her mouth. Looking at the current situation, even if Yi Yuan transcended the heavenly tribulation, he would definitely be severely injured too. At that time, he definitely needed their help. Even if it was delaying a divine, traversing realm expert for a moment, their payout was worth it too. Yi Yuan's injuries at this time were very severe. It was severe until he could not even stand up. He tried several times in a row and did not crawl up. Could it be that I gained a new lease on life again and actually can even transcend the heavenly tribulation of Soul Sea Realm? No, I'm unresigned. Yi Yuan roared in his heart. In his previous life, he did good deeds for hundreds of years. In the end, what it exchanged for was the outcome of Paris. H. I. plus Ing and his Dao Vanis. H. I. plus Ing. Reviving in this life, Yi Yuan had long made up his mind to go against the heaven. Today it was his first time standing in front of heavenly Tao and challenging it. Almost. Just the last bit left. Only the final lightning tribulation. Arg! Yi Yuan roared and used all the strength in his body to stand up. Pointing his finger to the sky, he said, Villainous old heaven! Bring it. If you have the BALLS, smite me to death! Seemingly replying Yi Yuan's words. Finally, the 81st bolt of heavenly tribulation that had been brewing for a long time finally fell down. Coiling dragon. Heaven. Devastating. Pom! Yi Yuan used the last of his strength and unleashed his final blow. It was also an attack containing his wrath, an attack challenging heavenly Tao. This coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm broke through the limits of his body. It was more powerful than any of his palms previously. The azure dragon carried along a sorrowful and resentful roar as it galloped towards the firmament. It was as if it was the roar in Yi Yuan's heart. The coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm, directly annihilated the final bolt of heavenly tribulation, and then it charged straight for the skies, charging over towards the tribulation clouds. Rumble. That thick tribulation cloud was actually dispersed by Yi Yuan once again. However, this attack of Yi Yuan's was still unable to stem the descent of the purple lightning. Chapter 620. Great Turnabout. Chapter 620. Great Turnabout. The purple lightning tribulation landed right on Yi Yuan's body, just like this. After being hit by the soul tribulation, Yi Yuan's entire body was paralyzed, unmoving. Seeing this scene, Shangguan Yunrong laughed wildly and said, Yi Yuan, so what even if you transcended the heavenly tribulation? Aren't you still going to die at my hands? TSK, TSK, you transcended the dual-colored lightning tribulation. You proved to us that you're a true genius. So what? To be able to kill a true genius, I feel even more honored, too. Ha ha ha. Bearing this bolt of purple lightning, although Yi Yuan was still breathing, it was already impossible to fight anymore. He naturally became fish on a chopping board, being at the mercy of Shangguan Yunrong. Brothers, charge! Chu S, H, I, plus gave a shout. Those people who came back charged out without any hesitation, slaughtering into the fierce gale world's great army. For a moment, war cries filled the air. When Shangguan Yunrong saw the scene, he had a disdainful look as he said, "Couldn't tell that you still have some capability of winning people's hearts. These trash all killed their way out already. In order to save you, they actually came back again. But how large a wave can these small fries stir?" Yi Yuan's eyes were tightly shut. He did not have the intention of responding to Shangguan Yunrong at all. Shangguan Yunrong said with a hideous grin, "Yi Yuan, you're too outstanding. Out of fear where a long night is fraught with many dreams, I'll send you on your way right now." By the side, Shangguan Lingyun was very excited at this time as well. Finally could kill Yi Yuan. After today, there wasn't going to be anybody obstructing in front of him, no more. "Uncle Rome, quickly do it!" Shangguan Lingyun urged. Shangguan Yunrong nodded his head and was going to make a move against Yi Yuan. Right then, a streak of white light appeared out of thin air in front of Yi Yuan and attacked Shangguan Yunrong abruptly. This scene was too sudden. Everyone could not react in time. Courting death! Shangguan Yunrong's expression changed, and he changed direction at the last minute to attack that streak of white light. That streak of white light's speed was too swift. It was so fast that Shangguan Yunrong's martial technique had yet to fully form, and white light already arrived in front of him. Bang! Shangguan Yunrong was directly knocked flying out. Only when he struggled to his feet did he discover that that streak of white light was actually a white tiger. Who could it be but white light? The current white light was no longer that little kitty in the past, but he truly matured into a white tiger. White color velvet fur lined with black stripes. A pair of tiger eyes glared at Shangguan Yunrong, looking awe-inspiring. This was the true bearing of a divine beast. Roar! White light raised his head and gave a long roar. A powerful aura instantly spread across the entire battlefield. At this moment, white light's might of a divine beast was displayed beyond all doubt. Peak tier 4 demonic beast. Seeing white light, Shangguan Yunrong sucked in a cold breath. Peak tier 4 demonic beasts were equivalent to humans' peak soul sea realm. And looking at that attack earlier, the offensive power of this white tiger was likely not beneath his. The most nable thing was that this fellow's speed was too fast. Shangguan Yunrong only felt his vision blurred just now, and white light already arrived in front of him. Such horrifying speed, his attacks could not hit at all. There was actually still such a heaven-defying demonic beast existing around Yi Yuan. Peak tier 4 demonic beasts were extremely rare in human territories. They would only be inside the endless forest. One had to know that when peak tier 4 demonic beasts advanced another step, they would be able to transcend tribulation and take form. Even though this white tiger in front of him was only peak tier 4, it could fight to a draw with him. It could be seen that it was absolutely not a common demonic beast. Shangguan Yunrong changed expressions several times. No matter how he calculated, it was also impossible to have calculated that Yi Yuan actually still had such a powerful existence by his side. "Leave this white tiger to me. You guys attack together and kill Yi Yuan with a flurry of blades." Shangguan Yunrong instructed the great army. But right then, a dense pack of white apes suddenly appeared around Yi Yuan. They were precisely the Long-Arm Stone Ape Clan. The Long-Arm Stone Ape Clan's current strength was already no longer what it was in the past. Just the Tier 4 demonic beasts, a large batch was born. Tier 3 demonic beasts were even too many to enumerate. Furthermore, for quite a long time they Ed the 7-star Ephemeris Grand Array incomparably proficiently. Their combat strengths were very daunting. White light, Yuan Fei, give me 100 breaths of time. I'll kill him then. Yi Yuan said calmly. Roar. Leave it to me, big brother. Yes, young master. Shangguan Yinrong never would have thought that both sides' situation would undergo so many changes in a twinkle. Originally, his situation was a certain win. In this twinkle of an eye, Yi Yuan let out a large crowd of demonic beasts, instantly reversing the plot. He was still solemnly swearing to kill Yi Yuan prior to this. Just how long had it been? It was actually Yi Yuan going to kill him. Shangguan Yinrong suddenly discovered a problem and said in terror, Your divine soul actually recovered. Shangguan Yinrong was fully immersed in the shock of white light appearing prior this and did not pay attention to Yi Yuan at all, who knew that in this short while, Yi Yuan's divine soul already fully recovered. Although the present Yi Yuan still had injuries, his entire person's aura had totally changed. He was already a genuine soul, Sea Realm expert. This discovery made Shangguan Yinrong dumbstruck with amazement. Wasn't Yi Yuan already severely wounded and on the verge of death previously? Why was it that, in a twinkle, he was actually as good as new? Furthermore, the divine soul getting injured was the most troublesome. It was exceedingly hard to heal. What kind of miracle elixir could fully restore the divine soul in this short while? Shangguan Yinrong felt that his brain could not quite wrap itself around it. The things that happened to Yi Yuan were forever, that inconceivable. How could he know that right at that moment the final bolt of purple lightning descended? The black bead and the golden characters in Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness finally reacted. The attack, which originally had an irresistible force, was directly absorbed by the black bead when it reached Yi Yuan's divine soul. Then the black bead quivered slightly and dropped a few powder-state black particles. The golden characters carried along those few grains of black powder and started treating Yi Yuan's divine soul. Yi Yuan's divine soul was like being bathed in the spring breeze, recovering to its peak state very quickly. Yi Yuan did not bother with Shangguan Yinrong's astonishment. He sat down on the spot, consolidating his cultivation realm with all his strength. As a result of the heavenly tribulation's baptism, Yi Yuan's essence energy sea expanded rapidly. It finally formed an essence energy sea with a circumference of 3,000 feet. When Shangguan Yinrong saw this scene, the expression on his face became exceedingly fascinating. At this moment, his mind only had one word, and that was run. Shangguan Yinrong flicked his sleeves and brought Shangguan Lingyun along, wanting to flee. However, white light already broke through to peak tier 4 now. His speed was already unbelievably fast. The reason why flowing light white tigers were called flowing light white tigers was that their speed was unparalleled in the world. Shangguan Yinrong's figure had just moved, and white light already arrived in front of him. Shangguan Yinrong was secretly startled and had no choice but to turn back and face the enemy. Bang! Another intense clash. The one human and one tiger both fell back several steps. Roar! White light roared angrily again, as if he was mocking Shangguan Yinrong. If Shangguan Yinrong knew the universal beast language, he would understand what white light was saying. My big brother says that he wants to kill you, so you must die. Chapter 6:21. Obliterating with a punch. Chapter 6:21. Obliterating with a punch. Shangguan Yinrong was terrified, but no matter how far he ran, he could not escape out of white light's palm either. That terrifying speed of white light made Shangguan Yinrong at a loss on what to do. His attacks could not even touch white light's skin and fur at all. But white light kept on tangling with him, making him not have the chance to escape at all. White light was actually still a notch weaker than Shangguan Yinrong in terms of strength. After all, he was formerly a 3rd-level divine traversing expert, even though now his strength was at the 1st-level divine traversing realm. But white light did not come into direct contact with him at all. He just adopted Hara, S meant tactics. His goal was to delay for 100 breaths. Presently, Chu S, H, I, plus, and the others became more enthusiastic the more they killed. They initially came harboring the resolve to die, who knew that so many demonic beasts suddenly appeared in front to help. This made them suddenly feel that happiness came too suddenly. Haha, didn't I say that, Mr. You will be fine? Following Mr. Yi, eating meat and drinking soup are a cinch. Chu S, H, I, plus said with a big laugh. Too awesome. Did you guys hear earlier or not? Mr. Yi said to take his life in 100 breaths of time. That is a high and lofty divine traversing realm expert. Mr. Yi just broke through to Soul C and is going to F** CK, a divine traversing realm expert. Zhu Changji was excited too as he said this. Impressive. Qian C pierced through a Soul C realm martial artist with a stab. He still did not forget to jab in verbally as a supporter role. All of a sudden, Shangguan Yunrong said with a roar, You'd MN tiger. No end to it, is it? It's you who forced me. Rumble. Shangguan Yunrong's aura suddenly erupted. His body radiated an aura of red light. Bloodthirsty art. Shangguan Yunrong's aura suddenly skyrocketed. His speed and offensive power rose tremendously. Although his cultivation realm did not break through, his combat power increased greatly. What was more nable was that his speed actually soared in a blink of an eye and caught up to White Light's speed. White Light also did not expect that this Shangguan Yunrong actually still had a card to play. For a while, he was forced to fall back repeatedly. The two people's exchange was like sparks flying off a flint. Ordinary people's visual prowess simply could not catch up to the two people's speed. Bang! Shangguan Yunrong sent White Light flying out with a punch, but did not continue following after to exploit the victory. Instead, he borrowed the rebound force of this blow to escape with even greater speed. Ha ha ha! Yi Yuan, we'll have a chance to meet again. In the future, when my condition recovers to the peak, I'll come and find you again. Shangguan Yunrong's figure flew away, only leaving behind this one sentence. White Light looked at Shangguan Yunrong's distant back view and could not help being vexed. With this tussle, even if his speed was any faster, he could not catch up to Shangguan Yunrong either. Shangguan Yunrong was just being pleased with himself when a voice sounded out beside his ear, seemingly transmitting from the netherworld. Why so anxious to leave? I transcended the dual-colored, lightning tribulations and haven't had the time to greet you. Shangguan Yunrong felt his scalp tingle. Whose voice could it be if not Yi Yuan's? His figure stopped abruptly, and he turned around to look, but he did not even see a soul. Stop searching already. I'm over here, Yi Yuan said coolly. Shangguan Yunrong's heart thumped. Turning back once more, indeed, he saw Yi Yuan standing right in front of him. No idea since when Yi Yuan actually ran in front of him. Shangguan Yunrong's heart sunk to the bottom. Since Yi Yuan could run in front of him, that meant that his movement was even faster than his. Wanting to run, there was probably no chance already, except he could not figure out, no matter how he racked his brains, Yi Yuan had merely just broken through to the first level Soul C. And, no wait, Yi Yuan actually directly reached third level Soul C. Shangguan Yunrong suddenly remembered something. His expression changed, and he said solemnly, Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, Looks like you're still quite knowledgeable. That's right, it's precisely Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Now, do you still have any last words? Either way, I won't help you to fulfill them either. Shangguan Yunrong's face turned back, and he said ferociously, Want to kill me? That will also have to shatter a mouthful of your teeth. Shangguan Yunrong was naturally unwilling to resign himself to fate. He instantly gathered a titanic amount of heaven and earth essence energy. Even if his cultivation realm had been blasted down, Shangguan Yinrong was still a divine traversing realm expert. This commotion was truly outrageous. Bloodthirsty, demonic palm. A terrifying attack howled towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan similarly unleashed his move unhurriedly, as if he did not care about Shangguan Yinrong's move at all. Flame movement, true dragon carnage. The fiery red, colossal dragon carried along a terrifying power and attacked Shangguan Yinrong. This punch was Ji. Oh, D knows how many times stronger than when Yi Yuan was at the sea transformation realm. It was even more powerful than the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Under Shangguan Yinrong's terrified gaze, the colossal dragon directly gobbled up his palm force and then pounced towards him. Rumble. Ah, Yi Yuan, it's not so easy for you to want to escape this easily. At death's door, Shangguan Yinrong struggled to yell out. Flame movement, true dragon carnage, landed on Shangguan Yinrong's body without any suspense, directly blasting him into mince. The might of one fist was terrifying to the max. Right at this time, a wisp of black air floated in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he waved his hand, wanting to flick it away. Yet, that wisp of black air ignored his essence energy and directly bore into his palm, forming a black mark. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he muttered to himself, "The power of a curse! This Shangguan Yinrong really leaves no peace behind, even if he died. Big brother, sorry about that." White light already came to Yi Yuan's side at this time and said Mbara. Sedley. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's fine. Just nice 100 breaths of time. You already did very well. Really didn't think that refining one tiger bone can actually let you directly broke through to peak tier 4. Advancing another step, and you'll be able to transcend the tribulation and take form." Haha, you don't know how agitated I was when I saw that tiger bone back then. That was a peak tier 4 black flame tiger's tiger bone. To you humans, it can just refine some medicinal pills. But to me, it's a priceless natural treasure. When I saw it, I headed over without hesitation, White Light said. Yi Yuan recalled the scenario of White Light hing the tiger bone back then and could not help laughing heartily. All right, since you've already broken through to peak tier 4, wait until I gather up the medicinal herbs for shapes. Plus ding pill. Then I'll help you refine a shapes. Plus ding pill and aid you to break through to tier 5. Yi Yuan said. White Light jumped up excitedly when he heard that. Ha ha! I knew that Big Brother is the best. Thanks a lot, Big Brother. Yi Yuan said smilingly. What are you still being courteous with me for? Just now, if not for you just happens to break through, I probably wouldn't have any way of standing here. Perfectly fine now. Yi Yuan and White Light, the two people, were currently chatting. When those fierce Gale world martial artists saw their side's divine, traversing realm expert being killed off with a punch, how could they still have the thoughts of fighting? They immediately fled, helter-skelter. Chu S, H, I, Plus, and the others also gathered around at this time. Yi Yuan clasped his hands when he saw them and said, "Thank you very much, everyone." Chu S, H, I, Plus repeatedly said Dare Not. What's Mr. Yi saying here? Our lives were all saved by Mr. Yi. Without you, we couldn't possibly have escaped from Crimson Light City at all. Moreover, we didn't really help by coming either. Rather, we've let Mr. Yi seen a joke. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "All right, everyone, do away with the polite remarks. We shouldn't stay for long in this place. City Lord Chu S, H, I, Plus, you guys hurry up and bring the Crimson Light City martial artists and leave." Chapter 622, Forbidden Death Zone. Chapter 622, Forbidden Death Zone. Yi Yuan's words made Chu S, H, I, Plus, and the others stupefied. "Mr. Yi, what do you mean? Aren't you going back together with us?" Chu S, H, I, Plus said puzzledly. Yi Yuan revealed the black mark in his hand for everyone to see, shook his head, and then said that Shangguan Yunrong planted a divine soul curse on me before dying. The fierce Gale World's divine traversing realm experts can definitely track me based on this curse. Those divine traversing realm expert are probably on their way already. If I follow you guys, you can't escape. Their target is me. As long as I'm not together with you, you all should be able to escape successfully. When everyone saw that black mark in Yi Yuan's hand, they involuntarily drew a cold breath. Then you going by yourself, isn't it too dangerous? Zhu Changji said worriedly. Yeah, let's also quickly notify the Alliance and let them send experts to rendezvous with us. Qin Yan said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, It's too late. All right, don't be long-winded. You guys hurry up and leave. I have my own ways to avoid their pursuit. Zhu Changji was still going to say something, but was held back by Chu S.H.I. Plus, who said, We'll only be Mr. Ye's burden by following him. If he goes alone, he might be safer instead. All right, let's go. After everyone left, Yuan Fei carried Shangguan Lingyun in front of Yi Yuan and said, Young master, how to deal with this fellow? Yi Yuan said, Coolly, kill him. Shangguan Lingyun's expression changed, and he said savagely, Yi Yuan, even if you kill me, you'll die a horrible death too. Uncle Rong has already planted a divine soul curse. Even if you flee to the ends of the world, you'll be killed by family head too. Yi Yuan smiled indifferently and said, You're thinking too much. Just a tiny little divine soul curse, that's all. It's a little troublesome, but to take my life, it's still lacking. Very quickly, Yuan Fei disposed of Shangguan Lingyun. A fierce Gale World's young genius of his generation fell just like that. Big brother, where are you going now? White Light asked. The endless forest. Yi Yuan said without any hesitation. On a spirit boat, several million miles away from Crimson Light City, a black mark suddenly appeared on Ding Liang's palm. Seeing this black mark, Ding Liang's brows could not help furrowing. This is Shangguan Yunrong's divine soul curse. He knew that Shangguan Wenrui sent me to hunt down Yi Yuan, so he sent the mark over to me. Looks like Shangguan Yunrong and Lan Shan have both fallen already. Could it be that Yi Yuan killed them? That isn't very likely, right? According to the news sent over previously, Yi Yuan should be transcending the tribulation to break through to the Soul Sea realm. Even if he succeeds in breaking through, it's also not possible to be Shangguan Yunrong's match. Could it be that there are even stronger people in Crimson Light City? But if it's really like that, why wasn't there any news sent over from there? Ding Liang could not figure out after racking his brains and was at a loss regarding Crimson Light City's situation. This curse mark was only a fuzzy response. It would not send over all of the information. Based on this curse mark, Ding Liang could find Yi Yuan. But he did not know if this pursuit target was Yi Yuan or not. But looking at the intel currently grasped, clearly, Yi Yuan's suspicion was the greatest. Screw it. As long as I catch this fellow, I'll naturally know who he is. Hopefully this person is really Yi Yuan. That will save me a great deal of trouble. It's a pity that the setup over there has already reached a critical time, but keeps on transferring manpower out nonstop. It's really troublesome. Yi Yuan. Oh, Yi Yuan, I knew that you weren't something that belongs in a pond back then. But isn't your rise up a little too rapid as well? All of a sudden, Ding Liang's brows furrowed. He discovered that Yi Yuan was currently speeding towards the southern direction with extreme speed. Thinking of running? How can it be so easy? With this curse mark, even if you run to the ends of the world, how can you escape my palm? Ding Liang deployed the profound artifact spirit boat with a gesture and chased after in the southern direction with tremendous speed. To humans, the endless forest was very perilous, but as long as one's strength was sufficiently strong, they could still rely on their own strength to fly over. But in the endless forest, there was a region known as Forbidden Death Zone. Even peak divine traversing realm experts did not dare to cut across either, regardless whether was it through the land or via the sky. The total area of this region was very vast, but it had borders. Head south 10,000 miles from the northern domain was the borders of this forbidden death zone. This forbidden death zone extended for 100,000 miles. Only outside of this 100,000-mile radius was the area that humans could move about in. Of course, the endless forest size was far from just 100,000 miles, so the area that humans could enter was still very huge. Otherwise, the south and north, two regions, were really going to be isolated for life. And Yi Yuan's current destination was precisely this forbidden death zone. Although he did not know who the fierce Gale world would send to hunt him down, Yi Yuan dared to confirm that it should be at least a middle-stage divine traversing realm expert. Such an expert, he could not defeat the person no matter what. If he wanted to live, he could only force himself into a hopeless situation with no way out so that he would fight back desperately. By the time Yi Yuan came to the 3,000-mile region, he already put away the spirit boat and went on foot. Because spirit boats pursued speed, their defensive strengths were generally very weak. Once they entered the territories of high-ranking demonic beasts, it was very easy to suffer the attacks of flying-type demonic beasts. If the spirit boat was damaged because of this, then the loss outweighed the gain. But along the way, Yi Yuan's progress was rather fast. With white light following him and giving off the power of a divine beast, the beasts all submitted along the way. That power intimidated the forest, like a tiger's roar throughout the whole journey. Haha, sweet. Although White Light's body became large, he still had a child's disposition. Teasing those low-ranking demonic beasts, he felt very good about himself at present. Yi Yuan chuckled when he saw the situation and said, "Your White Tiger clan is the king of all beasts. Look at you, so childish. Plus, haha, big brother, you don't know how arduous it was for my mother and me to survive in the endless forest. If not for running into you, I wouldn't even be able to beat that 7-colored flowing cloud python, let alone talk about being whatever king of all beasts. Now that my strength is powerful, coming back to the endless forest again is to let those fellows who bullied my family before to prostrate." Although White Light said these while grinning, and his words revealed some forlornness. When Yi Yuan heard White Light say so, he was filled with a vicissitude of emotions too. Recalling when he met White Light back then, White Light was young and immature like a kitten. Now, several years had passed, White Light already grew into a true king of all beasts. Him returning to the endless forest again to regain face was also something within reason. And, in the future, us brothers will mature together. We're going to let everyone who bullies us come and prostrate before us." Yi Yuan also said with a grand, lofty sentiment, "Haha, that's of course. Me, this divine beast, plus Big Brother, this freakish monster, whoever runs into us have to submit to." White Light said with a big laugh, "Yi Yuan, it's actually really you. You actually killed Shangguan Yinrong. Truly remarkable. However, today, you won't have that good fortune like during the previous time." Right at this time, Ding Liang, who had been in hot pursuit, finally made it. Chapter 6:23. Great Pursuit and Escape. Chapter 6:23. Great Pursuit and Escape towards Ding Liang's arrival. Yi Yuan was not too fluid, teared. Not that he was not worried, but he was pretending to be unconcerned. If he was not worried, why would he barge into this freaking forbidden death zone? Hoo-hoo, truly, enemies meet on a narrow path. Didn't expect that Shangguan Yinrong's curse mark was actually said to you. Yi Yuan said very nonchalantly. When Ding Liang saw Yi Yuan's manner, he said coolly, "Are you pretending to be relaxed? You don't think that you can still escape from my hands this time, right?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Even Zhao Tianyin couldn't hold me back and even needed to kowtow and admit his fault in front of me. Just the likes of you wish to make me stay?" Ding Liang's expression changed, his face instantly becoming as black as the bottom of a pot. The central capital battle, the ones who knew the outcome were only him, Ding Liang, and people of Star Abyss's lineage. That battle was not just the Wind Emperor, His Majesty's disgrace. It was also all the fierce Gale world martial artist's shame. The invincible Wind Emperor actually kowtowed towards a crystal formation realm brat. That was simply unprecedented humiliation. You shut your mouth for me. If I don't kill you today, I'm lesser than human. Ha ha! Then you'll really not be able to be human today. You were present on that day. You should know that I have a powerful helper, right? Yi Yuan said smilingly. Ding Liang's expression changed as he recalled that terrifying woman on that day. Even the Wind Emperor did not have the slightest strength to resist under her hands. That woman's horror could be imagined. But he remembered the Wind Emperor's words again. The Wind Emperor had said that woman naturally had people to deal with her. This actually caused his nerves to ease up a little. Humph! Is she really around? Why don't you call her out for me to take a look? Ding Liang said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan was secretly startled. Could it be that this Ding Liang knew something? How could he have known that in an accident arising from many causes, Ding Liang was also considered to have hit the mark by a fluke? Yu Mengli's present condition was just coming out to intimidate people a bit. He did not expect that this Ding Liang did not fall for it at all. But Yi Yuan obviously would not give up hope so easily. He said, Coolly, Lier, somebody wants to meet you. Show yourself for an appearance then. Under Ding Liang's horrified gaze, Yu Mengli really appeared. Last time I spared your life. Didn't think that you still don't know what's good for you. Yu Mengli glared angrily and said, and she was about to muster heaven and earth essence energy. Seeing Yu Mengli, Ding Liang's scalp really exploded. How could he still care about killing Yi Yuan? He turned around and fled desperately with all his might. Ding Liang wished that his parents had given him a pair of wings to let him be able to fly a bit faster. Ding Liang was an 8th level divine traversing realm expert. In a twinkle, he already flew out several hundred miles away. All of a sudden, Ding Liang was startled with a jerk and discovered that something was not quite right. If that striking beauty really wanted to kill him, how could he possibly escape? Also, if that woman was really that powerful, why would Yi Yuan go deep into a dangerous place as well? Played by this fellow, although he did not know what happened, that woman definitely had no way of helping Yi Yuan. Otherwise, just now, 100 of him would be dead too. Sensing the curse mark again, Yi Yuan had indeed sped like the wind in the opposite direction. Ding Liang, as an upper echelon of the fierce Gale world, was not foreign to the endless world. He knew that the place around 2,000 miles ahead was the forbidden death zone. He understood that this was Yi Yuan wanting to force himself into a desperate situation so that he could risk it all. With this tussle, both parties instantly pulled apart close to 1,000 miles. D.A.M.N. Brat! Ding Liang gritted his teeth and raised his speed to the limits, chasing after Yi Yuan. Big brother, this fellow's movement speed is too fast. White Light said anxiously as he ran. Although flowing light White Tiger's forte was speed, Ding Liang's cultivation realm was much higher than theirs. His movement speed was naturally a great deal faster compared to theirs as well. Although Yi Yuan used a trick to scare Ding Liang away, this fellow's reaction speed was still pretty fast. He actually chased after so quickly. You just care about running forward. Leave the rest to me. Yi Yuan said, Big brother, you have to be careful. The two people sped like the wind while communicating how to deal with it. In a blink, they sprinted for several hundred miles. But how fast was Ding Liang's speed? In just this short while, he already shrunk the distance between both parties to only a distance of 200 miles. Both parties' strengths were too powerful. The places that they pot S through, even Tier 4 demonic beasts had to give a wide berth. Yi Yuan, wait until this old man catches up to you. I must flay your skin and pull out your tendons to be able to dispel the hatred in my heart. Ding Liang had long been enraged to the limits. Being fooled by Yi Yuan, this brat, how could he, this old monster, not be furious? Old fogey, if you have the capabilities, then chase all the way into the forbidden death zone. Yi Yuan replied, Boy, you don't be OCKY. If you have the capabilities, run inside first before talking. Old fogey, you don't be OCKY. If you have the capabilities, catch up first before talking. The two people's feet did not ease up for a second, but their mouths started quarreling. Seeing as both parties' gap was getting smaller and smaller, Ding Liang's aura already rose to the peak. Even when separated by such a great distance, Yi Yuan could also feel the other party's horrifying pressure. Looks like this old punk was really infuriated by him. 200 miles. 100 miles. 50 miles. Both parties' gap was getting increasingly smaller, while Yi Yuan's distance away from the Forbidden Death Zone was also getting lesser and lesser. Finally, when they were still several miles away from the Forbidden Death Zone, Ding Liang caught up to Yi Yuan. White light, go. Yi Yuan already had no time to keep white light into the vast heaven peg. At this time, he could only let him enter the Forbidden Death Zone first. As for what this Forbidden Death Zone had, Yi Yuan did not know either. Perhaps this was his survival path, or maybe it was actually his death gate. Actually, Yi Yuan had long thought it out clearly. Since he revived, he was indeed intertwined with a great destiny. Several incidences of hopeless situations, he turned the dangers all into safety. Perhaps this so-called Forbidden Death Zone was his survival path too. Therefore, that was why Yi Yuan was willing to take his chances. Under Yi Yuan's instructions, white light leaped and vanished, and Yi Yuan himself turned around abruptly and faced Ding Liang coldly. Stinking brat, prepare to die. Ding Liang did not have the slightest hesitation. Straight away, it was his strongest attack. Yi Yuan did not hesitate at all as well. He directly fished out a void escape thunderous explosion talisman and threw it over at Ding Liang. Ding Liang originally attacked in rage and already calculated that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Who knew that Yi Yuan suddenly pulled out such a powerful weapon? This void escape thunderous explosion talisman was equivalent to a peak divine traversing realms attack. The might of its power could be imagined. But Yi Yuan also knew that this Ding Liang was an 8th level divine traversing expert after all. For this void escape thunderous explosion talisman to want to kill him, it was still a little lacking. So after he threw out the void escape thunderous explosion talisman, Yi Yuan immediately turned around and ran madly. There was not much essence energy left in his body at this time, but Yi Yuan's present physical body was extremely formidable too. Even without the support of essence energy, running for a few days and nights was not an issue either. Rumble. A massive impact sounded out. Ding Liang fled groan came from behind Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not even turn his head back, running over towards the Forbidden Death Zone. Ahead was a S of dense fog. Yi Yuan did not hesitate the slightest bit, plunging headlong inside. Chapter 6:24. A Gamble. Chapter 6:24. A Gamble. Bang! Ding Liang suddenly struck a palm out, shattering a large tree by the side into smithereens. It could be seen just how immense the fury in his heart was. Calculated everything, and he still could not predict that Yi Yuan actually had a void escape thunderous explosion talisman. This time, not only did he not catch Yi Yuan, he even let himself suffer considerable injuries instead. To think that he was still swearing solemnly before, saying that Yi Yuan could not escape this time. In the end, he still ran away. Facing the layers upon layers of dense fog ahead, Ding Liang was somewhat shrinking back. He knew that behind this dense fog was human martial artists' forbidden land. Even peak divine traversing realm experts would also not come out again when entering this forbidden death zone. Accurately speaking, they did come back. It was just that what came back was just a corpse. According to the information that the fierce Gale world collected, this forbidden death zone was the Endless World's most terrifying place. Even His Majesty did not dare to step foot inside too. Before departing, Zhao Tianyin exhorted the few of them just two matters. One of it was to not provoke the endless forest's demonic beasts. Most importantly, to absolutely not enter the forbidden death zone. The other matter was to be sure to kill Yi Yuan. Now these two matters actually miraculously overlap together. Then, could this forbidden death zone kill Yi Yuan or not? Ding Liang pondered, a place where even His Majesty did not dare to step foot into. Yi Yuan could not possibly survive, right? Ding Liang suddenly recalled something. Reaching his hand out and taking a look at the curse mark in his hand, his expression could not help changing. He actually lost connection to Yi Yuan's curse mark. This forbidden death zone was truly abnormal. To actually be able to cut off the response between the curse marks, this divine soul curse was extremely malicious. It was like a bone infesting maggot. As long as the person inflicted by the curse did not die, this curse would never ever be removed. Even Ding Liang, this 8th level divine traversing expert, was unable to accomplish cutting off this response. But this forbidden death zone could. Screw it. I'll just wait here and do nothing. This boy is BLOODY freaky. If he can really come out from there, then it won't be easy to handle. Either way, as long as he leaves the forbidden death zone, no matter where he walks to, I'll be able to sense it. Ding Liang made a decision very quickly. White light, where are you? In the dense fog, Yi Yuan called out White Light's name repeatedly, but did not get any response. In front of his eyes was completely a stretch of haziness. Nothing could be seen at all the way until Yi Yuan walked for an entire day's time in this dense fog did he finally confirm two things. One of it was that he got separated from White Light. The other thing was that he was lost. This dense fog was seemingly expansive. No matter how he walked, he could not reach the end too. With Yi Yuan's knowledge and experience, he did not know what the L, this dense fog, was either. But Yi Yuan could confirm one thing. This dense fog was currently devouring the essence energy within his body. This one day and one night, Yi Yuan did not do anything at all, but the essence energy in his body was actually only left with 2/3 of the original. At this rate, there was still 3 days' time, and then the essence energy in his body would be completely fully exhausted. This bit, Yi Yuan was not very worried. Coming out this time, he brought sufficient medicinal pills on him and was totally able to sustain for a very long time. What Yi Yuan was worried about was that he would be lost in this dense fog all the way. That was the most terrifying thing. This dense fog did not seem to have anything at all. It was deathly still, as if there was only Yi Yuan alone left in the entire world. And this dense fog, this sort of feeling virtually made people feel despair. No wonder the Endless World's people all called this place as the Forbidden Death Zone. Even if peak divine traversing realm experts entered, facing this boundless gray fog, they would probably go crazy in the end too. Even if you had unparalleled magical abilities, you could not find a sage way to give vent either. Furthermore, it was very clear that the more you expend essence energy, the faster you die. In the gray fog, regardless where you walked to, all of the scenery was the exact same, all a stretch of haziness. There was completely no way of differentiating what place you walked through just now. Under such an environment, wanting to walk out of the dense fog was simply an impossible matter. 2 whole days, Yi Yuan just walked like this, seemingly aimlessly. As he walked, before his eyes were forever a stretch of gray haziness. During this period, Yi Yuan consumed a medicinal pill, restoring his essence energy to the optimum state. But at this time his essence energy was only left with 2/3 again. 2 days later, Yi Yuan finally could not walk anymore. He suddenly stopped, crossed his legs and sat down, and actually started visualizing the Lin word formula. This dense fog isn't an array formation, but I feel that I'm walking around in circles continuously. It looks like I've walked for 2 days and nights and seem to have walked very far, but actually I didn't walk out very far at all. Even with my heart, realm maintaining heart, like still water state, it also can't see through this dense fog. Since that's the case, then I can only break through heart realm to be rescued from the hopeless situation. Although this place did not have fighting, this dense fog was Yi Yuan's greatest adversary. Forbidden Death Zone was truly not an undeserved reputation. With Yi Yuan's knowledge and experience, he actually could not find the slightest clue after walking for 2 days and nights. But Yi Yuan had a faint supernatural feeling, and that was that he had been walking in circles all along. This was only faintly detected by him while under the heart, like still water realm. It could be seen that if there wasn't extremely high heart realm boundary, even if your cultivation was any higher, there was only waiting for death here. Even if Yi Yuan's heart realm already reached an extremely high level, it also took 2 whole days to have that tiny hint of fuzzy awareness. It could be seen that the fame of this perilous land was truly not a joke. The terror of this forbidden death zone absolutely said all of the predicaments that Yi Yuan had encountered since he revived. Because the predicament that he met with this time was something he had no way of resolving, even with the knowledge that he carried over from reviving. What people were most terrified of was the unknown. It was no exception to Yi Yuan as well. When all of his knowledge could not be put to use, this was naturally his most difficult time. Even if Yi Yuan faintly had a feeling, he did not know whether his feeling was right or not either. Even if his feeling was correct, Yi Yuan also did not know if he could break through heart realm before his recovery medicinal pills were consumed entirely. Everything was not definite. Yi Yuan did not have the choice right now. He could only go and gamble. Gamble that his hint of inspiration was not wrong. Of course, this was also just Yi Yuan. If it were other martial artists, even if Xiao Tianin came personally, he might not have this chance to gamble. No matter how high their cultivation realms were, who could reach the height of Yi Yuan's heart realm boundary? According to Yi Yuan's deduction, if he wanted to see through this dense fog, heart like still water was already inadequate, which was also to say that he had to break through to heart like monolith realm. This heart realm boundary, even in the divine realm, it was a realm of the legends too. However, Yi Yuan really did not know if his current heart, like still water, had really reached the pinnacle or not. If he really succeeded in breaking through, but did not reach heart, like monolith realm, then that would really be fun. All in all, everything was a gamble. Chapter 6:25. Heart like monolith, immovable by the 8 winds. Chapter 6:25. Heart like monolith, immovable by the 8 winds. Yi Yuan was racing against time. He had to successfully form the Lin character's second-hand seal before his medicinal pills were depleted. The difficulty of the first form was already so great, much less than the second form. Furthermore, different from the visualization previously, Yi Yuan had to interrupt the visualization every 2 to 3 days to stop and consume medicinal pills to restore essence energy. Essence energy depleted for a long time would cause irreversible damage to the martial artist's essence energy C, and would cause their cultivation realm to fall. Yi Yuan did not wish to take such a risk. The second hand seal form was a continuation of the first hand seal form, but Yi Yuan's attempt in forming the seal was not that smooth. 2 days said, and Yi Yuan could not even achieve the most minimum seal. What Yi Yuan visualized was only a fuzzy hand seal. There was simply no way of forming the seal. The condensation of a hand seal, even if it were just off by a fraction, the final outcome would also be a failure. But Yi Yuan did not even cross the threshold, yet right now. Condensing hand seals like this required him to expend large amounts of essence energy too. This sped up Yi Yuan's essence energy consumption even more. This gray fog did not have the slightest essence energy replenishment. Yi Yuan could only continuously recover his essence energy through medicinal pills. This way, Yi Yuan's medicinal pills expenditure speed clearly hastened considerably. When it reached the 5th day, Yi Yuan's medicinal pills was already depleted by half. At the rate of such consumption speed, Yi Yuan could at most still last for 5 days' time, experiencing so many great storms and waves. Yi Yuan's heart realm had long become incomparable from the past. Expending these medicinal pills, Yi Yuan did not even blink his eyes. It was as if his medicinal pills were unlimited, and all of his energy was placed on visualizing the Lin character. On the 5th day, Yi Yuan finally had a breakthrough in condensing the hand seal. In these 5 days, Yi Yuan was more focused than any time in the past. The second hand seal of the Lin character that Yi Yuan was visualizing finally became clear, but this was only the beginning. The remainder of the time, Yi Yuan had to strive with all his might to condense this hand seal. This was the most crucial step. Condensing the hand seal was not such an easy process. Every attempt from it, there was seemingly a kind of invisible energy pus. Plussing his 2 hands apart, Yi Yuan was not baffled by these troubles, because he could clearly sense it now. His heart realm was rising. 1st day, 2nd day, 3rd day. When it reached the 4th day, Yi Yuan finally broke through the barrier and completed the 2nd hand seal. Rumble. Yi Yuan's heart realm seemed to have opened a floodgate, suddenly becoming enlightened. At this instant, Yi Yuan felt like his divine soul was seemingly going to leave his body. That sort of feeling was as if he was placed high in the clouds, completely relaxed and carefree. At this moment, Yi Yuan suddenly felt like the entire world became different. This sort of feeling simply could not be described using words. If one must use a term to describe it, that was viewing the mountain as not a mountain. So this is heart like monolith? Heart like monolith, immovable by the 8 winds, indifferent to benefits, decline, ruin, fame, praise, mockery, bitterness, and joy. Heart realm will not be moved by external things. Yi Yuan felt that his understanding of this world transcended far too much compared to previously. This was a brand new realm. Yi Yuan opened both eyes. The dense fog before his eyes was still that dense fog and did not seem to be any different. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and shut his eyes again. Since his eyes could not see through this dense fog, then he should use his heart to look. Yi Yuan strode forward, only following his heart to walk. On the 10th day, when Yi Yuan opened both eyes once more, the dense fog before his eyes actually disappeared. He was actually situated in a forest again. And this is the endless forest? No, wait, could it be the endless forest after the dense fog? Although the scenery almost the same as the endless forest, Yuan discovered very soon the aspects which were different here. That was that the thickness of heaven and earth essence energy was on a completely different level from outside. One could say that the heaven and earth essence energy at any place in the endless world could not compare to here. With Yi Yuan's experience and knowledge, he could still confirm one point. That was that any small world's heaven and earth essence energy could not possibly reach the level here as well. Cultivating here, the speed would absolutely be multiple times of the outside worlds. Yi Yuan never would have thought that the endless world actually still had such a place. Yi Yuan slowly walked forward, but was clicking his tongue in marvel inwardly. He did not walk far, but he already saw quite a few kinds of Tier 4 spirit medicines. Furthermore, they were all extremely valuable spirit medicines. This place was simply a treasure land. Yi Yuan naturally would not be courteous, conveniently keeping those Tier 4 spirit medicines into his bag. Tier 4 spirit medicines, it just nice came in handy for him right now. Tier 4 spirit medicines were also precious items in the outside world. It was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to cast it away like some worn-out shoes like before. Moreover, as an experienced alchemist, conveniently harvesting spirit medicines was a professional behavior. Yet, right when Yi Yuan was harvesting, alarm bells sounded. A sharp and fierce bolt of silk cloth appeared at his back bizarrely and was actually going to ambush him. Coming to a foreign place, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to lower his guard. In truth, he had been maintaining heart, like still water heart realm all along. Any hint of subtle activity in the surroundings could not escape his observation. Not that Yi Yuan did not wish to stay in heart, like monolith heart realm, but he had just broken through not long ago. Walking out of that S of dense fog previously already exhausted too much heart force. He was simply unable to maintain heart, like monolith state for a long time. Right at this time, Yi Yuan seemed to have grown eyes at his back, abruptly shifting his position and avoiding this certain kill attack. Yet that bolt of silk was akin to a shadow trailing close behind. It turned an odd angle in the air and came to pester Yi Yuan once more. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised in his heart, although he had yet to see clearly who was Ambus. Plussing him, he could confirm that the strength of this person Ambus. Plussing was absolutely not beneath his, but Yi Yuan clearly did not have the intention of giving in. Borrowing the C opened up by the dodging. A sudden punch rumbled over. Flame movement true dragon carnage carried a huge air billow and directly blew away the bolt of silk. Yi. From the forest, a faint, puzzled voice came over. The person clearly did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so powerful. After this one blow, Yi Yuan's brows knitted together too, and he murmured under his breath, "Taking form, demons?" The so-called taking form demons were naturally referring to the Tier 5 demonic beast who were able to transform into human form. Demonic beasts that transformed into human form. If they did not take the initiative to release demonic essence, it could not be seen from the outward appearance. They were no different from ordinary humans when they mix among humans and live. But once they executed martial techniques, their true form would be revealed. Although demonic beasts and humans both cultivated essence energy, the system of cultivation was entirely different. Demonic beasts integrated heaven and earth essence energy into the demonic core. The essence energy extracted and refined was known as demonic essence. There was a very big difference from human martial artists' essence energy. It was very easy to differentiate. Yi Yuan was secretly depressed in his heart. Couldn't be so lucky, right? Running into a taking form stage demonic beast right after coming in? This one has erroneously entered your honorable land. It's truly unintentional. I hope that this Tao friend can show yourself. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said towards a direction. Clearly, through that attack earlier, Yi Yuan had already determined the other party's position. Chapter 626. Repeated Provocation. Chapter 626. Repeated provocation. 3 gorgeous figures floated down from the huge towering tree, making Yi Yuan unable to refrain from giving a sidelong glance. Each one of these 3 people was all kingdom-toppling beauties. Mortals, when seeing, would surely be captivated by them. Even when Yi Yuan saw them, he also did not quite dare to believe that they were actually demonic beasts who achieved taking form. The unparalleled beauty at the front said to Yi Yuan with glaring eyes, "Human who dares to break into my prohibited demon region, die!" But Yi Yuan's brows furrowed when he heard that. Coming into here in order to avoid Ding Liang's pursuit, Yi Yuan was aware that he was in the wrong. But yelling to kill right upon encounter made Yi Yuan very displeased. Furthermore, looking at these 3 people's attitudes, it clearly would not be good. Most likely, no matter how he explained, the other party would not listen either, right? Can the 3 ladies listen to a word from this one? Yi Yuan still did not give up hope and held back his anger and said, he had barged into other people's territory after all. If he could not attack, then it was best to not make a move. Yi Yuan was also secretly on alert in his heart. He ran into 3 taking form demons right after entering. Was his luck good, or were the strength of the demonic beasts here all this formidable? No need to talk, no matter what reason you have, to dare barge into the D prohibited demon region only leads to death. I'll give you a chance. End yourself, said the woman. When Yi Yuan heard, his brows involuntarily knitted together even tighter. This woman was beautiful. It was just that high and mighty appearance made Yi Yuan very displeased. Yi Yuan did not have a good temper either. The other party already told him to end himself. Could this matter still be settled? He was just about to fly off the handle when a slightly younger girl revealed an expression of being unable to bear it and urged, "Elder sister Yulong, maybe this human really has something that he can't say. Why don't we hear him out?" "That beautiful girl called you," Lung reproached. "What's hard to say? Yu Shu, did you forget the ancestors' teachings? As long as humans enter the D prohibited demon region, summarily execute them without exception." This. Humph. Although we don't know how he made it through the essence devouring confounding fog. Since he entered here, we must follow the ancestors' teachings and kill him. The woman called Yu Lung was clearly unreasonable, prating on and on about killing, which also stoked Yi Yuan's temper. "Ha ha! What a fine immediate execution without exception! I want to see just how you want to kill me." Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Yu Lung looked at Yi Yuan disdainfully and said with a cold smile, "Do you think that by evading my attack just now, you can escape with your life from under my hands? You're merely a little brat who just entered Soul Sea. Truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Forget it, since you aren't willing to do it yourself. Then I'll send you on your way." He did not even see Lung take any action, but bolts of silk actually headed towards Yi Yuan once again bizarrely, except that this time, regardless whether it was at the angle or speed, it rose a great deal compared to before. Evidently, she also acknowledged Yi Yuan's strength and pulled no punches. Yi Yuan just smiled coldly. Xianying's sword was directly swung out. Myriad rain, sword blades. 10,000 long swords instantly formed and directly chopped down on the bolt of silk. Now that Yi Yuan broke through to the Soul Sea realm, condensing the form of gathered essence was already effortless to him. Executing the myriad rain sword blades, this level of martial technique again, could naturally be done as he wished, and the power of the sword blades increased tremendously too. This could be seen a little from the outer appearance of the condensed form. Clank, clank, clank. The strength of a Tier 5 demon was naturally daunting to the extreme. Although Yi Yuan's myriad rain sword blades was strong, it could not sever Yu Lung's bolt of silk, but emitted the sounds of metal class. I plussing. But even though it could not chop the silk into two, Yi Yuan's myriad rain sword blades beat it back repeatedly. Seeing that the martial technique Yi Yuan casually unleashed was actually so formidable, Yu Lang's expression finally became solemn. This human youth in front of her seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. She originally thought that Yi Yuan was just an ordinary genius martial artist, the kind that could cross boundaries to battle. But looking at it now, it was completely not the case. She still did not employ full strength earlier, but that attack just now, casually exterminating a 9th level Soul Sea martial artist, would still be with ease. Using it to deal with a 1st level Soul Sea brat, shouldn't capturing him be also the same? Who knew that this boy was only 1st level Soul Sea? But he actually beat her back repeatedly. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "You lot S are so unreasonable. Keep forcing me, and I won't be courteous anymore." This Yu Lung had merely just entered taking form too. In fact, she was even worse than the Shangguan Yunrong whose cultivation realm had fallen. Yi Yuan dealing with her was still plenty to spare. It was just that Yi Yuan was currently a stranger in a strange place right now, and he did not wish to stir up trouble. Moreover, although these 3 people were demons, they were dazzling beauties. Yi Yuan exercised forbearance time and again too. Otherwise, this Yu Lung provoking Yi Yuan repeatedly, Yi Yuan would have killed her long ago. Except, Yi Yuan's words sounded laughable to the max to Yulong. She admitted that Yi Yuan's strength was very formidable, much more formidable than she imagined. But to talk about him crossing a major cultivation realm to defeat her, Yulong would not believe even if she was beaten to death either. Insolence, lowly human, to actually dare utter wild ravings. Die! Yulong cried out daintily. The bolt of silk attacked once more. Jade silk flying sword. This time, Yulong really brought out the strength of a tier 5. That bolt of silk was flooded with extremely powerful demonic essence, stretching out perfectly straight and stabbed towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan decided to give this little S a little lesson and let her know that young master Yi was not to be trifled with. Rumble. Yi Yuan's aura erupted abruptly, directly soaring to 3rd level Soul Sea. Coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm. Once Yi Yuan became serious, Yuleng's expression immediately changed drastically. This palm was too powerful. It was powerful until the extent where it could directly exterminate her. She never could have thought that a 1st level Soul Sea youth could actually achieve the level of killing tier 5 demons. What kind of concept was this? Tier 5 taking form was called demon race, while tier 4 and below were called demonic beasts. From this, it could be seen how great the disparity between the two boundaries was. This was a mighty chasm that was difficult to cross. Yet, this youth before her eyes directly crossed this huge chasm. Strong! Too strong! The azure dragon struck the bolt of silk until it fragmented inch by inch like breaking a dead branch from a tree, then swept over directly towards Yulong. Ah, don't hurt elder sister Yulong. That girlie called Yu Shu actually blocked directly in front of Yulong, wanting to block this blow for her. Yi Yuan was also taken aback by this sudden unforeseen change and hurriedly flipped the palm force. The azure dragon headed for a maw. Civ tree that 10 people could circle around with their arms and smashed over. Rumble. That towering great tree's trunk was directly snapped. The huge tree fell down immediately. Seeing this scene, Yulong had long been frightened until her face was ashen already. How was there still any hint of the high and mighty wild arrogance? If this palm landed on her earlier, it was not to the extent of killing her, but severe injuries that was a must. How could she know that this was still Yi Yuan holding back a bit? Or else, she would directly be the outcome of a beauty Paris. Plussing. It was also that little girl called Yu Shu helped Yi Yuan say a few words previously and made Yi Yuan have a pretty good impression of her. That was why he changed the direction of the attack at the last moment. If not, he would have to make that little S called Yulong end up with a result of severe injuries, no matter what. D-Dragon Race? Yulong said, somewhat disbelievingly. Chapter 6:27. Jade-Faced Fairy Fox Clan. Chapter 6:27. Jade-Faced Fairy Fox Clan. Yulong still had a lingering fear in her heart at the moment. She looked at Yi Yuan, her face filled with astonishment, but Yu Shu had a muddled look. Her gaze, when looking at Yi Yuan, was filled with gratitude. She knew that Yi Yuan plus speeded the palm force just now. Otherwise, she would already be a corpse now. Elder sister Yulong, what did you say just now? Dragon race? Yu Shu inquired curiously. Since just now, Yulong had been in a state of shock all along. All the way until Yu Shu inquired, did she come back to her senses? There was no way for her sense to be wrong. Yi Yuan's attack just now was absolutely the strength of a true dragon. But how could a human brat possibly unleash the strength of a true dragon? The demon race had a strict hierarchy. The 4 great divine beasts were the races belonging at the top of the food chain. In front of the dragon race, low-ranking demonic beasts would not even dare to raise their heads either, even if their cultivation realm was higher than the demonic races. Just like White Light, no matter where he walked to in the endless forest, he virtually did not need to attack. and myriad beasts would submit. The reason was the divine beast bloodline in his body. In the demon race, the compulsion of bloodline was at times even more effective than cultivation realm. See, can't be wrong. I'd entered the Holy Land once before with First Elder and felt the pressure of the dragon race before. It was exactly the same as his earlier. But he's just a human race brat. How can he possibly be of the dragon race? Yulong already lost her bearings at this time, muttering under her breath. Yushu looked at Yi Yuan weirdly and asked, "Big brother, you're actually of the dragon race? If you're of the dragon race, you naturally have the qualifications to enter D prohibited demon region." Yi Yuan's impressive of Yushu was pretty good, and she was not as cold and apathetic as Yulong, or else he would not have held back earlier. Seeing Yushu asking about it, Yi Yuan said very candidly, "To say that I'm of the dragon race, that's fine. To say that I'm not, that works too. As for what it's like, up to you all to decide. But if you want to kill me, I won't show mercy." Among these three people, Yulong was the out-and-out female leader. How the matter would be decided naturally needed her to give the order. After being shocked for a long time, Yulong finally came back to her senses and said to Yi Yuan this brother, your matter. Yulong is unable to make the decision. The incident just now, I've offended you greatly. I hope that you won't take offense. According to the rules of my D prohibited demon region, humans are absolutely forbidden from taking a single step in, and you entering here, the elders in the clan are already aware. As for what course to follow, it will still have to wait for them to decide. Why not? Little brother, you follow us back to the clan? Seeing Yi Yuan's show of strength earlier, she knew that she was far from being Yi Yuan's match. Just now, if not for Yi Yuan showing leniency, how could she still be alive at this time? But the matter of Yi Yuan entering the D prohibited demon region, the elders in the clan naturally knew already. Hence, that was why Yulong gave such an invitation. Yi Yuan was also very interested in this so-called D prohibited demon region. He nodded his head at once and said, "Okay, I'll follow you guys there." The atmosphere along the way was very odd. Yulong was apprehensive and also on guard against Yi Yuan. Her entire person was wound up tightly, akin to facing a great enemy. Yi Yuan obviously knew her thoughts, but paid no attention to it either. Rather, Yushu seemed to be filled with curiosity towards the outside world stuff, constantly asking this and that along the way. Yi Yuan did not refuse anything either, giving an account of the world outside for Yushu. Yulong wanted to interrupt the conversation between the two people several times, but was stopped by Yi Yuan's fierce look in his eyes. Only after entering Yulong Trio Sisters clan did Yi Yuan know what the three people's primary form was. Upon entering the clan, Yi Yuan was immediately surrounded by a large group of foxes. Towards this sort of foxes, Yi Yuan was not foreign at all. Their name was Jade-Faced Fairy Foxes. "Elder sister Yulong, who's this man? He's so good-looking." "Elder sister Yulong, this man seems to be a human? According to the stipulations of our D prohibited demon region, doesn't it say that when seeing humans immediately execute them? But such a handsome man, killing is too much of a pity. Elder sister Yulong, this man is so handsome. Why don't you give him to me?" These jade-faced fairy foxes had yet to take human form, but they were basically all tier 4 demonic beasts, not far from taking form either. Seeing these jade-faced fairy foxes, Yi Yuan was amazed in his heart too. Wasn't the strength of this jade-faced fairy fox clan too powerful? A group of little foxes that came out willy were all late-stage tier 4 cultivation, being just a step away from taking form. Yi Yuan's experience and knowledge were extraordinary. He knew that these jade-faced fairy foxes' age was not considered old in the demonic fox clan. Looking at it like this, the strength of this jade-faced fairy fox clan was likely more powerful compared to the entire endless world. This way, Yi Yuan became somewhat curious about those so-called elders. Just what kind of strength were those people? Haha, there's no problem with you all liking Big Brother. But come and find Big Brother again after taking form. You guys are too tender and can't bear it. Yi Yuan used universal beast language and said with a broad smile. Once these words came out, everybody, including Yulong and Yushu, was all stunned. Turns out that these demon foxes only saw that Yi Yuan was good-looking and jested with Yulong. They completely did not count on Yi Yuan being able to understand. Who knew that not only did Yi Yuan understand the words they said, he even used universal beast language to give a reply. The chattering originally surrounding Yi Yuan were collectively petrified now. A blush actually suffused on the faces of some foxes. Clearly, they were very embarrassed. As said, You actually even know the universal beast language. Yulong said in amazement, Just universal beast language. Hoo-hoo, I even know that you guys are the jade-faced fairy fox clan. Yi Yuan said with a wide grin. How? Yulong was utterly speechless. Apart from this young man giving off the smell of a human all over his body, he seemed to be no different from demonic beasts. The fox race had many branches. Their jade-faced fairy fox was just one of the branch. Yi Yuan could actually accurately call out the name of their clan. Clearly, he was very familiar with the demon race. Just what kind of person was this young man? Yi Yuan naturally would not be concerned with Yulong's and their guesses. He was sizing up this village. This was a very lively village. Foxes and people mixed around and lived together. What made Yi Yuan surprised was that in this village, there were actually quite a number of humans, which was also to say that the jade-faced fairy fox clan had many tier 5 existences. What the H.E.L. I was going on here, in a place like the Endless World. How could there possibly be such a terrifying force? Once this village was placed in the Endless World, it could virtually sweep across the entire Endless World, even more neatly than the Fear Scale world. Even these peripheral villagers all had such considerable strength. Then what kind of strength did those so-called elders have? Yi Yuan was becoming more and more curious about this prohibited demon region. Under Yulong's lead, Yi Yuan said through over half of the village and came to an ancestral hall-like place. Here is where the elders are located at. I know that your strength is very decent, but entering this place, whether you live or die, will be up to you. Before entering, Yulong suddenly said this, warning him. Chapter 628, Illusionary Arts? Haha. Chapter 628, Illusionary Arts? Haha. Yi Yuan never thought about escaping, and he also knew that he could not run. Yulong, these 3 people, clearly came prepared. Evidently, they had long known about his appearance. Although Yi Yuan did not know how this jade-faced fairy fox clan knew. Without any doubt, they just knew it. Yulong Trio's strength was not bad, but presumably they were definitely not considered the most powerful. Once those old fellows came out, Yi Yuan naturally would not get any benefits. Even if Yi Yuan could escape back to the Endless Forest at that time, he still had to face Ding Liang's pursuit. In comparison, Yi Yuan felt that this place was still a little safer. Yulong led Yi Yuan into the inner hall. Yi Yuan instantly felt waves of powerful aura coming from head-on. Yi Yuan was slightly apprehensive in his heart. He never would have thought that in this prohibited demon region actually had a tier 6 demon. The aura exuded by that old lady at the seat of honor was unbelievably powerful. It was even stronger than Zhao Tiannin's. What could it be if not a tier 6 demon? But according to Yi Yuan's understanding, this prohibited demon region was just a core region in the Endless Forest and also a part of the Endless World. How could tier 6 powerhouses possibly appear? Yulong, this is the intruder. That old woman was the first to speak. When Yulong saw this old woman, her expression was unbelievably respectful as she bowed and answered, Yes, old ancestor Yu Huan. Yi Yuan had been sizing up that old ancestor Yu Huan the entire time, only to see that her entire face was covered in wrinkles, holding a cane with a bent body, appearing very old. But the aura faintly exuding from her body was absolutely not simple. Yu Huan's gaze also looked towards Yi Yuan at this time, but she made a move suddenly. She lightly tapped the crutch in her hand. A streak of incomparably powerful azure light attacked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression darkened slightly. Lifting his hand, and the coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm, returned the salute. Bang! Yi Yuan was directly sent flying out. The power of a Tier 6 powerhouses was not what Yi Yuan could contend with no matter what. This attack of Yu Huan's was just probing Yi Yuan's limits. If she really attacked, Yi Yuan would not have the leeway to resist at all. It was just that Yu Huan's face revealed a trace of imperceptible astonishment. She originally thought that this attack could also let Yi Yuan suffer a bit of injury no matter what. Who knew that Yi Yuan dusted off the dirt on his body and stood up right away. If old ancestor Yu Huan wishes to feel me out, just say frankly, isn't such boorishness failing to treat guests with hospitality? Yi Yuan said crossly. Yu Huan was definitely already aware that he had the dragon race's bloodline. Otherwise, she would have killed him straight away and be done with it. That move earlier was definitely just in order to probe Yi Yuan out. Yi Yuan was aware in heart, so his opening move was the coiling dragon heaven, devastating palms, strongest strike. He already sensed that this deprohibited demon region seemed to be very adverse towards humans. Yi Yuan displaying his own dragon race bloodline, Yu Huan was likely to not do anything to him. If she had any malicious ideas towards him, she would have just directly killed him just now. Why was there a need to go through the trouble of probing him? Yu Huan raised her eyelids slightly and asked, "You refine the blood essence of a true dragon?" Yi Yuan knew that it could not be concealed from the other party, and said with a smile, "Senior's discerning eyes are like burning torches." Getting an affirmative reply, Yu Huan's aura suddenly became fierce as she pressed Yi Yuan. "Where did your true dragon's blood essence come from?" "Ah, Senior, please forgive me. This isn't convenient to reveal to Senior." Vast Heaven Pag. Oh, that was Yi Yuan's secret. It was naturally impossible for him to divulge it to Yu Huan. Such an unparalleled treasure. Even Tier 6 powerhouses would be moved too. Yi Yuan was not acquainted with this Yu Huan too. It was hard to guarantee that she would not have any wicked intentions. Facing a Tier 6 expert, Yi Yuan did not have any excess strength to resist. But Yi Yuan's words had clearly infuriated Yu Huan. She suddenly became abnormally irritable. A powerful aura enveloped Yi Yuan. "You don't seem to have realized your stances. Whether you say or not isn't up to you," Yu Huan said coldly. Yi Yuan was crushed until he almost could not breathe. But he still said obstinately, whether you kill or not is up to you. But to say or not lies with me. I don't wish to say. Even if you kill me, I won't say either." Yu Huan's expression turned cold. The imposing momentum on her body became even more powerful. The pressure on Yi Yuan's body became increasingly greater, directly cruise. Plussing him until his bones made creaking sounds. This sort of environment, Yi Yuan seemed to have a déjà vu. It was exactly the same as when Zhao Tianyin forced him to kneel down back then. Except Yu Huan did not have the intention of making Yi Yuan kneel. She just used essence energy to pressure him, to compel him to say the origins of the dragon blood. Yi Yuan clenched his teeth tightly. Dense beads of sweat exuded on his forehead, and his expression became very contorted. Clearly he was in great agony. By the side, when Yu Shu saw Yi Yuan's pained appearance, she pleaded, "Old ancestor Yu Huan, he doesn't have any ill intentions. Better to not kill him." Earlier, if not for this big brother showing mercy, Yu Shu would already be a dead person. Yi Yuan suddenly felt the pressure on his body ease up. The essence energy confining him instantly vanished into nothing. Evidently, it was pulled back by Yu Huan. Yi Yuan looked at Yushu and said with a miserable smile, "Ha ha! Little La S, you're too kind-hearted, helping to speak up for outsiders. Aren't you afraid of your family's old granny poonies? I plussing you?" When Yushu saw Yu Huan pull back the essence energy, she relaxed slightly in her heart. Seeing Yi Yuan ask, Yushu blushed red and said shyly, "I'm just taking the matter on its merits. Earlier, if not for Big Brother you showing leniency, Yushu would definitely be dead already. This shows that Big Brother, you're not a bad person." Actually, in terms of age, Yushu was goodness knows how much older than Yi Yuan, but her calling Big Brother over and over again. Yi Yuan's bones were about to turn limp as he listened. Yi Yuan was just about to say a few words to tease Yushu when he suddenly felt his divine soul quiver. He was actually sneak attacked by Yu Huan, this old woman. "Let me ask you, what's your name called? Where are you from?" Yu Huan seemed to think that she had controlled Yi Yuan and asked, "I'm called Yi Yuan. I'm from a mortal country in the endless world's southern domain." Yi Yuan's two eyes were lifeless, as if he was really controlled by Yu Huan as he replied, "Ha ha! The jade-faced fairy fox clan's forte is illusionary arts, but using it on me is showing off in the presence of an expert. Little lord, I have comprehended heart like monolith heart realm. Even if your illusionary arts were any greater, what can it do to me?" Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. Yu Huan's brows knitted. She clearly did not expect that Yi Yuan's background was actually so ordinary and mundane. "Why did you barge into the D prohibited demon region?" "I was being hunted down by someone in the outside world and had no choice but to escape in here." "How did you pass through the essence devouring confounding fog?" I don't know either. I just walked and I came out." "Where did the true dragon blood essence in your body come from?" "I unintentionally broke into an abode for fairies and immortals and obtained a drop of blood essence there and directly swallowed it. Didn't expect that it was actually true dragon's blood essence." Yi Yuan blabbered nonsense. Yu Huan's brows furrowed once more. Clearly, she was very unsatisfied with this answer. Following that, Yu Huan asked another large bunch of questions and finally got to the bottom of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan answered every question like this, but there weren't much truthful words. Either way, this old lady could not tell either. By the time Yu Huan discovered that she could not query out anything, she waved a hand. Yi Yuan's eyes immediately recovered its clarity. "And what happened just now? What happened?" Yi Yuan asked with a bewildered look. Chapter 629. Young Lord. Chapter 629. Young Lord, although you refine dragon's blood and are considered half of the dragon race, in the end, you're still a human. The deprohibited demon region forbids humans from stepping foot inside. Your death sentence can be spared, but it's hard to escape punishment. For the rest of your life, you'll spend it in my clan's dungeons." Yu Huan did not care about Yi Yuan's performance at all, and was actually going to directly imprison Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was dejected in his heart. He already acted until like this. Why didn't this old woman have any bit of cyanate heart at all? This old woman asking this, and that wasn't it because she wished to find the whereabouts of dragon blood? But Yi Yuan really did not lie. The dragon blood really only had one drop. "Hey, you, this old lady, are so unreasonable. I've already explained it. Why are you still like this?" Yi Yuan said gloomily, "Humph, you should be rejoicing that you landed in the hands of our jade-faced fairy fox clan. If you showed up in the territories of the Blackwind demonic wolves, they'll definitely kill you straight away, then refine your bloodline." Yu Huan said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan was covered in guseb. "You, MPS, by what she said. But he also knew that what Yu Huan said was true. The jade-faced fairy fox clan was still a little amiable in the end. But the black-winged demonic wolves were different. Although the hierarchy in the demon race was very strict, it was hard to break free from the natural instincts of demonic beasts in the end. Even though Yi Yuan already refined the true dragon blood essence, and there was no way for other people to use it anymore, as long as one refined Yi Yuan's bloodline, they could likewise obtain a high concentration level dragon race bloodline. Even if such a bloodline could not compare to genuine true dragon blood essence, the black-winged demonic wolves would not care so much. One had to know that the dragon race's bloodline was incomparably precious. It had tremendous usage to all of the demon races. Yu Huan expended such great effort was in order to find the whereabouts of dragon blood. But Yi Yuan's reply made her very disappointed. Through Yu Huan's words, Yi Yuan even discerned a little of something. Seems like this deprohibited demon region was not some otherworldly paradise either. When Yu Huan mentioned the black-winged demonic wolves clan, in her words evidently carried thick fear and hatred. These two clans were probably not that harmonious. Right at this time, a little white fox hurriedly entered the main hall and said anxiously, Old ancestor, things are bad. Young Lord she's on her last legs already. When these words came out, Yu Lung and Yu Shu, they all turned pale with fear. Yu Huan's expression changed drastically too, Vanis. Plussing like a gust of wind. She actually did not even bother with Yi Yuan anymore. Yi Yuan noticed that when they heard this news, Yu Lung's entire person became unwell, slumping onto the ground dejectedly, her entire person battered out of her senses. She gnashed her teeth at times, but was downcast at times. The expression on her face became very fascinating. Yi Yuan could not help becoming curious, and asked Yu Shu softly, Little sister Yu Shu, that young lord of yours, what's wrong? Yu Shu started crying all along since earlier. At this time, she already cried until she was covered in tears. The rims of her eyes were already red from crying. Seeing Yi Yuan question, Yu Shu choked through sobs and said, Young lord, she was wounded by Wolf Fang in order to protect us. It's all us failing to live up to expectations. If our strength were slightly stronger, young lord also wouldn't have. But Yi Yuan also figured out a general idea through Yu Shu's words. Turns out that this region, the jade-faced fairy foxes, were it was called Azure Mountain region. And the strongest clan in this Azure Mountain region was this black-winged demonic wolves clan. In comparison, the jade-faced fairy fox clan was weaker. The black-winged demonic wolves clan frequently bullied weak races like them, making them offer resources in tribute. Some time back, the black-winged demonic wolves clan's young lord, Wolf Fang, brought a large group of people to the jade-faced fairy fox clan. They actually wanted them to offer up a taking form stage jade-faced fairy fox every year to become the other party's concubine. Furthermore, Wolf Fang wanted to bring one away on the spot. The jade-faced fairy fox clan's young lord was naturally unwilling to agree. Hence, a clash happened between both sides. As a result, Wolf Fang beat the jade-faced fairy fox clan's young lord to serious injuries. Earlier, when that little fox came over, it was clearly because their young lord's wounds worsened. Looks like her days were numbered. When Yi Yuan heard the incident's whole story, he could not help sighing too. The demon race was actually even crueler than the human race. It had always been the weak as prey and the strong feasting. Whoever's fist was larger, they would be the boss. The jade-faced fairy fox clan was merely just a bunch of small foxes that the black-winged demonic wolves clan were rearing in pens. Oh, right, your family's old ancestor is a tier 6 powerhouse. How could she have let that whatever Wolf Fang come and mess around? Yi Yuan said curiously. Yu Shu wept and said, At that time, old ancestor just happened to be in life and death seclusion, so she didn't know about this incident. Wolf Fong definitely knew that old ancestor was in close seclusion. That's why he chose that opportune moment to come. Otherwise, old ancestor won't let anything happen to young lord. Only then was Yi Yuan enlightened. Looks like they totally calculated this chance accurately and came. But Yi Yuan was secretly surprised too. The jade-faced fairy fox clan had a tier 6 old ancestor holding down the fort. Then how formidable did the Black-Wind demonic wolves clan have to be? At the very least, they also had to have a tier 6 old ancestor holding down the fort, right? Yi Yuan patted Yu Shu's lovely shoulder and said smilingly, all right, don't cry anymore. If you keep crying, you won't be pretty anymore. How about this? You bring me over to your young lord's place. I'll have a look whether I can save her or not, all right? Yu Shu's tears finally turned into a smile when she heard. Grabbing hold of Yi Yuan's arm, she asked agitatedly, really? Big brother Yi Yuan, you can really save young lord? Yu Shu's little hand was very soft. Yi Yuan felt a fragrance hit his nose, enjoying it very much. About that, I don't dare to guarantee either, but it should be doable. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Who knew that at this time? Yulong stood up with a jump and pressed Yi Yuan. You're really able to save young lord? Yi Yuan was taken aback by Yulong's actions. He did not expect that her reaction would be so big, but he still nodded and said, as long as she hasn't died, there's always the chance to save her. Ah, but you still have to let me see her first before it can be done. Yu Lang's eyes glared, and she said, if you dare to deceive you, I'll definitely kill you personally. Yi Yuan's expression changed when he heard that and was just about to fly off the handle, but he was stopped by Yu Shu. Big brother Yi Yuan, you don't get angry. Elder sister Yulong is only like this because she's agitated for a moment. The last time Wolf Fong came here, the person he chose was precisely elder sister Yulong. So she blames herself more than any one of us. Actually, elder sister Yulong wasn't like this last time. Ever since young lord met with the mishap, her entire personality changed. She cultivates day and night because she wants to increase her strength. Yu Shu explained. Yulong shot a glare at Yu Shu and reprimanded. What are you telling him that for? Yu Shu stuck out her tongue and lowered her head, not daring to rebut. Yi Yuan originally disliked Yulong a lot, but hearing Yu Shu's words, he forgave Yulong. Anyone who encountered such a thing, their temperament would change greatly too. Hearing them say so much, Yi Yuan unwittingly somewhat took pity on the jade-faced fairy fox clan. Yi Yuan nodded his head at Yulong and said, fine then. I promise you all to definitely save your young lord. Ha! I don't believe that in this world there are still people that Yi Yuan can't bring back to life. No, it should be demon. Chapter 630. Bringing Back from the Dead. Chapter 630. Bringing back from the dead, Yi Yuan entered a shabby thatched house. Mournful weeping sounds came from inside. Make way! Quickly make way! That little fox hasn't died yet. What are each one of you wailing like it's a funeral for? Yi Yuan raised a hue upon entering the house. Yi Yuan parted the crowd and saw a snow-white little fox lying on the bed. It was just that the fox's fur was stained with a fair bit of blackish-red colors. Clearly, it suffered very heavy injuries. That little fox was severely wounded and on the verge of death at this time. Clearly, it was already unable to maintain human form and transformed back to its original body's appearance. Yu Huan was currently sitting by the bedside. Seeing Yi Yuan shouting and wrangling, her brows involuntarily furrowed. Exener is already on her deathbed. You shouting and wrangling like this, are you tired of living? If not, that she was holding Yu Exayan in her hands and was inconvenient to get angry, she would probably have killed Yi Yuan directly already at this time. Yi Yuan shot a glance at Yu Huan and said unhappily, Old lady, if you don't wish to let her die, then move aside obediently for me. I'll give you 3 breaths' time to consider. If you don't move aside, then I'll wash my hands off this and leave. When Yu Huan saw Yi Yuan's appearance, she could not help being stunned too. She did not think that Yi Yuan was so domineering and did not give her the chance to speak at all. Her facial expression flickered irregularly, but Yi Yuan already started to count down. 3 breaths. 2 breaths. When Yu Shu saw that Yu Huan was still hesitating, she could not refrain from saying anxiously, "Old ancestor Yu Huan, let big brother Yi Yuan give it a try." 1 breath. Wait. Yu Huan finally spoke. She put down that little fox gently and came in front of Yi Yuan, saying fiercely, "If I find out that you're fooling me, I'll make you wish you were dead." Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with her. He directly circled around Yu Huan and came in front of the bed to inspect that little fox's wounds. He suddenly turned his head around and said, "What are you looking at? Why haven't you brought them to scram outside? Don't stand here and hinder me. Let Yu Shu stay behind. The rest all get lost." Yu Huan wanted to flare up, but she forcefully held it in and said to everyone, "All go outside for me." Although she went out as well, Yu Huan was very displeased with Yi Yuan. This brat actually dared to tell her to get lost. Truly tired of living. If he could really save Xener, it could naturally be settled. If he could not save, then he would have to suffer her thunderous rage. Old ancestor, wasn't that person just now human? He can treat young lord's injuries? Yeah, old ancestor. How can a human martial artist possibly treat our demon race's injuries? Furthermore, young lord's injuries, even you yourself personally taking action, are helpless too. Old ancestor, in my view, that human definitely doesn't have good intentions. He knows that he can't live already, so he's deliberately here to cause trouble. Everyone's tongues were wagging. All in all, they all did not believe that Yi Yuan could treat Yu Xian's injuries. The demon race's alchemy skills and human race's alchemy skills were 2 entirely different systems. Extremely few human alchemists knew the treatment of the demon race. This human race youth was at most just in his teenage years. How could he possibly know the demon race's treatment ways? Moreover, after Yu Xian suffered injuries, old ancestor Yu Huan used many methods before she could sustain her life until now. The shamans in the clan already used all of their power and were all unable to preserve Yu Xian's life, just based on this human who came from Ji. Oh, D knows where was it possible? Actually, how could Yu Huan not know this logic? It was just that Yu Xian was her only granddaughter. Looking helplessly as she was going to breathe her last, the agony in Yu Huan's heart was simply hard to describe. Hence, though Yi Yuan's words earlier were unbridled, it gave her the last strand of straw to clutch at. "All shut up for me." Yu Huan's mind was also in a whirl right now and could not refrain from blowing her top. Young lord!" Yu Shu suddenly exclaimed with a cry. The moment Yu Huan heard this voice, her expression involuntarily changed drastically. "Boy, I'll kill you." Yu Huan rushed straight into the thatched house, bringing a pressure that made people feel asphyxiated. Yet, once she entered, her entire person was paralyzed there. A jade-like beauty was lying on the bed. That frail little fox was already gone. Who could that beauty be if not Yu Xian? To be able to take human form indicated that Yu Xian already recovered some vitality. "Who do you want to kill?" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Yu Huan could not help choking up. That outrageously imposing momentum on her body instantly dissipated away into nothing. What replaced it was incomparable awkwardness on her face. She did not even figure out the situation and was going to kill people. It would be weird if Yi Yuan would be happy. Actually, in her subconscious, Yu Huan did not think that Yi Yuan had the capabilities to treat Yu Xian either. So when Yu Shu cried out just now, she instinctively thought that something happened. Who knew that Yu Shu's exclamation earlier was because she felt that it was too unimaginable. "You this old granny. Don't yell about killing at every turn, all right? If you have the capabilities, you go and find that whatever black wind, demonic wolves, old ancestor to throw your weight around. Is it interesting to play this with a junior like me? Yi Yuan put away the gold needle in his hands and said huffily, "This set of golden needles was swiped from Rin Xingchuan there. Although it did not quite meet the requirement, it was also barely able to use. What he employed to treat Yuxan was precisely his self-created 72 cycle path needling technique. Now, Yi Yuan's strength could no longer be compared to the past. Executing this set of needle technique again, it truly had abilities that even DS and devils could not predict. Being scolded by Yi Yuan like this, Yu Huan actually had nothing to say in response. Yi Yuan's words were COA, R-S-E, but the logic was not. How could she dare to find the black wind, demonic wolves' old ancestor to go and throw her weight around? What difference was there from courting death? You treated Xener. Yu Huan was still worried about Yuxan's safety, so she could only toughen her scalp and asked, "Treated? How can it be that easy? Not that I'm lecturing you, but what kind of messed up fellows are the shamans in your clan? Your young lord was already injured until like this, and they actually still used nishang fruit to extend her life. Isn't this quenching a thirst with poison? Do you understand the logic of frailness can't withstand nourishment or not? Although this thing is very Nori's. Plussing, it's no different from poison to this young lord of yours. Really messing around." Yi Yuan fired a volley of scolding to her face. He diagnosed for Yuxan earlier and discovered that this bunch of people, in order to extend her life, they used every kind of RIP. Originally, her injuries could still drag for a while. But nishang fruit, this kind of great tonic, nearly took Yuxan's life directly. Yu Huan was very concerned about Yuxan's injuries at this time, but did not dare to raise her voice at Yi Yuan. She could only keep her cool and ask, "Xen or she?" Yi Yuan glanced at Yu Huan and said coolly, "The person is fine for the time being. But to want to recover to her peak condition, it still needs to work with medicinal pills. This is an inventory list of materials. Collect fully within 10 days for me. Additionally, arrange for me a quiet place. I need to enter closed seclusion. 10 days later, I'll come and refine the medicinal pills." Although the 72 cycle path needling technique was incomparably profound, it could not fully replace medicinal pills. For ordinary injuries and ailments, Yi Yuan could completely treat using the needle technique. But if the injuries were too severe, it was impossible to recover without the assistance of medicinal pills. This Yuxian already had 1 foot into the gates of L previously already. Yi Yuan, using the needle technique, naturally had no way of letting her recover. It could only let her slightly recover some vitality. To want to recover fully, medicinal pills must be used. Chapter 631. 4 Symbols Phantoms. Chapter 631. 4 Symbols Phantoms. The medicinal pill that Yi Yuan wanted to refine was named Skanda Ancient Spirit Demonic Pill, a Tier 5 low-grade demonic pill. Without any doubt, this kind of medicinal pill that Yi Yuan wanted to refine needed to expend a considerable price. The refining difficulty of Tier 5 medicinal pills was on completely different levels from the medicinal pills he refined in the past. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's pill formulas, which one was easy to refine. Actually, Yi Yuan did not have any connections with Yuxan, but Yi Yuan finally still decided to help her refine the Skanda Ancient Spirit Demonic Pill. Just as Yu Huan said, this jade-faced fairy fox clan was indeed good-natured. If it were some other demon race, it probably would not be that easy for him to want to go through such ordeal. Furthermore, for Yi Yuan to want to survive in this deprohibited demon region, he had to attach to a faction. Otherwise, with his human race ident. 1. He would really become a rat running across the streets that everyone cries out to kill. It was also uncertain what kind of existence this deprohibited demon region was. There were actually Tier 6 powerhouses in here. Moreover, looking at the current circumstances, Tier 6 experts were bound to not be as simple as just one or two. With many considerations, Yuan still decided to refine the Skanda Ancient Spirit demonic pill. Of course, in this still had Yu Shu, that innocent little S's contribution. After Yuan went into close seclusion, he refined the Tier 4 cultivation medicinal pills, Heavenly Sea Essence increasing pill. Along the way, Yuan really stored up quite a bit of Tier 4 spirit medicines, relying on the resources at hand. Refining some Heavenly Sea Essence increasing pills were more than sufficient. Yuan planned on making use of this 10 days' time to impact the second-level Soul Sea. Although his essence energy was much thicker compared to ordinary martial artists right now, to want to refine Tier 5 medicinal pills, it was still somewhat struggling to make ends meet. To be able to increase a bit was a bit. After 10 days under the assistance of the Heavenly Sea Essence increasing pills, Yuan broke through to the second-level Soul Sea in one stroke. Right then, the spirit medicine inventory Yuan wanted had arrived too. It was delivered personally by Yu Huan. These are all Tier 5 spirit medicines. You can refine medicinal pills? Yu Huan said doubtfully. If you don't believe me, you can take them away. Do you think that I want to refine medicinal pills for you all? Yi Yuan replied unreservedly. Yu Huan could not help choking up when she heard that. As the jade-faced Fairy Fox clan's old ancestor, when had anybody dared to speak this way to her before? Yet this brat in front of her, his temper was unusually bad. As luck would have it, she still had the need for his help and could not do anything to him. The gloominess in Yu Huan's heart could only be imagined. All right then, I'll have to trouble you with this matter. If you can really treat Xiner, you'll be our jade-faced Fairy Fox clan's honored guest. Whatever request you have, just state them. Yu Huan compromised. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, I don't have other requests. You just don't imprison me in the dungeons for the rest of my life will do. Yu Huan was embarrassed. Said again. She discovered that she forever could not gain any advantage in front of Yi Yuan, so she could only leave. Yi Yuan kept the spirit medicines and entered close seclusion again. Yi Yuan took out the square cauldron, got everything ready, and started to prepare to refine the Skanda Ancient Spirit demonic pill. But before this, Yi Yuan let Xiao Ruyan and Rindong out. Towards his disciples, Yi Yuan would never OA road. His serious ATTI tuned towards refining pills. There was a need for them to experience it. It was beneficial to their growth. I'm going to refine a Tier 5 medicinal pills, Skanda Ancient Spirit demonic pill. You guys watch closely, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Xiao Ruyan and Rindong exchanged a glance and were shocked to their core. Wasn't their master too monstrous? Just initial stage alchemy king realm, and he was going to refine a Tier 5 medicinal pill? Yi Yuan did not explain too much and started to refine the pill straight away. Xiao Ruyan and Rindong did not dare to delay, staring at Yi Yuan without moving their gazes. 4 symbols spirit gathering art activate. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and cried out lightly. Yi Yuan suddenly erupted, displaying this alchemy skill scene again after a long absence. This 4 symbols spirit gathering art was not considered a very profound alchemy skill to Yi Yuan, but to the current him, the strain was still quite big. If not for Yi Yuan refining dragon's blood and the blood vitality of his physical body being exuberant, he might not even be able to hang in there. Even so, Yi Yuan did not dare to spurn it the slightest bit either. Refining Tier 5 medicinal pills with his current cultivation realm, he must pull out all stops. When Yi Yuan was at the Sea Transformation Realm, it was actually very awkward because he had no way of crossing realms to refine Tier for medicinal pills. Because after breaking through to the Sea Transformation Realm, soul force did not increase much. Refining Tier 4 medicinal pills were actually equivalent to crossing two major cultivation realms to refine. This was simply impossible. But in the wake of his cultivation realm breaking through to the soul sea realm and transcending the soul tribulation, his divine soul already had a qualitative leap. Even though Yi Yuan's current soul force was only peak initial stage Alchemy King realm, it was much thicker compared to normal people. Adding in his unpredictable alchemy skills, could it be possible to transform the rotten into something magical? Refining a Tier 5 medicinal pill. Under the astonished gazes of the two disciples, the originally incohesive medicinal embryo gradually condensed and formed. Master, this is simply G. Oh, do you like alchemy skills? When I was in the Shao family before, I always thought that I was very incredible already. Only now do I know that I haven't even learned the rudiments. Shao Ruyan did not dare to interrupt Yuan and transmitted her voice to Rendong. Rendong nodded and said, "Simply a marvelous work of art. I truly have no way of imagining that alchemy skills can actually be trained to such a realm. I feel that with my natural endowments, cultivating for another 1,000 years, and I won't reach master's level either." Actually, we don't need to belittle our capabilities either. With master's alchemy skills, him willingly taking us in itself already indicated many problems. Maybe we won't reach his realm in our entire lives. But compared to other alchemists, we're already much stronger, Shao Ruyan said. And that's true. This period of time following master, my alchemy skills already advanced with the Stonies. Plussing progress. I even have a feeling that I absolutely won't be worse than grandfather when refining quasi-tier for medicinal pills now. Ren Xingchuan followed Ren Xingchuan to refine pills since young and had a clear understanding of Ren Xingchuan standards. He could already cultivate a Tier 2 alchemy skill to the legendary realm right now. His foundation skills were D knows how many times more solid than before. Quant. 1. Tative change to qualitative change. Rendong's present alchemy skills already could not be compared to in the past already. Although he was still a high-rank quasi-alchemy king now, he was already on a completely different level from before. That. Shao Ruyan suddenly saw something and nearly exclaimed in shock. Luckily, Rendong reacted fast and hurriedly used his hand to cover her mouth. Senior apprentice sister, do you want to die? Master's pill refinement reached the most critical time. You yelling out like this, he'll kill you. Rendong's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he transmitted his voice. Actually, the shock in his heart was not any bit lesser than Shao Ruyan's. It was just that he did not jump and freak out like Shao Ruyan. Only when Shao Ruyan looked at Rendong and nodded her head to signal that she got it, did Rendong loosen his hand. Those were for symbols phantoms. Master, he actually brought out 4 symbols phantoms when he's refining pills. Shao Ruyan said, not daring to believe it. At this time, on the 4 bearings of the square cauldron, for faint phantoms were currently slowly forming. These 4 phantoms were none other than precisely the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and Xianwu, the 4 divine beasts. And among them, the azure dragon phantom was the most distinct. Chapter 632. Tier 5 Transcendent Grade. Chapter 632. Tier 5 Transcendent Grade. The 4 symbols were the spirits of heaven and earth. Yi Yuan being able to condense the 4 symbols phantoms when refining medicinal pills indicated that he produced some sort of resonance with heaven and earth. Shao Ruyan and Rendong were both not rookies. They were naturally aware of how profound a level condensing the 4 symbols phantoms represented. Although the 4 symbols spirit gathering arts nomenclature was the 4 symbols, barely any people who could coalesce the 4 symbols phantoms could be found in the entire divine realm too. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly brought out the profound water flag. Profound Spirit 9 aperture formation. Form. Yi Yuan's hands were akin to weavers at this moment. That sort of exquisiteness was brilliant to the max. Try thinking about it. Inscribing an array formation into such a small medicinal pill. How nimble a pair of hands did that require? Xiao Ruyan and Rindong were long mesmerized from looking already. Yi Yuan's pill refinement this time refreshed their understanding towards the alchemy path once more. They both had a feeling currently. Turns out that medicinal pills can be refined like this. For symbols condense, medicinal pill form. Condense for me. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. The four symbols phantoms emitted a series of light cries and sunk into the Skanda ancient spirit demonic pill. Finally, dust settled, same as crossing realms to refine medicinal pills in the past. Yuan was already exhausted until he could not take it any more at this time. He hurriedly consumed the medicinal pills prepared ready and started adjusting his breathing. Xiao Ruyan and Rindong, the two of them, were still standing there in a daze and did not come back to their senses for a while. The impact of the scene during Yi Yuan condensing the pill brought to them was seriously too great. With Xiao Ruyan and Rindong, the two peoples ident. 1. Ties they had naturally seen before alchemy, sovereign experts, refining pills, especially Rindong. He followed by Rin Xingchuan's side since young. That was a peak alchemy, sovereign expert. But they had never seen before any pill refinement where the commotion would be so big, integrating the four symbols phantoms into the medicinal pills. What did that signify? That signified that this medicinal pill obtained the recognition of heavenly Tao. It represented a kind of resonance between Yi Yuan and heaven and earth. What kind of grade would a medicinal pill like this reach? Go and take a look? Xiao Ruyan swallowed her saliva and asked Rindong. Rindong had an expression of yearning and nodded his head deeply. The two people plucked up their courage and came to the square cauldron side, opening the cauldron dexterously and retrieved the pill. When they saw that sparkling and crystal clear, without any impurities medicinal pill in the jade tray, they involuntarily drew a deep breath once more. Transcendent grade again. An alchemist at the Alchemy King realm actually refined a Tier 5 transcendent grade medicinal pills. This was simply an accomplishment that Serpa said ancient and modern times. The two people surrounded that medicinal pill and walked around in circles like this, as if they were looking at a work of art. Tongue-clicking sounds and sighs of admirations came out of their mouths every now and then. The refinement this time, any inspiration? The two people were currently Wisconsin H.I. plus ing to dissect the medicinal pill when Yi Yuan's voice suddenly sounded beside their ears. Yi Yuan had already finished adjusting his breathing since Dino's when and was standing behind them. Rindong was startled and hurriedly straightened his body. He nodded his head, thought about it, and then shook his head. Master, I seem to have grasped a little something, but it's like I didn't grasp anything. Like the reflection of the moon in water, Rindong said honestly. Yi Yuan smiled and looked at Xiao Ruyan and said, You too. Xiao Ruyan's face turned red, and she nodded her head. This way of saying it sounded perfunctory, no matter how one listened to it. Did not understand means did not understand. Pretending for? But Yi Yuan smiled and said, Your understanding towards the alchemy path is still too shallow. The alchemy Tao is a great Tao. When cultivated to an exceedingly high realm, it can reach the DS2. It's just that the alchemy path is overly arduous and intricate. The time and energy expended are a few times, even dozens of times that of the martial path. So there are extremely few people who can walk to the pinnacle. The alchemy path and the martial path are the same. They both contain the maxim of heaven and earth within. The alchemy skills that you guys practice are all the crystallization of the forefathers' wisdom. No matter how low rank the alchemy skill, in them has some hard to describe things. This is also the reason why I made you start over from the basics. A myriad of great Taos all lead to the same goal. Understand? Yi Yuan finished talking. The two people both revealed ruminating looks. The things that Yi Yuan talked about already came into contact with the core of the alchemy Tao. Ever since following Yi Yuan, the two of them had been polis. I plussing foundational alchemy skills all along and did not study any profound alchemy skills intensively. Previously, they knew the how, but not the why all along. Today, through Yi Yuan's tiny bit of pointer, they finally saw the light. Ren Dong seemed to have understood something and said excitedly, No wonder I'm getting more and more proficient when I'm refining high-rank quasi-tier for medicinal pills now. Turns out that it's this reason. Master, I understand. Xiao Ruyan had a look of excitement too as she said, So that's how it is. Master, I got it. Hi. When Yu Huan received the Skanda Ancient Spirit demonic pill, her mouth could not close together for a while. Her jaws nearly dropped the ground. Even though she prepared these spirit medicines for Yi Yuan, she did not really count on him being able to refine it. Ignoring other things, just Yi Yuan bringing Yu Xan back to life this regard, she would not really do anything to Yi Yuan either. But when she saw this transcendent-grade medicinal pill in her hands, her opinion of Yi Yuan was completely subverted already. This was a transcendent-grade Tier 5 medicinal pill. Could those shamans in the clan refine transcendent-grade Tier 5 medicinal pills? Furthermore, Yi Yuan was even a human. More importantly, Yi Yuan was only Alchemy King Realm, crossing realms to refine a transcendent-grade Tier 5 medicinal pill. Was this what humans could accomplish? Yi Yuan was stared at by Yu Huan until his scalp tingled a little. He could not refrain from saying, What are you looking at? Are there flowers on my face? Only then did Yu Huan startle awake. She coughed dryly twice to cover up her sment and said to a young girl by the side, Yu Xan, it was little brother Yi who saved you. Why haven't you quickly give thanks? After 10 over days, this Yu Xan could already get down and walk. It was just that the aura on her body was still very feeble. Most likely, even a spirit condensation realm martial artist that came over could easily defeat her. This Yu Xan's 2 eyes were like water. She had delicate and dainty fingers and cream-like skin. She was truly an all-around beauty. But Yi Yuan knew that the fox race was innately seductive. After taking form, they were all unparalleled beauties. It was just that this Yu Xan clearly stood out more among the rest. Yu Xan got Yu Huan's pointer and gave a bow towards Yi Yuan and said, Yu Xan, thanks Mr. Ye's life-saving grace very much. These 10 days, Yu Xan's ear nearly had calluses rubbed out by Yi Yuan, these 2 words. She had originally given up on the hope of surviving already. But this man before her eyes forcefully pulled her back from the gates of HLL. Not just that, this man was actually even helping her to refine a medicinal pill to help her recover her strength. All along, it had only been hearing the name, but never seeing the person. Today, she finally saw his real face. Except hearing that Yi Yuan was just a Soul Sea realm martial artist. Previously, this matter of refining medicinal pills was treated by her as a joke to listen to. A Tier 4 martial artist refining Tier 5 medicinal pills? You've got to be kidding. It was just that she never could have dreamed that not only did Yi Yuan refine it, but it was also even a transcendent grade Tier 5 medicinal pill. This sort of thing simply Serpa said her understanding. Haha, Miss Yu Xan don't need to be polite. If you want to thank, then go and thank little sister Yushu. I only refined a medicinal pill for you on account of her face. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, Chapter 633, Azure Spirit Trees Information. Chapter 633, Azure Spirit Trees Information. Yu Xan finished cultivating. She had never felt this great before. Consuming the Skanda Ancient Spirit demonic pill that Yi Yuan refined for her, not only did Yu Xan's body recover fully, her strength advanced a step further too, reaching peak Tier 5 initial stage. Recalling the wording when Yi Yuan gave her the medicinal pill, Yu Xian could not help smiling bitterly. This man was so senseless about other people's feelings. She was the young lord of the jade-faced fairy fox clan. Other people could not even wait to suck up to her. Yi Yuan rendered such a great service and actually brushed it over with an on account of Yu Shu's face. This Skanda ancient spirit demonic pill is too miraculous. I really don't know where he got the pill formula from. Just what kind of person is this Yi Yuan? Yu Xian discovered that she seemed to be full of interest towards this man who suddenly appeared. Yu Xian, have you finished refining the Skanda ancient spirit demonic pill? Right at this time, Yu Huan's voice suddenly sounded out. Yes, grandmother. Yu Xian has already finished refining. Please come in. Yu Huan pushed the door and entered. When she discovered that Yu Xian's cultivation had actually advanced, her feet involuntarily stopped. Yu Xian, you actually broke through. Astonishment was written all over Yu Huan's face. She never would have thought that this Skanda ancient spirit demonic pill was actually so powerful, letting Yu Xian break through directly. Yu Xian said with a bitter smile, "This life of Xaners is considered to have been sold to Mr. Yi." Yu Huan's expression changed several times, and she finally heaved a long sigh and said, "Really didn't expect that a foreign human who suddenly barged into my clan's territory actually became your savior. Perhaps this is fate." You guys are saying, let me casually state the terms." Yi Yuan looked at Yu Huan and said with a smile that was not a smile. Yu Huan was deeply affected by Yi Yuan's attitude. This expression was clearly looking down on the jade-faced fairy fox clan. That's right. I already don't have many years left. Xaner is my clan's most outstanding junior. You saving her is equivalent to saving our entire jade-faced fairy fox clan. Therefore, no matter what requests you have, I can satisfy them, Yu Huan said. Towards Yi Yuan's attitude, Yu Huan was very disdainful. She was, at any rate, a Tier 6 expert too. Could it be that she still could not satisfy a Soul Sea realm brat's request? Who knew that Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, "What I want, you really can't give. I wonder if your jade-faced fairy fox clan has an azure spirit tree?" When Yu Huan heard, her brows involuntarily furrowed. Azure spirit tree. Are you messing with me? Azure spirit tree is a spirit flora of heaven and earth. It is elusive with its whereabouts. Where will I find an azure spirit tree for you? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "You see, I said that you can't take it out, right?" Actually, Yi Yuan entering deep into the endless forest, apart from avoiding Ding Liang's pursuit, there was still an objective, which was in order to find the azure spirit tree and relieve Yu Mungli's divine soul-tearing agony. Seeing as the 2-year date was gradually approaching, the medicinal herbs that Yi Yuan concocted were almost unable to suppress her ailment already. If he still did not find the azure spirit tree, Yu Mungli's life would be in danger at any time. Yu Huan was just about to fly off the handle when Yu Xian by the side suddenly spoke up. "Grandmother, don't get angry first. Could it be that grandmother forgot the news that Dongming region sent over 10 years ago?" Yi Yuan was just randomly saying and did not think that there was really something. He could not resist asking, "What news?" "Quickly say." Yi Yuan naturally knew how difficult the azure spirit tree was to find, so he did not harbor any hope at all. Azure spirit tree was one of heaven and earth's spiritual roots. Since birth, it would have spirituality. When it matured to a certain degree, it could even soar to the skies and tunnel underground. Its whereabouts are unpredictable and extremely hard to find. Yu Xian said, "Mr. Yi, don't be anxious. This news is still from 10 years ago. We also don't know if it's true or fake." "Forget whether it's true or fake. Quickly say, what's it about?" Yi Yuan urged. Yu Xian nodded and said, 10 years ago, Dongming region's Mayan mountain, The story goes that somebody saw an azure spirit tree before, but that person tracked the azure spirit tree for 3 days and night and still lost it in the end. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said, "Just this? Can you say a little more in detail?" It was said that that person used all kinds of methods, but not only did he not catch the azure spirit tree, but he was also hurt by the azure spirit tree instead. Who's that person? Darkfiend Tiger Clan's Inkyu, Bent Clan Head. Mentioning this Darkfiend Tiger Clan Head, Yu Xian's words carried thick awe and veneration. Very clearly, this clan head was not someone easy to deal with. Yi Yuan nodded when he heard that and said, "Okay, I got it. Thank you very much, Miss Yu Xian. Does Mr. Yi wish to go to Dongming City?" Yu Xian suddenly asked. "And why? Is there anything wrong?" Yi Yuan said curiously, "The Darkfiend Tiger Clan is one of the overlords of the entire D prohibited demon region. They are very averse to outsiders, much less humans. Mr. Yi." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not hiding from Miss Yu Xian, I'm finding this azure spirit tree for the sake of saving a friend. No matter how difficult, I must go too." Yi Yuan said it very nonchalantly, but Yu Xian's heart trembled. Martial artists were mostly selfish. Those able to do their utmost for friends were not many. Disregarding how strong the Darkfiend Tiger Clan was, just talking about this azure spirit tree itself, it was extremely hard to deal with already. "Mr. Yi is very honorable," Yu Xian praised. "Hoo, I merely owe her a favor, far from being honorable or whatever." "Oh, right, I have a question to ask you too. If it's not convenient to answer, just forget it," Yi Yuan said. "And you ask away. What I can say, I'll naturally say." Yu Huan, hearing that Yi Yuan dared to take this risk for the sake of a friend, she was slightly moved in her heart too. She had a sharp tongue but soft at heart personality, and she had actually long regarded Yi Yuan as one of them already. This D prohibited demon region is just a tiny region in the endless world, but the territory inside is so vast. Could it be that this place formed a world on its own? The endless world is only a middle-order small world and is completely unable to accommodate Tier 6 experts. Why are there actually so many Tier 6 experts here? Yi Yuan asked his doubt. With Yi Yuan's present cultivation realm, he could not sense the power of SPAC at all. But he could faintly sense that this place was probably not such a simple place. Once the experts here were placed outside, forget about the endless world, even the fierce gale world they could sweep across too. Even the jade-faced fairy fox clan, a small clan like this, had a Tier 6 expert, let alone the other clans. It was just that Yi Yuan was very curious why inside the endless world such a small world would be adjoined. Yu Huan could not help hesitating when she heard Yi Yuan's words. "Haha, I was just casually asking. If it isn't convenient to speak, just leave it at that," Yi Yuan said without a care. "Not that it isn't convenient to tell, but I'm unable to answer you at all, because I don't know the origins of the D prohibited demon region as well. Our demon race has all lived here for generations, and our jade-faced fairy fox clan is just a bottommost faction. I heard that those powerful factions even have Tier 7 experts existing," Yu Huan said. Even though Yu Huan was a Tier 6 demon, she was just in existence at the bottom rung of the D prohibited demon region. Simply could not come into contact with many secrets. When Yi Yuan heard Yu Huan's words, he was greatly startled inwardly too. This place actually had Tier 7 experts. Chapter 634. Thunder Essence Fruit Grove. Chapter 634. Thunder Essence Fruit Grove Tier 7 powerhouses. Just how stable did this SPAC have to be able to accommodate Tier 7 powerhouse existences? At least, Yi Yuan knew that other than an extremely few numbers of several highly stable special worlds, it was simply impossible for Tier 7 experts to exist in the lower realms. And those worlds, Yi Yuan knew all of them. It was definitely not the endless world. Then just what kind of existence was this prohibited demon region before his eyes? Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that this endless world was really a mystical place. Although the world order was not high and the aboriginals did not have much strength either, it hid numerous secrets. Even him, a divine realm's former pinnacle existence, could not figure out this small world's actual situation too. A special SPAC like the prohibited demon region absolutely had its own secrets. It was just that looking at Yu Huan's appearance, she was probably unaware. Fine then. Looks like there is a need to make a trip to Dongming region. Yi Yuan was also filled with curiosity towards this prohibited demon region. At the same time he was seeking out the Azure Spirit Tree, he naturally had to explore a bit too. He had a feeling that this prohibited demon region was probably not formed naturally but created by people. If not for this, it was impossible for humans to not exist here and would also not kill humans when they see them. Which was also to say that somebody deliberately set down this ancestral teaching in order to isolate here from the outside world. And in truth, it was also impossible for the endless world to have humans able to through the essence devouring confounding fog and enter here, apart from Yi Yuan. Then to be able to split open such SPAC that could accommodate the prohibited demon region. How formidable a strength did that person have to be? But Yi Yuan knew that even existences like the 10 great divine kings could not possibly achieve this either. This way, then there was only one explanation: deity realm powerhouse. Only deity realm powerhouses had the strength to split open such a special SPAC. Any and all things that touched upon deity realm. Yi Yuan was naturally very interested. To want to reach the deity realm, one must unravel the secrets of deity realm Vanis. And these secrets, so many experts in the divine realm searched for so many years, but no one was able to unravel its secret. Yi Yuan attempted to understand a little in the past too, but the things that he discovered in his past life was not even as many as this life. Regardless whether was it the divine script or the mysterious black bead or the vast heaven peg, or even this prohibited demon region. This endless world seemed to be linked in countless intricate ways with deity realm. Him reincarnating into the endless world, was it also an arrangement foreordained by the heaven? Yu Huan and Yu Xian naturally did not know Yi Yuan's thoughts. Seeing Yi Yuan say that he wanted to go to Dongming region, Yu Huan said, "It's too dangerous for you to go to Dongming region by yourself. This elderly self still has to hold down the fort in the clan and isn't convenient to travel with you. Since you saved Yu Xian, let her follow you. At least she can also be a guide for you." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Since that's the case, then thank you very much, old ancestor." Yi Yuan did not refuse. This prohibited demon region. He was completely blind to the situation, and indeed he needed a guide. If he walked by himself, who knows how much unnecessarily long way he would have to walk. The three people were currently chatting away when Yu Shu ran in an FLU's tiered manner and said urgently, "Old ancestor, not good, not good!" Elder sister Yulong and the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan people had a clash, and they were injured by them. Yu Xian's expression changed abruptly, and she said, "What? What happened? Why would Yulong get into a conflict with the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan for no reason?" Yu Shu said, "Elder sister Yulong brought us to patrol outside. The result was that we discovered an area of Thunder Essence, Fruit Grove. Except that stretch of Thunder Essence Fruit Grove is situated right at the borders of our land and the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan's boundary. And they also discovered that Fruit Grove, as luck would have it, the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan people were very overbearing and insisted that the Thunder Essence Fruit Grove was discovered by them. Elder sister Yulong argued strongly on just grounds in the end. In the end, she was naturally wounded. Yi Yuan listened carefully by the side and knew that this result was bound to happen too. With Yu Lung's personality, there was bound to be a conflict with the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan. However, when Yi Yuan heard Thunder Essence Fruit 3 words, his eyes involuntarily radiated a light too. This Thunder Essence Fruit was a rare thing. It inherently had the power of lightning and could help martial artists cultivate out the concept of thunder. The incredible aspect of this Thunder Essence Fruit was that it did not require comprehension. One just had to directly swallow it down and refine it, and it could let their essence energy carry the concept of thunder, an extremely heaven-defying heaven and earth spirit fruit. To think that upon entering the D prohibited demon region, he encountered such a treasure. Heaven and earth treasures, those fated would get them. Since Yi Yuan heard about this thing, it was naturally impossible for him to treat it like he did not see. Of course, even if it were not for this Thunder Essence Fruit, Yi Yuan would not possibly turn a cold shoulder to the jade-faced Fairy Fox clan's matters too. This bunch of hateful bad snakes only know how to bully us all day long. If they have the capabilities, go be overbearing with the Black-Wind demonic wolves. Yu Xian said huffily. Actually, Yu Xian's cultivation realm was not much lower than the other race's junior generation. But the jade-faced Fairy Fox clan's combat strength was seriously terrible. In comparison, the snake race and the wolf race's combat strength were very daunting. Yu Shu was also indignant as she said, "The Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan only knows how to suck up to the Black-Wind demonic wolves clan. How can they dare to be arrogant to them?" Yi Yuan suddenly spoke to Yu Huan. "Old ancestor Yu Huan, they already bullied to your doorsteps. Aren't you going to take action?" Yu Huan's expression changed, and she said with a bitter smile, "Our Azure Mountain region's various clans have an unwritten rule. Tier 6 experts are not to interfere with the young generation's matters. Once I take action, it will surely stir their old ancestor. At that time, it will be even harder to resolve." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Let's go then. I'll accompany you all to take a look." Yu Xian said in puzzlement, but Yu Shu was overjoyed when she heard and said, "It's really great that Big Brother Yi Yuan is willing to help. Young Lord, Big Brother Yi Yuan is very strong. Elder Sister Yu Lung can't even last one exchange under his hands." What Yu Shu was talking about was still when Yi Yuan was at the first level Soul Sea. Now that Yi Yuan broke through to the second level Soul Sea, he could one-shot Yu Lung without using the Origin Spirit 9 transformations too. Yu Xian could not help being startled inwardly when she heard that. She really did not know that Yi Yuan's martial path strength was actually so powerful. These few days, she had been hearing how incredible Yi Yuan's pale refinement was all along, and how brilliant his medical skills were. But Yi Yuan's Soul Sea Realm cultivation boundary made her subconsciously feel that Yi Yuan was inadequate. To think that Yi Yuan's combat strength was actually so powerful. Under Yu Shu's lead, Yi Yuan's party arrived at that Thunder Essence Fruit Grove very soon. Far, far away, Yi Yuan could already sense the power of thunder and lightning emitting from inside the fruit grove. Outside the fruit grove, two parties were currently facing each other. They were precisely the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan and the Jade-faced Fairy Fox clan. Yu Xian was already beaten to heavy injuries by young Lord Wolf Fong. Yu Lung, you're your clan's strongest person already. Just now, that young La S secretly slipped away. Could it be that she could still bring any powerful reinforcements? Could it be that she went to call Yu Huan that old thing out? "Ha ha!" said a young man dressed in black with a cold smile. "And Bing, don't be impudent. Let me tell you, young Lord has already obtained an expert's treatment and has already recovered her strength now." Yu Lung held her injury and said, "Ha ha ha. Young Lord Wolf Fong taking action. It's already pretty good if Yu Xian that girl can survive. Putting aside that Yu Xian is badly wounded, even if she were perfectly fine. She would also be my vanquished opponent if she came. And Bing said arrogantly, "Is that so?" Yu Xian's aura changed and blocked in front of Yulong.